How Sweet It Is by Victorine E. Liskey. Chapter 1. Claire Matthews, Sunday, August 30th. I park my car and shut off the engine, tension tightening my shoulders. I stare out at the ocean waves as they gather and crash onto the sand, the morning sun reflecting off the water. The ocean is the only good thing about being on Willow Shade Island. I take in a deep breath as I climb out of the Volkswagen Jetta that's supposed to be mine. It's not. I miss my Nissan Altima. I miss my leather seats, the easy way it handles the road, and the sound system I installed. This one has cloth seats, a too-sensitive brake, and crackly speakers. I slam the door and walk toward the beach. I rip off my sandals and toss them onto the sand by the large sign that cautions people there's no lifeguard on duty. I need to feel the sand between my toes. I need the water to wash over my feet so I can connect with the earth. I need to ground myself before I go crazy and drive the 12 hours home so I can check on my parents' shop. Can I do this? I thought I could come here, become a new person for a little while, and be fine. But things are taking far longer than I thought. I've already been here 2 months. The trial hasn't even started yet, and they're already pushing it back. I don't know how long I can stand this humidity. It's so hard to breathe here. I feel like I'm suffocating. Tears sting my eyes as I once again swallow my urge to call Zoe, my best friend, back home. I can't have any contact with anyone. It's against the rules of the witness protection program. Rafe, my handler, would kill me. And if he didn't, Victor DeLuca would for sure track me down and kill me because I ratted him out to the police. I wipe my face and square my shoulders, standing at my full 5'5". I may not be tall, but I'm strong. I can do this. I step onto the wet sand and let the ocean water rush over my feet. It's cold, but I hold in my gasp. I look up at the dark sky. I am not Claire. I'm Amelia. I've always liked that name, so when I had to pick one, it was the only one I could think of. I had a friend named Amelia in the 2nd grade, and I envied her long golden locks that curled at her shoulders. My hair hangs straight and limp, like black ink running down a wall. Amelia was lively and smiled at everyone. I tried to be like that when I first arrived at Willow Shade Island, but that quickly went sour. I guess I'm too pragmatic to be bubbly. Now I'm just plain old Claire, with Amelia's name. My phone vibrates in my pocket, and I pull it out, careful not to drop it into the water coursing around my ankles. Of course, it's not my phone. It's fake, like everything else about me right now. A text from Pretty Boy flashes across the screen. It literally says it's from Pretty Boy. That's how I put Levi in my phone. He's quite insufferable, but he's definitely easy on the eyes with his strong jawline and light brown hair that curls at the ends. I need your help right now. Can you come to the bakery? I'll increase your salary. I shake my head but bite back a smile. So much for Sundays off. He hired me to do his books, but it's obvious he has no idea what he's doing. It's kind of funny, but I don't care because he keeps promising me more money the more roles he asks me to take on. And I could really use the cash. I shoot him back a text. What do you need me to do? His answer comes immediately. My employee quit, and this is my opening day. I can't run the register and bake at the same time. Help! There's a line outside. I laugh and send him back a one-word message. Coming. I stalk to my car, grabbing my sandals as I go by. So much for centering myself as I breathe in the salty sea air. Pretty Boy is panicking. Guess I'd better go help him. Actually, it kind of feels good to be needed again. I'm used to helping with my parents' business, so it's no big deal. They own a flower shop, and I spent many hours working the cash register, posting on social media, and delivering orders. Not to brag, but I kind of held things together there. And I'm dying to know how they're surviving without me. I rub the sand off my feet as best I can before slipping into my sandals and sliding into my car. The tension in my shoulders is better, so maybe the minute and a half I spent along the shoreline had an effect after all. I glance at my shorts and SpongeBob t-shirt Zoe gave me as a joke. I'm not dressed for work at all, but Pretty Boy will just have to deal with it. He's the one asking me to rush over there at a moment's notice. I drive to Crumb and get it and park in the back, then let myself in with the door code. I enter the kitchen and suck in a breath as I look at the huge mess of flour and frosting all over the place, including the floor. I should not be inhaling all that gluten, and it makes me grumpy to think working here might not be good for my health. Pretty Boy rushes to me. "Amelia, I'm so glad you're here." He does a double take. "What are you wearing?" I fold my arms, now super self-conscious of my SpongeBob SquarePants t-shirt. I put it on in a moment of weakness this morning when I was missing Zoe. You get what you get when you call me in a panic. "Is this a crime scene?" I ask, pointing at all the red frosting. "Murder in the frost degree?" I inwardly chuckle at that one. He ignores me as a rush of words vomits out of him. I have another 10 minutes on my red velvet cinnamon rolls, and my doors are supposed to open in 2 minutes. And what was I thinking? I can't run a bakery. I'm going to totally fail at this. I grab an apron from the wall. At some point, Pretty Boy had ordered embroidered ones with crumb and get it on the front. "Calm down. You make sure your rolls don't burn. I'll run the register. It will be fine." He breathes a sigh of relief and grabs my arms. A zing of attraction races through me at the feel of his warm hands on my skin. I'm taken aback by it, and I step away so he has to release me. "You're a lifesaver," he says. He turns to go to the oven. By the way, Murder in the Frost Degree is the perfect name for my chocolate cupcakes with the cherry frosting. He looks at me over his shoulder. "Thank you for that." I chuckle as I tie the apron on, extremely happy my joke didn't get lost on him. It was too good to be ignored. "My pleasure." I rush into the bakery storefront and unlock the door. Pretty Boy was right. There are people waiting and they all file in. I help everyone with their purchases, and an hour later, the rush is over, and no one is left in the shop. Pretty Boy comes out of the kitchen, a tray in his hand and a huge grin on his face. "Here we go, our newest cupcakes, Murder in the Frost Degree." I look at the cupcakes with the red frosting and a triangle of chocolate stabbing into them, making it look like a knife. Nice. He takes one off the tray and slides it to me. "You can be the first one to try it." I'm a bit shaken by him being so nice to me. He's been snarky and snippy, even downright rude, but never nice to me. Unfortunately, I can't eat gluten, and Rafe told me to not let that get out, as that's one of the things everybody knew about me in my old life. I pick it up, touched that he would want me to try it first. "Thanks. I'll eat it later. It's way too early in the morning for sugar." I set it down by the register. Pretty Boy steps back from me, a stricken look on his face. "Oh, got it. You probably have to eat some spreadsheets or something first." His comment stings, and I stiffen. "And what do you eat in the morning? Undercooked pickup lines?" He smiles at me and leans in so close I get a whiff of whatever soap he used this morning. It's an herbal, earthy smell. That, combined with his dimple, is making my head swim. "Some of us survive on charm and denial," he says, his voice almost a whisper. "Don't judge my process." He doesn't step back, and I feel the heat from his skin. It's making my pulse jump. I try to back away, but I'm pressed up against the counter. "Well, good news. You're clearly well stocked on both." He lifts one eyebrow, and I must admit, that makes him look even sexier. "Did you just call me charming?" My breath catches. "Don't flatter yourself." I squirm away from him and enter the kitchen. I stalk over to the office, sure my face is flushed, which is absurd. Levi obviously flirts with every girl he sees. It's insulting. At least it should be insulting. But for some reason, my heart can't stop racing. Good heavens, I need to get out more. I can't possibly be attracted to Pretty Boy. He is totally not my type. Chapter 2. Levi Barrett, Sunday, August 30th. I place the last chocolate cherry cupcake in the glass case and slide the door closed. I'm extremely pleased with the way they turned out. The knife-shaped piece of chocolate looks so cool, even if Miss Uptight didn't touch hers. I hold in a scoff as I glance at the one she set beside the register. Exactly what time is it acceptable to eat sugar? The door dings, and I grin at Kiki as she comes in with Skylar, who is wearing a bluey shirt, pink leggings, and a rainbow tutu. Hey, Uncle Levi, Skylar says. Hey, little pup. Sorry we're late. I wanted to be here for your opening, but Skylar wanted to pick out her own outfit today. I chuckle. You look great, I say to Skylar. She beams. How has your first day been so far? Kiki eyes the empty place. Have you had any customers? We had a line outside the door before we opened. I can't help the little bit of pride that creeps in. That's fantastic. I got Ellie and Josephine to tell all their friends to come, and they let me put a sign up in the art gallery. I should have known Kiki was behind the crowd at opening. Well, it worked. Although the rush is over, and I'm hoping we see more customers today. I peer nervously outside. It's still early in the morning. I'm sure traffic will pick up. You're in a great location, right on the downtown strip, and people are used to coming here for pastries. I nod. Hopefully you're right. Kiki crouches beside Skylar and points at the glass. You can pick any treat you'd like, and we'll buy enough for everyone to have for tonight's dessert. Amelia comes out from the kitchen. Oh, hello. Skylar looks up at her. I get to pick anything I want. Amelia walks around the counter to Skylar. Ooh, that's great. There are a lot of sweet treats. What's your favorite? Skylar thinks a moment. I want the knife cupcakes. Kiki squints at the selection as I hold in a chuckle. Which ones? I think she's talking about Murder in the Frost Degree, I say, sliding open the case and taking one out. These? Yes, Skylar shouts, jumping. That's a really creative name, Kiki says. Amelia gives me a smug smile and folds her arms. Thanks. That was you? Kiki asks. Really clever. We'll take a dozen. And I hope Skylar picking the murder cupcakes isn't a bad sign. Amelia laughs. Horror is a fun genre. I watch tons of horror flicks, and I turned out fine. I give her the side eye. I'm not sure what to think of Amelia, especially after overhearing what she said on the phone yesterday. No, they don't suspect a thing. What exactly is she hiding? She doesn't look like a murderer, but the neighbors always have nice things to say about serial killers. So quiet and well-mannered. Except for the whole chopped-up bodies thing, they were perfect in every way. Do I need to be concerned? I'm sure you're right, Kiki says, ruffling Skylar's hair. Did you pick out a wedding cake? I ask Kiki. Yes, I'm glad you reminded me. I have the book in the car. Let me go get it. As Kiki runs out to the car, I box up her cupcakes. Skylar looks at all the other treats, walking the length of the display case. She stops when she gets to the mini cupcakes with white frosting and rainbow sprinkles I named Almond Confetti Dream. She presses her nose up against the glass as she stares at them. I open the back and take one out. Here, this one is yours. I lean over the display case and hand it to her. Wow, thank you. Skylar takes a huge bite and gets frosting on her nose. Amelia laughs and shakes her head. Kiki comes back in with the wedding cake book and gives me a look. I see what you did. You uncles are sure good at spoiling her. I puff out my chest. That's what I'm here for. Kiki hands me the book. I mark the page with a sticky note. I turn to the page and look at the 3-tiered cake. Looks simple enough. When is the wedding? Amelia asks. September 19th, less than 3 weeks away now. Kiki fans herself. I'm a little beside myself. Amelia steps toward Kiki. If you need someone to watch Skylar while you get stuff done, let me know. I'm free in the evenings. I give Kiki a little shake of my head, since I'm still unsure whether Amelia is a serial killer, but she either doesn't notice or she ignores me. Then she grins at Amelia. Oh, thank you. I might take you up on that. I'd be happy to. I love kids. Amelia rocks back on her heels. I ring up the box of cupcakes for Kiki, and she and Skylar leave. I watch Amelia as she walks around the counter and heads toward the kitchen door. I don't want her near my niece if she's hiding something. I follow her into the kitchen. I have a question. She turns to me. What is it? I heard you on the phone yesterday. Her eyes grow wide. What did you hear? I don't like her reaction. A prickly feeling spreads over my skin. I take a step forward, intent on getting the truth out of her. I heard you say that they don't suspect anything, and you were talking about my family. What was that? For a split second, I think I see panic on her face, but she laughs and pats my arm. Oh, that? I wasn't talking about you guys. Then what were you talking about? I'm planning a surprise for someone, that's all. She laughs again. You must have been wondering what I meant. I eye her. She doesn't look like she's lying, but I don't trust her. Who would she be planning a surprise for? Didn't you just move here? She laughs again, and I notice how her eyes crinkle when she thinks something is funny. It's cute on her. Weeks ago. Then who are you planning a surprise for? A lady at church. Why the third degree? I'm not planning to murder your family or anything. She laughs. I flinch. How did she know I was thinking that? I stare at her, unsure of what to say. She's totally suspicious, but I have no idea what to do about it. Maybe I can talk to Kiki. For now, I should act cool and just keep an eye on her. I force a laugh. Right. Of course not. That's totally not what I was thinking. For some reason, she still has her hand on my arm, and as I look at her, the mood shifts. Her hair is still in a severe bun on the top of her head, but she looks different in her casual t-shirt and shorts and actually smiling. She seems like a real woman right now, even though she's short. She removes her hand, takes a step back from me, and drops her smile like she just remembered how much she dislikes me. You'd better clean up in here before I do get accused of murder. I scoff. My feeling's a bit hurt. You know, most people say thank you when someone bakes for them, but your clean your mess is nice too. She frowns. You can't possibly bake with this kitchen looking like this. And there's the annoying OCD lady. I give her an exaggerated bow. Oh, of course not. I wouldn't want my chaos throwing off your perfectly planned world. The front door dings and she heads toward the storefront without saying anything else. I do feel a little bad for what I said, because she's helping me out of a pinch right now, but not too bad, because she's just so irritating. Chapter 3. Claire Matthews, Sunday, August 30th. As I ring up another customer, my gaze slides to the cupcake Pretty Boy gave me, sitting beside the register. I feel bad that I can't eat it. He was being nice to me when he gave it to me, but now each time he comes in, I feel worse and worse that it's still sitting there. I hand the box of lemon tarts to the woman standing at the counter. Have a good day. The woman leaves, and it's once again quiet in the bakery. I smooth down my blue pencil skirt, glad that I had the chance to go home and change. I look far more professional now. I glance toward the doors to the kitchen to make sure Levi isn't coming. Then I pick up the cupcake. I have to do something with it so Levi doesn't think I hate him. I walk to the trash can that sits behind the counter. Could I throw away a perfectly good cupcake? I stare down at the small pile of tissues sitting at the bottom of the trash can. They wouldn't hide the cupcake. I could put a few more tissues on top, and then he wouldn't ever see it. As I'm contemplating how to get rid of the cupcake, the doors swing open, and I'm so startled I drop the cupcake into the trash. Levi comes in with a tray of chocolate chip scones as I straighten up, my heart racing. He didn't see me, right? The scones smell delicious. Working in a bakery is going to kill me. Why in the world did I agree to come in today to help Pretty Boy? This is torture. Levi's gaze flicks over to the register. So, 2 o'clock in the afternoon is finally the appropriate time to eat sugar? He's teasing, but not in a biting way, which is a nice change. Eating vegetables before you eat something sweet is good for your metabolism. You've never heard of that? I give him a hip bump, but I'm shorter than he is, so it ends up hitting his upper thigh. He shakes his head as he slides open the glass door to his case. Nope. Well, Google it. I don't have to, he says as he carefully places the scones on the parchment paper. I'm sure you have a vegetable schedule you can share with me, I wouldn't want to eat my carrots when it's actually broccoli time. I scoff and roll my eyes. You have pegged me all wrong. He slides the glass back in place, then turns to me. He takes one finger and pushes the sign that reads, "We accept all major credit cards," so it sits askew. He folds his arms and stares at me. I know what he's doing, and I try not to let it bother me. It's just a sign. It can sit crooked. It doesn't matter. But my eyes won't stop glancing at it. It's wrong, and it claws at my insides like a dissonant chord playing, unresolved, making my muscles tighten. I hate that it's bothering me, but I can't help it. I try to let it sit, but finally I reach over and fix it. Pretty boy laughs. I knew it. I turn from him. Shut up. You don't know everything about me. He stills. You're right. I don't. He says it quietly, and my blood freezes. Is he still suspicious of me? I can't believe that he heard me talking to Rafe on the phone. Stupid. I need to be more careful. I turn back to him, expecting suspicion on his face, but his gaze holds no harsh edges. The way he's looking at me is laced with curiosity, like he wants to know more about me. But that's ridiculous. He's not like that. He's all surface, a shallow pool of water, glittery and fun, but with no depth. I expect him to leave, but he doesn't. He just stands there. What? He shifts his weight. How was it? I don't know what he means until his gaze lands back at the spot by the register where I had the cupcake sitting. As he waits for me to answer, I realize he's nervous to hear what I thought of it. I can't be snarky to him. He looks too vulnerable right now. I smile. It was delicious. His eyebrows fly up in surprise. Really? Yes. I loved it. You're fantastic. Now go away before you get too full of yourself. I shove him toward the kitchen. He disappears behind the doors, but I hear his laugh from the other room. It's a deep laugh that rumbles in his chest, and I love the way it sounds. The door chimes and Kira comes in. She looks so much like Kiki, it's easy to see the family resemblance. She's wearing a tank top and cut-off jeans and has her hair in 2 low pigtails. It looks cute on her. Hello, I say as she walks up to the display case. Hi. She stares at all the treats behind the glass. Is it hot out? I ask, knowing the answer already. I hate small talk, but I've learned that standing there not saying anything to a customer is considered rude behavior. Ugh, it's terrible. I feel like I'm melting. At least August is almost over. Fall will be here before we know it. Kira nods politely. Yeah. I let her walk back and forth, taking in all of Levi's creations before asking, "Do you want me to get you anything?" She checks the price sign. "Do you guys have any drinks?" I shake my head. No. You should sell drinks. The bakery back home sold Italian sodas, and they put whipped cream in them. They were really good. All the kids would come in and get them, then hang out and talk. I look out at the tables and chairs Levi set up that no one has used today. Kira might be onto something. That's a good idea. She smiles. Thanks. How's school so far? I know school has just started, but from what I heard, Kira just moved here, and moving during high school has got to be a challenge. Kira shrugs and looks at the floor. Fine. I mean, it sucks, but school always sucks, right? I nod. She's not wrong. Yeah, school sucks. Have you made any friends? Kira shakes her head. No. And now I feel terrible for asking. Nice one. I totally get what it's like feeling like the odd one out. While I always had Zoe in school, we weren't part of the cool crowd, and pretty much everyone else ignored us. Levi comes out from the kitchen with a tray of croissants. They are filled with some kind of berry jelly and drizzled with white chocolate. My mouth waters as the smell hits me. I want to taste one so bad it hurts, but I can't. I have celiac disease. Did I mention that I'm going to die working here? Hey, he says as he sees Kira. How's it going? Fine. Kira eyes the croissants as she rocks back on her heels. Here, try my new creation. It's called Sweet Talker. He grabs one and hands it to her. "What's in it?" I ask before I can think. He picks one up and extends his hand out to me. "Guess." I kick myself for not thinking ahead on that one. I wave my hands. "You are going to give away all your profits. I can't possibly eat more anyway. Lunch and that cupcake filled me up." Levi frowns but puts the croissant back on the tray. Kira, on the other hand, chomps down on hers. "This is so good," she says with her mouth full. "I know it's a fruit of some kind, but I can't place it." Pretty boy grins and his dimple comes out in full force. Gah, if the gluten doesn't kill me, working next to him certainly will. "It's passion fruit filling." Kira points at him. "Oh, yes, I can taste it now. But there's another flavor too." "What is it?" Levi fills the display case with them. "Vanilla bean." His grin widens. "You have good taste." Kira finishes the croissant, ignoring the compliment. I hand her some napkins as her hands are now covered in sticky jam filling. "I think I'll need more than these," she says as she wipes her hands. "There's a bathroom." I point around the counter at the public restroom that sits past the tables. "Thanks." Kira leaves to go wash her hands. Levi finishes filling the display case and turns to leave, but stops just before he goes through the swinging doors. He stands by the trash can, and my stomach drops when I see him looking into it. He turns to me, his eyes wide. "You threw my cupcake away?" Chapter 4. Levi Barrett, Sunday, August 30th. I stare at Amelia, in shock that she could be so cruel. She just stands there, her mouth flapping open and closed, but no words coming out. She looks like a codfish in business attire. Hurt and anger rise in me. "Why did you throw it away? Do you hate sugar that much?" What I want to ask is if she hates me that much. The cupcake in the trash certainly implies it. She shakes her head. "No, that one wasn't the one you gave me. I ate that one. It was delicious." I don't understand. "What are you talking about?" She points at the display case where the last two of my chocolate cherry cupcakes sit. "A customer came in and wanted to see one up close, but she sneezed on it, so I had to toss it." That's absurd. She's obviously lying. But I can't understand why she would lie like that. It makes no sense. I shoot her a "why are you lying" look. "Really?" "Yes." "Why? Would you have sold it after that? With sneeze germs on it?" She looks at me with crazy eyes, like I'm the monster when she's the one throwing out perfectly good cupcakes. I clear my throat, suddenly tired of this game. "No, I guess not." "Exactly." She folds her arms as if that proves she's sane. I huff and go back into the kitchen. I toss the tray that held the passion fruit croissants onto the counter and huff again. Why is that woman so infuriating? I look around my spotless kitchen, the one I cleaned while I worked. What was I thinking? That she'd come in here and praise me like I was 5? I pulled the sugar cookie dough out of the fridge and let the bowl clunk on the counter. Was I trying to impress her? Why would I do that? She obviously hates me. What a joke. I pull out the flour and dip my hand in it before scooping out a handful and sprinkling it on the countertop. The mess makes me smile. I chuckle as I spread the powder around, knowing Amelia will hate it. I toss some on the floor just because I know she'll glower at me when she sees it. It makes me laugh, and I toss some more for good measure. Then I kick some of it to spread it more. It puffs out, making a satisfying spray of flour. That was fun, so I do it again, doing a little dance as I kick more flour around. I raise my hands up in the air and clap over my head, making white powder rain down on me. I'm having too much fun to stop, so I keep dancing in the flour, watching it scatter and knowing Amelia is going to hate it. Suddenly, I'm Tevi, kicking up flour and shimmying with my hands in the air. If I were a rich man, playing in my head. It's ironic because I am a rich man now that I've gotten my $50 million inheritance. Amelia walks in and stops short, her mouth gaping open. "What are you doing?" she shrieks. I freeze, my hands still in the air, heat creeping up my neck. Making sugar cookies. On the floor? I point at the bowl with my chilled dough. No. A look that I can't quite interpret comes over her face. She points toward the storefront. Kira wants to talk to you. Oh, okay. She eyes me as I dust the flour off my hands. Just to annoy her, I make sure it all goes on the floor. I tap the toe of my shoes on the tile a few times to get the flour off before heading into the storefront. Kira's standing at the counter and I smile at her. Hey, what's up? She gives me a funny look. You've got a little... She points at all of her face and hair. I forgot that I clapped my hands and made flour rain down on me. I dust off my hair and run my hand down my face. Better? She laughs, shoving her hands into her jeans pockets. No. I shrug, not really caring anymore. I guess it's the price I pay for my brilliance in the kitchen. What's up? Kira bites her lip. She lowers her gaze and toes the tile with her shoe. Amelia said you might need help here, and I could use a job. I can work weekends and after school. I just turned 17 and I'm a hard worker. Sure. I blurt out before I can think about it. I'll hire you. She jerks her gaze to me and smiles. You will? A part of me wonders if I'm going about this the wrong way. Shouldn't I ask her some questions? I don't know how to interview anyone. Maybe that's why my new hire quit on the first day. I stink at being the boss. I shove down my insecurities and nod. She's Kiki's sister. I'm sure she'll be a good employee. Of course. Do you want to start right now? I'd love to, Kira says. Do I need to fill out a form? Amelia comes out of the kitchen and I point at Kira. I just hired a new employee. Can you get her information? Sure. Amelia motions for Kira to walk around the counter. Come with me. I'll get you set up, then I can teach you how to run the register. They disappear into the back and I stay at the counter in case any customers come in. I take a deep breath and let it out slowly. I don't know quite what to think of Amelia. She's hiding something for sure, and she has a way of getting under my skin that no other person has before. But when I'm in a pinch, it's sure nice to have her around. She saved my butt today. A group of women enters, and I smile at Ellie, who is in the back, herding everyone in. She's a sweet older woman who goes to our church, and I know she's been sending people into my bakery all day. Hello, Miss Ellie. How are you this afternoon? She grins at me. I'm right as rain. What about you? Have you had a good opening day? I nod. Yes, it's been fantastic. I've had a fairly steady stream of customers. Ellie adjusts her hat and folds her arms. Perfect. She moves to the back of the line. I check people out, selling out of several items. After everyone else has gotten their orders, she steps up to the counter. I'll take 2 of everything. I gape at her. Everything? Yes. Josephine and I are having a wine tasting event tonight at the gallery, and I'd like to serve your pastries. She digs into her oversized purse and rummages through it. Okay. I grab a box and start filling it, my heart in my throat. Ellie has been supportive of my family ever since my parents died. She and Josephine have brought food to us, invited us over, and they even babysat me and my brothers when Tobias needed to go somewhere. She's like the grandmother I never had. Amelia comes back into the storefront and Ellie brightens. Oh, hello, I don't think we've met. Amelia smiles. I'm new on the island. I'm Amelia. I'm Ellie Marie Brown, but everyone just calls me Ellie. Nice to meet you, Ellie. She goes back to walking my display case. I'm happy to see you're out of some things, Ellie says, poking the glass. We've been very busy, Amelia says. I'm really curious about your murder in the Frost degree. Her eyebrows rise at the name. They were very popular today, I say. I'll definitely be making more of them. Amelia smiles, and I wonder why she's pleased with that. Maybe she really did eat it and thought it was delicious. Wonderful. Ellie pays for her boxes, and I stack them. The pile is quite tall, and I pick them up and carry them around the counter. I'll take them out to your car for you. She pats my arm. Thank you, Levi. We go outside, and the heat of the afternoon hits me. Be sure to put these in your refrigerator when you get them to the gallery. Ellie opens the passenger door and nods. Of course, dear. I set them on the seat, worried about the heat from the August sun in her car. I don't want my buttercream to melt before she can get the pastries indoors. Don't stop anywhere on the way. Ellie grins at me. I won't, dear. She grabs the top of the car door and leans against it. Who are you dating right now, Levi? Lisa's image flashes through my mind, and I shove it away as a stab of pain rips through me. She broke up with me. I'm not dating her anymore. No one. Ellie's eyebrows rise in surprise. Really? I tug on my shirt collar, trying to tamp down my emotions. I don't know why I'm still hung up on Lisa. She made it clear when she dumped me that she thought I was a loser and she was moving on with some guy named Rick. I had a bad breakup this summer. I'm still trying to get past it. Ellie frowns. Oh dear. I can see her wheels turning, and I know how Ellie and Josephine are with playing matchmaker, so I wave my hands about. But don't worry, I've got things under control. A knowing look crosses Ellie's features as her gaze bounces between me and my bakery behind me. Her grin widens. Ah, I see. I'm confused, but Ellie slams her passenger door and makes her way to the driver's side of her car. Have a good afternoon, she calls as she slides into her seat. I watch her take off, still confused about why she was smiling in that way, like she knew who I was interested in. I turn around to see Amelia standing behind me. Oh, great. That's why. Now Ellie, one of the biggest gossips on Willowshade Island, thinks I'm going after Miss Spreadsheet. Chapter 5. Claire Matthews, Sunday, August 30th. The heat beats down on me as I stare at Pretty Boy, flour still dusting the tips of his wavy hair. He had a bad breakup? And he's still broken up about it? I had not pegged him for the caring type, but I heard it in his voice. He was hurt by this woman, which makes me feel bad for him. What? Levi says, probably because I'm just standing there staring at him. I blink to snap myself out of my thoughts. I need to know the terms of Kira's employment. He scrunches up his forehead. Terms? How much are you paying her? How many hours are you giving her? That kind of thing. He waves his hand at me. I don't know. You do my books. Figure out what I can afford. I sigh and shake my head. Pretty Boy has no idea what he's doing. I'll be shocked if he doesn't go out of business within the year. Let's go over things tonight. I need to see your business plan. He slowly nods at me. You do have a business plan, don't you? I ask. If you are asking if I plan to open a bakery, then yes. He grins at me, his dimple looking cute as ever on him. I roll my eyes and put my hands on my hips. So, no business plan. Where did you get the money to open a bakery? I used my own money. He lifts his chin as if to challenge me. Okay. How much did you spend? I squint at him, the sun in my eyes. He waves his hand. I don't know. Not that much. I rub my temples. This is going to be a nightmare. Fine. I'll need access to your business account so I can see what you've spent. Pretty Boy brushes past me and enters the bakery. His silence is too telling. I follow him. You do have a business account, right? He doesn't answer. I follow him around the counter, past Kira, and into the kitchen. Levi, I press. He turns to me, all swagger and bravado, but no actual confidence. Look, Spreadsheet. I bake. That's what I do. I don't know the first thing about financials. That's why I hired you. I suck in a breath. You spent money from your personal account for your business? He cringes. I opened a bakery. The whole knowing what I'm doing part is still in beta. I pinch the bridge of my nose and try not to scream at him. Okay, we can sort this out. What time do you close? 4 o'clock. After you lock the doors, I'll need access to everything. Your personal account, your credit card debt, any loans you took out, and all your receipts. Levi grins at me. I have no debt. This surprises me, but I simply clasp my hands together. Good. We'll go over everything after you close. Perfect. He walks to his sink and washes his hands. I stare at the massive flour mess he made earlier, and I bite my lips to keep from smiling, remembering him dancing around in it like a child. What in the world was he doing? He looked startled when I walked in, catching him dancing around like Beyoncé. I wonder what goes on in that pretty head of his. I walk out into the storefront. Kira's at the register, and I teach her how to ring up the customers. She catches on quickly. She'll be a good help to us. Levi sells out of quite a few things in the last 2 hours that he's open, and I'm impressed with his first day. After I lock the door, Kira grabs a broom and starts sweeping the flour that Levi tracked all over the place. I really like her. Apparently, she can't stand Levi's messes either. I help Kira clean the storefront before wiping down the display case, closing out the register, and gathering up the leftover pastries. Kira leaves, and I take the box of unsold items into the kitchen. I stop short when I see Levi with a mop, cleaning up the flour mess from earlier. He doesn't notice me, and I step back so I don't get in his way. He scrubs the floor, then picks up the mop and swings it around like he's ballroom dancing. I wonder what he's imagining as he dances, like he's all dressed up and at a fancy party, not wearing jeans and a t-shirt dusted with flour. Not that I mind him wearing jeans. They hug him in all the right places. His dancing becomes more animated, and I feel awkward watching him without him knowing I'm there. I step forward to let him know I locked up the front, but at the same moment, he twirls around and runs smack into me. The box of leftover pastries goes flying. The floor is wet, and my arms pinwheel as I try to get my balance. Levi tosses the mop and grabs me around the waist, pulling me to his chest as pastries rain down on us. "Oh," I hear myself say. "Are you okay?" Pretty boy asks, his arms tight around me, concern on his face, which happens to be just inches from mine. I stare up at him, my heart going crazy in my chest. He's leaning over me, almost like he's about to dip me, as if he's continuing the dance. I shake my head, because words won't come to me at the moment. I'm too close to him, too wrapped up in his smell and the way his arm muscles are bulging. Levi pulls me upright and lets go of me. He looks me over. "You're not okay? What's wrong?" I take in a gulp of air, trying to get rid of all the insane feelings that enveloped me while he held me in his arms. "I'm fine." Pretty boy hooks his thumbs in his jeans pockets. "You should be careful. The floor is slippery when wet." I snort. He raises an eyebrow at me, questioning me with a look. "You're acting like the slippery floor was what knocked me over, not you wildly dancing around with a mop." His face flushes for a second, but then he chuckles and takes a step toward me. "You were checking out my moves, weren't you?" "No." Lie. I was totally checking out his moves. And his butt. For some reason, his ballroom dancing was quite sexy, which is not something I should be thinking because I'm not at all attracted to him. His gaze travels over me. "You're a terrible liar." I know he's flirting, but that seems to come naturally to him and hardly means anything. He can't possibly be attracted to me. I decide to change the subject. "I'm sorry about your pastries. We could have sold them as day-old, but now they're ruined." He shrugs and leans over to pick up a soggy cinnamon roll. "It's okay." I retrieve the box from the floor and help him pick up all the fallen treats. I take them out back and deposit them in the dumpster. When I get back inside, Levi is once again mopping the floor, although without his sexy ballroom dancing. But I still get a nice view of his backside, which I admit I enjoy for a minute. I go into the office and set up my laptop. I pull up the software I use for accounting and get ready for him. He comes in a few moments later. "All clean. You can breathe easy now." He's unaware how true his statement is because I really shouldn't be inhaling a bunch of gluten-infested flour, but I simply smile at him and nod. "Thanks." He pulls a chair beside me and plops down, slinging his arm over the back and stretching out his legs. "Okay, what do you need from me?" I push my laptop toward him. "You'll need to log into your bank account, the one you used to purchase everything for your business." He pulls up his banking website and logs in. I turn the laptop so I can get a good view of his transactions. I do a double take at all the zeros in his balance, my spit drying up. I point at the screen. Is that number right? Chapter 6. Levi Barrett, Sunday, August 30th. A laugh bubbles up from my chest. Her reaction was great. She was going to find out about my money eventually, so I decide to rip the Band-Aid off. Yeah. You have over $2 million in a checking account? Her voice squeaks, and I find it adorable. She's normally a stuffy little auditor, but I love it when I can fluster her. I lean back in my chair and put my hands behind my head and give her a flirty smile. Yep. She looks at me like I'm crazy. Where did you get that kind of money? A pang of sadness runs through me, and I look down at my lap. My parents left me an inheritance when they died. Amelia sucks in a breath and puts her hand on my arm, which causes warmth to travel across my skin. Oh, Levi, I'm sorry. It happened a long time ago. Her features soften. How old were you? 12. You and your brothers were so young. That's tragic. It was really hard, but my oldest brother stepped up and became our guardian so we could stay together. It made us quite close. She pulls back from me. I'm glad you had your brothers to help you through that. Me too. She turns back to the computer. Okay, the first thing we're going to do is get you a business account, and then you're going to invest the bulk of this money. It's not safe sitting in a checking account. I squint at her. Money isn't safe in the bank? Checking accounts are only insured up to $250,000 by the federal government. That means if the bank fails, you could lose almost all of your inheritance. That's not all of my inheritance, but I don't correct her. I blink at her, feeling stupid. That can happen? Yes, banks can fail. It's rare, but it happens. I didn't know that. My brother tried to talk to me about investing and what to do with my inheritance, but it was all just blah, 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 and his words jumbled together. Amelia squints at me, and I can't quite tell what she's thinking, so I press on. I mean, I was so interested in starting up my business that I didn't listen to him. She clicks on my transactions. That's all right. I can help you. Right now, I need to get your books in order. We spend the next hour going over my expenses, and Amelia enters them into her accounting software. She's not happy with how much I spent to acquire the bakery and all the equipment, but at least she doesn't scold me. As she enters the last of my expenses in her spreadsheet, her stomach growls loudly. Her cheeks flush pink, and I hold in a laugh. She is adorable when she's embarrassed. I elbow her arm. Was that your subtle way of asking if I'd take you to dinner? Amelia's eyes widen. Absolutely not. I chuckle and stand. Come on, your stomach has already said yes. Let's go get something to eat. My treat. She frowns. I don't date people I work for. Wow, what is up with this woman? It's not a date, I say, reaching over and shutting her laptop. I'm done with bank accounts and ledgers. I want to feed you something before your stomach alerts all of Willowshade Island that your boss is starving you. I turn before she has a chance to object, and I walk out of the office. Then I stop and call over my shoulder. Coming? She huffs, but I hear her gather her things. A moment later, she joins me, and we walk outside together. What kind of food do you like? I ask. I like everything. I just can't eat. She stops in the middle of her sentence. Can't eat what? She shrugs and avoids eye contact. I can't eat sugar in the morning. I hold in an eye roll because I think she's lying about that whole cupcake thing, but I let it go. But eating dinner right now is okay? She nods and says, yeah. Does Mexican sound good? Sure. I motion to my motorcycle. Want a ride? She looks like she actually is considering it for a second before she frowns and shakes her head. No. Come on, spreadsheet. Wind in your hair, arms around me. It's like therapy, only louder. I grin at her as I pull my helmet off my handlebars. She stares at me, and I can't tell if I've convinced her or not. Just promise you won't fall for me, I tack on. I give her a playful wink to see if I can make her cheeks turn red again. I'll follow you in my car, she says flatly, and I'm not rewarded with any flushed cheeks, which is too bad. I like making her blush. I take it as a challenge. Suit yourself. I pull on my helmet and hop on my motorcycle. I kickstart the engine and rev it. Miss Spreadsheet jumps at the sound, and I hold in another chuckle as she snarls at me. She slides into her Volkswagen, and I wait for a second before taking off to make sure she'll follow me. I head to the other side of the island, where my favorite Mexican restaurant sits by the ocean. I pull into the parking lot of La Cantina del Sol. Amelia pulls into the space next to me and cuts her engine. She pulls out her phone and types on it for a moment before getting out of her car. Texting someone? I ask. She slips her phone into her purse. Just my cousin. We walk up the sidewalk to the restaurant, and I open the door for her. She shoots me a glare. This isn't a date. You don't have to open doors for me. I glare right back at her. I'm not opening it because it's a date. I'm opening it because you're bossy, and I'm slightly afraid of you. I motion for her to walk forward. She laughs, and my goal shifts. Now, all I want to do is make her laugh again. We get a table on the back patio overlooking the ocean, and Amelia's face glows as she looks out at the water. I pick up my menu, but she doesn't even glance at hers. She just sits there staring out at the waves. You like the ocean? She smiles. Yeah, I love how peaceful it is. I watch her instead of perusing my menu. She's prettier than I first thought, and I'm not sure if it's her expression as she takes in the view or if I just hadn't taken the time to notice the curve of her cheekbones or her perfectly proportioned lips. A strand of her hair has come loose from her bun, and it blows in the breeze, softening her somehow. Before now, I had thought of her as a human calculator, all numbers and hard edges. But as her deep brown eyes reflect the sunlight, I see something different in her. There's a beauty there I missed. I set my menu down. What was living in Kansas like? Kansas? She asks, almost absent-mindedly, like she's not really listening to me. Yeah, that state you lived in before moving here? She turns to me, blinking. Oh, yes, I lived in Kansas before I moved here. Her bottom lip twitches, and she won't look me in the eye. Why is it I feel like she's lying to me again? I fold my arms and try to figure her out. I asked what it was like. Her face flushes, and it's not the kind of blush I wanted to see. It's the kind that tells me she's a liar, liar, pants on fire. It was fine. Lots of farms. Pretty boring, actually. Another lip twitch. What the ever-loving heck? Why is she lying about where she's from? I sit quietly for a minute, and she goes back to looking at the ocean. I wait until she's not thinking about me anymore. Then I quietly ask, have you worked retail before? She doesn't look at me. Yes, my family owns a business, and I work the register a lot. I slowly nod. That was the truth. What kind of business? She jerks her head toward me, her eyes wide. What? What kind of business? I repeat. She fiddles with the hem of her suit jacket. Retail. What kind of answer is that? Selling what? She shrugs like it's no big deal. It's a small-town grocery store. She kind of stumbles over the words, and I can tell she's lying again. What on earth is this woman hiding? Why is she lying about something like this? And do I need to be worried about my bank information that I just shared with her? What college did you go to? She tenses, a sudden wariness to her. Why? I just want to know. I pick up my menu again, but I don't look at it. I stare at her. Kansas State. Lie. What high school? I ask quickly. Wichita North High School. She shoots back at me, rapid fire. Another lie. Where were you born? I ask. Manhattan, Kansas. Lie. Why are you asking me so many questions? Because you're lying to me. I shake my head. I don't want to tell her I know she's lying. I want to figure out if she's a serial killer first. No reason. She buries herself in her phone and I bury myself in my menu, but I can't stop wondering what is up with her. Why is she here on Willow Shade Island, lying about where she's from? Is she here hiding from the law? She looks harmless, but is she? This morning she came to my rescue. I thought maybe I was wrong about her, but now I know something is off with her. Big time. The waitress comes and takes our orders. I watch Amelia as she picks her phone back up, shutting me out. I don't even pretend to look at the ocean. I blatantly stare at her. A man walks up to our table, and Amelia smiles and sets down her phone. Hello, Rafe. I take in his wide chest, beefy arms, and movie star smile, and I instantly hate him. He nods at me. You must be Levi. Amelia's told me all about you. I quirk one eyebrow. She has? Funny, she hasn't told me anything about you. He sticks out a hand. I'm Rafe, her cousin. Care if I join you? Chapter 7. Claire Matthews, Sunday, August 30th. Relief courses through me as Rafe sits next to me at our table. I was getting the 3rd degree and I needed help, so I texted my handler. Thank goodness he came quickly. He turns to Pretty Boy. So, Levi, tell me about yourself. I watch Levi squirm and it makes me want to laugh. Rafe is pretty intimidating. He looks like a cross between a grizzly bear and a lumberjack. Levi clasps his hands together on the table. Me? I'm pretty boring. I've lived on Willow Shade all my life. Just opened a bakery. That's about all there is. He gives Rafe the once-over. Tell me about you. Rafe smiles, but his eyes remain wary as he assesses the situation. I'm a freelance photographer. I moved here for the amazing views. Levi's gaze bounces between me and Rafe, and his eyes narrow. You two don't look like you're related. We're cousins by marriage, Rafe says easily. My mom married her uncle. We've only been family for a few years, but Amelia and I grew close pretty fast. Rafe reaches out, putting his arm around me, tugging me close. I shoot him a look, telling him he doesn't have to lay it on that thick, but he doesn't notice. His arm stays around my shoulders. Ah, I see. Levi folds his arms. And do you always crash her dates, or is this a special occasion? I gape at him. This is not a date. Rafe chuckles, a low sound in his chest. I just happened to see Amelia sitting here looking uncomfortable. I sidekick his foot under the table. Levi raises his hands in a surrender motion. I was just feeding her dinner after her stomach made it known to half the island she needed food. No need to call HR. I press my lips together so I don't laugh. Rafe motions a server over, finally taking his arm off me. I'll be joining this table. Can I have a menu? Of course, sir, he says. The server goes off to fetch it, and the awkwardness at the table returns. I stare out at the ocean and try to imagine I'm on the beach and not sitting at an uncomfortable dinner. At least the 20 questions have subsided. What made you want to start a bakery? Rafe asks. Levi eyes him, then picks up the salt shaker. My mom baked a lot when I was little, but after she died, no one baked anymore. I missed it, so I started messing around in the kitchen. I found that I enjoyed it. A tiny stabbing pain shoots through me for what he went through at the tender age of 12. He missed his mom, so he started baking to feel closer to her. That is so sweet. What was your mother's favorite thing to make? I ask. Levi grins, and I can see how much he loved his mother. Her favorite thing was angel food cake. My father would tease her because he loved chocolate. He said the dark side was more fun, and anytime she'd make cake, he'd ask for the kind you get to eat in hell. My mom would get all flustered and tell him to stop saying such things in front of the children. That's funny. I laugh as a breeze picks up. I can just imagine an exchange like that. Levi's eyes sparkle as he talks. My parents had the kind of marriage you only read about in books. And maybe I'm just a hopeless romantic and only looking at it from rose-colored 12-year-old glasses, but they were so in love, you could see it in the way they looked at each other. I place my hand on my heart. That's so special. Rafe leans forward. Can I ask how they passed? I want to hit his arm for asking such a rude question, but he's my handler, so I'm sure he has a reason for asking. Levi fiddles with the salt shaker. Car accident. It was a drunk driver. That's why I don't drink. I'm sorry to hear that, Rafe says. I process his words as I stare at Levi. He doesn't drink? I would have thought he was the party type. He sure fits that stereotype. All smooth talking and only looking for a good time. I never would have guessed he's sworn off alcohol. The server brings Rafe his menu and he orders. As we wait for our food, Rafe peppers Levi with questions about his home life, his schooling, and jobs he's had. At first, I think it's funny, because that's what Levi was doing to me. But after our food comes, I give Rafe the cut it out signal. He must be satisfied with Levi's answers, because he stops and digs into his burrito. I stab at my enchilada, pulling it apart, as it's too hot to eat. So, you ballroom dance? I ask Levi, a half smile on my face. An adorable blush rises up his neck and to his cheeks. He quickly recovers from his embarrassment and grins at me, lifting one eyebrow. Is this your way of asking if I'll take you dancing? Rafe scoots his chair forward and it loudly scrapes on the decking. Oh, sorry, he says, but he's hiding a smirk. Don't mind me. No, I say to Levi. I was just wondering if your dance with the mop was a regular occurrence? He shrugs and scoops up some rice. I like to dance. I noticed, especially when you were kicking up the flour. I'm a joyful soul. You should try it sometime. It's more fun than sitting around doing math. He shovels the rice into his mouth. Rafe chuckles, and I shoot him a dirty look. That's subjective, I say, straightening my back. I happen to like math. When's the last time you let your hair down? Levi asks me, ignoring Rafe. I let my hair down plenty. I shoot back. Levi's gaze turns challenging. When? When I want to. I lift my chin in defiance, but I can tell Levi isn't buying it. Prove it. I give him a strange look. How? Do something you wouldn't normally do. Go dancing with me tonight. Rafe clears his throat loudly and looks like he's about to jump out of his chair and wrestle Levi to the ground. I give him a little head shake. Then I turn to Levi. I told you, I don't date people I work for. A glint forms in Levi's eyes, and I can see he doesn't care at all about my no-dating rule. It wouldn't be a date. It would be proof that you let your hair down. She said no. Rafe growls, gripping his fork with white knuckles. I pat Rafe's arm, a signal to calm down. I can handle pretty boy. It would be more responsible for us to work on your accounting. We need to set a budget and figure out your expenses for the next 6 months. Levi snorts. Oh yes, that sounds like the perfect Sunday evening. You're a business owner now. If you don't start acting like it, you'll end up losing everything you've worked for. This snaps him back to reality, and he sobers. All right. Have it your way. Even though I woke up at the crack of dawn to bake, we can go over more numbers tonight. I mean, if you don't want to do it tonight, we can work on it more on Tuesday. Why not tomorrow? I give him a dirty look. You said Sundays and Mondays are my days off, but you took Sundays away. You're not taking away Mondays. Levi frowns. But I don't want to on Tuesday. Levi, I say, interrupting, irritated that he's brushing this off as unimportant. You have to start taking this seriously. You have a lot of money on the line. He huffs. Fine. We can work on it Tuesday after the bakery closes. We get done eating, and the server brings the check by. Rafe picks it up, but Levi snatches it from him. It's on me. I'll pay for our meals, Rafe says, indicating the two of us. No need. Levi gives the server his card, paying for the whole table. Thanks, Rafe says, although it sounds more like a grunt. He puts his arm around me. Do you need a ride back to our apartment? Levi coughs and waves his hand at us. Your apartment? You live together? No, we live in the same complex. Rafe pulls me in tighter. I wiggle away from him. I don't need to be coddled. I just needed Levi to stop asking all of those personal questions. I'm fine. I have my car. I'll walk you to your car. Rafe doesn't accept no for an answer, and he tugs me away from the table before Levi gets his card back from the server. We get to my car, and Rafe turns to me, leaning in close. Is he bothering you? Do you need me to interfere? We can help get you a different job. I bite my lip, feeling foolish for calling Rafe in to help me. I'm fine, really. Rafe looks me over. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sorry I bothered you. He steps closer. You didn't bother me. It's my job to keep you safe and make sure your background isn't discovered. Yeah, but now he thinks I have a thing for my cousin. Rafe grins at me. By marriage only. That was smooth. His grin widens. I'm good at thinking on my feet. He taps the top of my car. I'll follow you home. Make sure you get inside, okay? I raise an eyebrow at him. Rafe's been close by, but he's never felt the need to follow me home before. Should I be worried? Rafe rakes a hand through his hair and exhales. Victor's gone missing. Chapter 8. Levi Barrett, Monday, August 31st. I use Monday to inventory and order more supplies and test a few new recipes in my bakery kitchen. Since the bakery is closed, I crank up the music on my phone and get lost in the sugar and flour. The blue cheese eclairs I tried are a bust, and I toss them into the trash. Nasty, but I'm pleased with how the coconut cream cupcakes turn out. I get on social media and check on my post asking for another cashier. No one has answered. I ride my motorcycle to my apartment and sink into my couch. It's only 6 o'clock, but I'm beat. I pull out my phone, order a pizza, and text Amelia. I still haven't found anyone to replace my cashier. Can you cover tomorrow until Kira gets off school? She replies quickly. I was planning on it. I shoot her back a smiley emoji and a thumbs up. But then I feel a little rude for not saying anything, so I quickly text a thank you. And just to be snarky, I tack on. Your cousin won't be coming in with you, right? After a pause, she texts back. Why would Rafe come in to work with me? I don't know. Why did he crash our dinner date? I purposely call it a date to get under her skin. It works. It was not a date. She texts me in all caps. I laugh as I text back. Not a very good one, with your handsy cousin hanging out with us. By the way, it's creepy to date your cousin. Just saying. She texts me back an eye roll emoji. I'm not dating anyone right now. I'm single and staying that way. You might want to tell Rafe. He likes you. He does not. He's just overprotective. I laugh and toss my phone onto the couch. I know when a man likes a woman. Rafe does not think of Amelia as family. That's for sure. Not that I care. It's not my problem. I go into the kitchen and grab a soda. My phone chimes from the other room. I rush back into the living room to see what Amelia sent me. Be ready to put your next 6 months of expenses into my program. I smile, even though I hate the idea of spending my birthday talking about numbers. Boring. Maybe I can tease Amelia about it and make her blush again. I think of something funny to say back to her. Whoa, stop coming on to me, spreadsheet. It's a rule of mine not to date people who work for me. I'll try not to be too disappointed. Her answer makes me laugh out loud. Wow, Amelia, I think you just told a joke. I didn't think you had it in you. See? You don't know me. I can be funny. I stare at her text, reminding me that I don't really know her. But that's not my fault. I tried to get to know her, but she spent the entire time lying to me. What's up with that? And the whole thing with her cousin was really weird, too. When I walked out of the restaurant, she and Rafe were talking, their faces close together. Another inch and it could have been a makeout session. I walked by them, but neither of them saw me. They were deep in conversation. Unease sweeps through me, and I realize whatever is going on between Amelia and Rafe, it's none of my business. Like Amelia keeps saying, I'm her employer, that's all. I need to keep my distance because this whole situation isn't normal. I shoot off a quick text, setting a more professional tone. See you tomorrow. There, I'll just have to keep an eye on how I interact with Amelia. Tuesday, September 1st. I pull the tray of croissants out of the oven and grab a knife so I can cut them open and squeeze in the buttercream. As I work, my mouth waters. They smell divine, and I'm secretly excited to see what Amelia will think of them. Yes, she probably threw my cupcake away, but maybe it was too sweet for her. These croissants are flaky and buttery with just a touch of cream and sugar. They're not nearly as sweet as the cupcake was. The back door opens and Amelia walks in, 30 minutes before we open. She's wearing her usual business attire, her hair in another bun. I might have to call her in unexpectedly again to see her in another t-shirt. That was a good look on her. She smiles at me. What are you making? They smell great. Elated, I grab a small plate and put one on it. Buttercream croissants. Here, try one. She stops short and her smile fades. Oh no, I couldn't possibly eat one. You need to sell them. I insist. I shove the plate at her. They're best warm. She takes the plate. Wow, thank you. I'll save it for later. Oh, right. That whole sugar in the morning thing you have. I eye her skeptically. Is that really a thing? She sighs. I'm sorry. I honestly can't eat it. Right now. I study her face, and she does look sorry that she can't eat it. In fact, it looks like it pains her. Huh. Maybe she's not lying. No problem. I'm sure it will still taste good later. She smiles at me. Let's see if we can sell more today than we did on opening day. If you let me log into your socials, I'll post photos of your creations. I cringe, feeling dumb. I haven't created business socials yet. Amelia raises her eyebrows. Well then, that's the first thing I'll do today. She disappears into the office, taking the croissant with her. 15 minutes later, she comes into the kitchen. How does this look? She holds out her phone. I pull off my gloves and take the phone. A photo of the croissant I gave her with a sprig of lilacs on the side fills the screen. The purple flowers contrast nicely with the beige croissant, making it pop. That looks amazing. How did you do that? I clipped off some lilacs on my way in today. Thought I could use them in some photos. She takes her phone back, pleased with my compliment. Where did you get lilacs? I thought you lived in an apartment complex? She blushes and puts a finger to her lips. Don't tell. The house down the street from my apartment has a huge bush. I didn't think they'd mind. I gasp in mock horror. Well, spreadsheet's got a criminal streak. Tell me, was it the thrill of the crime or the thrill of impressing your favorite baker? She elbows my side, a wicked grin splaying across her face. Trust me, if I was committing crimes to get your attention, you'd be a lot more flustered right now. She walks away, and I'm left staring after her, my world tilting at a strange angle. I have a hard time recovering, my pulse skyrocketing. What just happened? Did Amelia flirt with me? And did I like it? Chapter 9. Claire Matthews, Tuesday, September 1st. My entire body flushes with embarrassment as I shut the office door. Why did I say that to Pretty Boy? What is wrong with me? I shake my head as I open my laptop. Levi's rubbing off on me. That must be it. His flirty lines are getting to me. That's the only explanation. I need to get my head back on straight. That was totally inappropriate. When it's time to open the storefront, I sneak through the kitchen so Levi doesn't see me. I go out front and unlock the door. I glance across the street at Rafe sitting in his car. He told me it was just a precaution. They have no reason to suspect that Victor knows where I am. Still, it makes my insides churn to think about it, and I go to the cash register, determined not to think about Victor or his cronies. I grab a few pastries before taking some more photos to post on the social media accounts I created for the bakery, cross-posting in the local group for Willow Shade Island. I get a few likes and one comment. Several people come in asking for the buttercream croissant, which pleases me. My advertising is starting to work. I busy myself making more posts and working the cash register. Every time Levi comes in with more items to fill the display case, I act like I'm too busy to talk to him. Luckily, he doesn't ask me about my momentary lapse of judgment. Kiki comes in around noon, Skylar with her. Kiki's carrying a wicker basket with a blue bow on top. "Hello," she says, greeting me as Skylar races to the display case to look at today's selection. "Hi," I say, eyeing the basket. "What's up?" "I just brought this in for Levi." She sets it on the counter. "I'll go tell him you're here." Kiki raises her hand. "No, it's okay. I don't want to bother him. I'm sure he's working hard making something delicious. Can you give this to him when he's on break?" "Sure." I peek curiously at it. I see an oven mitt, a pair of socks, and a few other things in it. "What is it?" She smiles and ruffles Skylar's hair. "It's a birthday survival basket." Understanding dawns on me as I stare at the basket. Today is Levi's birthday. That's why he objected to working on the books later. Now, I feel bad that I insisted and acted like he wasn't taking his business seriously. Skylar looks up at me. I picked out the squishy. I pull out the cupcake-shaped stress ball with a note attached to it. The note says, "For when life or customers get too heated, use this to de-stress." I hold it up. "This?" "Yes," Skylar says, grinning. "It smells good." I take an exaggerated sniff. "Ooh, that does. Like strawberry cupcakes." "Do you think he'll like it?" she asks. I know he will. I put it back in the basket. "Thanks for giving it to him," Kiki says, tugging on Skylar's hand. "Let's go, sweetie." They leave, and I peek at the things in the basket, taking a longer look. It's not just the stress ball that has a note. Kiki's written notes for everything. The oven mitt says, "To keep you from getting burned. From the oven, not from the girls you flirt with." I laugh out loud at that one. The socks are turquoise with rolls and muffins all over them. She wrote, "To keep your toes warm. I wanted to make a joke about your buns with this one, but Tobias wouldn't let me." There's a bundle of beef jerky with the note, "Because you can't survive on frosting alone." She added a fancy package of coffee beans, and the note says, "For when you're running on zero sleep and sarcasm." The last thing in the bottom is a gift certificate to the local movie theater. It says, "Because even a baker deserves a break from flour and ovens. Try taking someone out. You need to get over Lisa." I stare at the note. Who is Lisa? Is that who broke his heart? I contemplate this for a moment. He's always flirting, and I thought that he was just shallow, but maybe I've pegged him wrong. Maybe he's covering up some hidden insecurities. The door swings open, and I toss the gift certificate with the note back into the basket, hoping I didn't get caught snooping. I pick up the basket and turn to Levi. "Hey, Kiki just dropped this off for you." Levi's carrying a cookie sheet full of small strawberry tarts. His eyebrows fly up. "She did?" "Yes. Why didn't you tell me it's your birthday today?" He slides open the case and starts depositing the tarts inside. "It's no big deal." "Really? So you want to spend your birthday evening going over projected expenses with me?" I give him a challenging look. His lips twitch, and I can tell he's holding back a smile. "Is this your way of saying you've changed your mind about going dancing with me?" I realize I am pressing him to do something other than work on his business with me, and I backpedal. "No, I just thought you might want the night off. You know, to do something." He stops holding back his grin, and it stretches across his face. "With you?" I shove his side, but he doesn't budge. Wow. He might have more muscles than his skinny self looks like. "No. Alone." Ouch, Amelia. You think I can't scare up a date on my birthday? What kind of a loser do you think I am? His grin gives him away, and I know he's teasing me, not really upset with me. I set his basket down. You can date whomever you want. I don't care. He finishes putting his tarts on display and slides the case closed. He sets the cookie sheet on top of the display case and turns to me. I take a step back, but I hit the counter. He places his hand on the counter beside me and leans down close to me. My senses go crazy as I inhale his masculine smell. It's probably just the soap he used this morning, but it's making my insides go all fluttery. I think the lady doth protest too much, he says quietly, and his breath tickles my ear. I don't even know what he's talking about. All I know is I can't think clearly anymore, and I'm having a hard time breathing. You're crazy, I spit out, shoving him back. He chuckles and grabs the cookie sheet and his birthday basket. Crazy for you. He winks and goes into the kitchen. I stare at the swinging door as it settles into place, my heart going 1,000 miles a second. Pretty boy didn't mean it. He's a huge flirt with everyone. He does not like me, and I definitely don't like him back. I have no idea why I can't get myself under control. Levi's just playing with me. I take in a deep breath and let it out. He's flirting with me without liking me, and that makes me angry. That's totally unfair of him. He's stirring up all these stupid feelings in me. And for what? Because he thinks it's funny? I shove my way into the back, going into the office space. I grab the buttercream croissant Levi gave me. I walk over to the trash can, but I can't make myself toss it in. The hurt look on his face when he found the cupcake I threw away flashes into my mind. Even though I'm mad at him, I can't do that to him again. I sneak it back into the storefront and quietly slide the glass open. I put on a pair of gloves and move the croissant from the plate to the display case. There. Levi won't know. I slide the glass back and take off the gloves. I turn to toss them into the trash, but I run smack into Levi standing behind me. He raises one eyebrow at me. Let me guess. It's still too early for sugar? Chapter 10. Levi Barrett, Tuesday, September 1st. I put my hands on my hips and glare at Amelia as she withers in front of me. She gives me a tentative smile. Would you believe me if I said this wasn't the one you gave me? I shake my head and pick up the plate I handed her that morning. No, I'm not an idiot. She huffs. All right, fine. I felt bad for taking one you could sell. Your bakery is brand new. You need to make as much money as you can. She avoids eye contact, and I know she's lying. A pang of hurt zings through me. Is it me? Are you so disgusted with me that you can't bear to eat any of my creations? She looks up at me, her eyes wide. No, she says quietly. The front door dings, and Kira comes in. Amelia rushes around the counter. Hey, I'm so glad you're here. I need to do some accounting in the back. Can you run the register? Kira slides her hands in her back pockets. Sure. Amelia disappears into the back office. Kira puts on an apron and stands beside the register. She gives me the side eye. What's up with you? What? I look at myself in case I spilled something on me, but I don't see anything. You're glowering. Who peed in your breakfast cereal? I cross my arms, defensive. I'm fine. She looks me up and down, curling a strand of her hair behind her ear. What happened? Did you ask Amelia out and she turned you down? No, I say, scoffing, as if that was ridiculous and didn't just happen Sunday night. Kira looks at me like she doesn't believe me, so I exhale and admit. She refuses to eat any of the things I make. It's insulting. Kira frowns at me. Not everyone likes sweets. Get over yourself. I laugh and take a step back. Kira has a way of saying exactly what's on her mind. You're right. I just don't understand why she threw the cupcake I gave her into the trash. She thinks about it a moment. Did she throw it away in front of you? No. She shifts her weight and crosses her arms. Then she wasn't mad at you. She probably didn't want to hurt your feelings and thought you'd never see it. I stare out the front window at a blue Corolla parked across the street. Kira makes a lot of sense. You're a pretty smart kid. She barks out a short laugh and rolls her eyes. Yeah, right. Really smart. I got kicked out of my house and couldn't make it on my own. So now I live with my sister. I kick her shoe. Hey, don't do that. I'm the king of sarcasm and self-deprecation. There can't be two of us here. The customers will get confused. She gives me a polite laugh. Oh, by the way, Kiki told me it's your birthday today. Happy birthday. Thanks. Kira leans against the counter. Sorry, I don't have a present. You didn't need to get me a present. You gave me wise advice and told me to get over myself. She grins at me. Try making her your biscuit muffins. Those aren't sweet, and everyone loves them. I nod, amazed that I hadn't thought of that. Great idea. A customer comes in, and I slip into the kitchen. My biscuit muffins don't take long to make, so I get out the ingredients. I decide to make a small batch, and I whip them up fairly quickly. I put one on a plate, carry it to the office, and knock on the door. Amelia calls for me to come in. I enter the office and set the plate down beside her laptop. She looks up at me. What's this? I made you one of my famous biscuit muffins. I can grab some butter if you'd like. She looks from me to the biscuit and back again. Wow, it smells delicious. I smile and rock back on my heels. Kira was right. I'm so glad she thought about my biscuits. Do you want me to grab the butter? She smiles at me. No, it's okay. I'm actually right in the middle of this calculation. I'll eat it in a second. Okay. I back out of the room and close the door. She really did look pleased that I brought her one. I walk to my counter and grab the muffin tin. As I place the muffins in the display case, Kira walks over to me. Did she like it? She hasn't tried it yet, but she said it smelled delicious. Kira grins and clicks her tongue at me. Nice? I slide one to her. Thanks for giving me the idea. She snatches it and peels off the muffin paper. Of course. I glance outside and see that same blue Corolla sitting across the street. I walk to the front window and squint, trying to see inside the car. There's a man in the driver's seat. He's just sitting there. It gives me a creepy feeling, and I motion toward the window. Was that blue car sitting out there when you came in? Kira looks outside. Yeah, some guy was sitting in it. I peer out the window again, trying to make out the facial features of the man sitting in the car. Recognition hits me, and the hair stands up on the back of my neck. It's Rafe, sitting there watching my bakery. Anger rises in me, and I pull out my phone and call my brother, Noah. He answers on the second ring. What's up? What can I do if I think someone is stalking one of my employees? Kira looks up from the register and mouths, stalking, at me. I run a hand over my hair and look back out the window. What's going on? Noah asks. There's a guy sitting in his car out in front of my bakery. He's been sitting there for at least an hour. Noah grunts like he can't believe I called him because of that. What makes you think he's stalking one of your employees? It's Amelia's cousin. Everything about him is fishy. I feel a little bad saying that, since the only thing he's guilty of is acting about as unlike a cousin as a person can act. Fishy how? Great. Now I have to say it out loud. He was putting his arm around her the other night. Yes, it sounds just as lame to my ears as I'm sure it does to Noah's. Is he parked illegally? I can hear the annoyance in his voice. No. Then there's nothing I can do. It's not illegal to sit in your car on a public street or put your arm around your cousin. So he can come watch her at work and that's not creepy? If he does something illegal, call me. I hang up with Noah, frustrated that he isn't taking this seriously. Kira taps a finger on the counter. What's going on? I jerk my thumb out at the Corolla. Amelia's cousin's been sitting in his car outside. It's unnerving, and Noah doesn't think it's a big deal. Kira studies me. I don't understand. What's wrong with her cousin sitting in his car? I huff and cross the bakery storefront before coming around the counter. They're only cousins by marriage. You should have seen him the other night. His hands were all over her. Kira's mouth makes an O shape. I get it now. You're jealous. I laugh and shake my head. No way. I'm just concerned. I mean, it's weird that he's sitting out there in his car, right? Kira cranes her neck to look outside. Well, kind of. Unless he's waiting for her to get off work. Maybe she needs a ride. I motion to the window. Waiting for over an hour? And she has her own car out back. I guess you're right. It's kind of strange. Kira picks up a pen from the pen cup at the register and twirls it. But maybe it's nothing. I have a feeling it's not nothing, but I don't want to harp on it, so I let it go. Maybe. What are you doing tonight for your birthday? I sigh. Amelia and I are working on the books tonight. Kira makes a face. Wow, adulting sucks. Which you'll know soon enough. I go back into the kitchen and clean up my mess. By the time I'm done, Kira has closed out the register and left. The office door is closed, so I knock on it. Come in, Amelia calls. I walk in and notice the plate I gave her with the biscuit muffin on it is empty. Did you like my biscuit muffin? She smiles at me. It was delicious. I look around the office in case she hid it somewhere, but I don't see it. Really? You ate it? Of course. It's not stuffed in this drawer? I tug on the drawer, but it's locked. Amelia looks at me with wide eyes. No, it's not in there. Her bottom lip twitches. I was just joking, but now I'm convinced she locked it in the drawer. What is going on? I stare at her. Unlock it. It's not in there. Prove it. She looks to the floor. I lost the key. What the actual heck? I reach past her and pull open the middle drawer, the one where I keep the key. It's sitting exactly where it's supposed to be. I pull it out and unlock the drawer. I already know what I'm going to find, but for some reason it still hurts when I slide it open and see the biscuit muffin sitting there on top of a pile of papers. I turn to her, staring daggers at her. What is going on? Chapter 11. Claire Matthews, Tuesday, September 1st. I slink back from Levi, feeling terrible. I know I've hurt his feelings repeatedly. It pains me to keep lying about my celiac disease, but Rafe told me not to say anything. However, he said it only after I pressed him about it. If I hadn't asked, he might not have told me to keep it a secret. I mean, it can't be the end of the world if I tell Levi, right? A lot of people have celiac disease. It doesn't give away who I am. It's really only a small piece of trivia. I bite my lip and try to decide who I want to be madder at me, Rafe, or Levi. I'm sorry. I squeak out, my throat not working properly. I haven't been totally honest with you. Levi scrubs a hand over the back of his neck and slides the drawer closed. Yeah, I figured that part out. I can't eat gluten, I say quietly. There. That's not exactly disobeying Rafe. He only said not to tell people about the celiac disease. There are other reasons why people don't eat gluten. Then I add, it makes me sick. Levi studies me, and I can see him weighing my response in his mind, trying to figure out if I'm telling him the truth. Why didn't you just tell me that? I sigh. I can't tell Levi why I was lying about it. It's not something I like to tell people. He pulls a chair over and sits backward, straddling it. Why not? It's extremely personal, and I feel uncomfortable talking about it. His features soften. Hey, it's not that big of a deal. My younger brother is allergic to peanuts. They make his face swell up and everything. I know a lot of people with food sensitivities. I try to think of a reason why I didn't want to admit I can't eat gluten. Different situations flit through my brain. I say the only thing I can think of. Well, my reaction to gluten is a bit more embarrassing. Levi grins at me. Do you get gassy? Much worse. He wrinkles his nose. Explosive diarrhea? I can't think of anything more embarrassing than that, so I nod. Yeah. Oh man, that's terrible. He says it like he means it, although I can tell he's having a hard time keeping a straight face. You're laughing at me. I can tell. He shakes his head while trying to hold his laughter in. No, I'm not. I poke him. You look like a 12-year-old boy who just got to work the words explosive diarrhea into a conversation. He dissolves into laughter. All right, it's funny, but I'm not laughing at you. His laughter is contagious, and I can't help but snicker along with him. When we sober, I lean back in my chair. I'm sorry I didn't tell you the truth. He looks thoughtfully at me. What other lies have you told me? I turn away from him, guilt rising inside of me. I've told him a lot of lies, but I can't admit them to him. We should probably get back to your books. You know, I'm trusting you with some sensitive information. I gave you access to my bank account. You could steal my money and run. I look down at my hands. He's right. I'm a stranger to him, and all I've done is lie. How does he know I'm trustworthy? But you know, even though I know you're lying to me about where you're from and who that guy is sitting outside of my bakery, I jerk my gaze to Levi. He's seen Rafe outside? Levi stares at me, his blue eyes drilling holes in me. I still trust you for some reason. I don't think you'd steal from me. I'm being stupid, right? I shouldn't say anything. I should ignore Levi and go back to his books. But I feel too guilty to sidestep him right now. There are some things about me I can't tell you, I say quietly. His eyebrows furrow. Can't or won't? I want to impress upon him the truth, that I wouldn't lie to him if I had any other choice. Can't, I stress. I really wish I could, but I would never steal from you. I want to help your business succeed. He rests his arms on the back of the chair and studies me. All right, I believe you. Relief makes my spirit soar. Really? Yeah. He shrugs. I don't know why. I can tell you're not lying to me right now. I have no idea why this is so touching to me, but I start to tear up. I haven't been able to talk to anyone without lying since I moved to Willowshade Island. I didn't think it would affect me as much as it has. But right now, I'm being real with Levi, and for some reason, he feels it. That means a lot to me. Thanks for believing me. He lifts one eyebrow. That and the rest of my inheritance is locked away in a trust fund you can't touch. So if you take off with $2 million, it's not the end of the world. I laugh at his joke. That's really good. I'm glad you have the rest of your millions safe. I turn back to my computer. Is Rafe your bodyguard? I cringe because even though he's wrong, he's not that wrong. No, he's my cousin. Seriously, don't ask me more questions. Levi grins like he knows something. Well, I'm going to call him your bodyguard because I know he's not your cousin, and he's been sitting outside my bakery for over an hour. If he's not your bodyguard, he's a super creep. I don't say anything to him as I call up my accounting software. Levi leans closer to me. And in case you aren't aware, your bodyguard has a thing for you. I snort. Rafe was just sending you a message to back off. Levi shifts in his backward chair. I got that message loud and clear. Good. Then let's move on to the budget part of this evening. Levi groans, but lets me ask him questions about how much his utilities are, how much he projects he will spend on ingredients, and his other expenses. He doesn't know all the answers and brings me crumpled receipts at one point, but I get the gist of what his expenses are. As we work, I remember what Kira said about selling Italian sodas, and I mention it to Levi. It wouldn't be really expensive to start selling drinks like that. Levi raises his eyebrows. That's a great idea. I could even get cappuccino and espresso machines and start selling coffee too. Yes, that will be more expensive, but a lot of bakeries sell coffee, and it's always a good draw. He rubs his hands together. I could sell specialty blends. I slowly nod. Yeah, that would make you stand out. However, you might have a hard time with a higher price point since this island isn't very large. You're right. Maybe I can start with the regular stuff and carry one or two more expensive blends to see how well they sell. That's smart. I pat him on his knee. You just might be able to make it in this business after all. He gives me a once-over. I might? You mean you think there's a chance I'll fail? Approximately 20% of businesses fail in the first year, and that goes up to 50% after 5. Those aren't good odds. I watch his face fall, and I quickly backpedal. But you've got a ton of capital, so you're already ahead of most people. So what you're saying is, I could lose a lot of my inheritance trying to make this bakery work, he says quietly. I feel awful as I see the insecurity in his eyes. He's afraid of failing at this. His thumb taps the back of the chair as he pretends it doesn't matter. If we invest the bulk of it, it can be earning you money each month. You think my bakery won't bring in enough to live off of? I sigh. It's just really hard to make a business like this work. My family's business struggled for years. It's still struggling. I was spending long hours at my family's business until I had to. I stop mid-sentence when I realize what I've said. You had to what? Chapter 12. Levi Barrett, Tuesday, September 1st. I wait for Amelia to answer me, even though I'm pretty sure she was going to say she had to leave. And if I put that together with the beefy guy sitting in his car outside of my bakery, that tells me someone is after Amelia. And she might not be able to talk about it because she's in danger. You know what? Never mind, I say, leaning back. It doesn't matter. I'll beat the odds and make my business work. You'll see, even if you don't believe in me. Amelia puts a hand on my arm. It's not that I don't believe in you. Everything you make smells amazing, and it was actually killing me not to eat the things you gave me. I examine her to see if she's telling me the truth. I don't see any signs that she's lying. Really? Heavens, yes. I can still smell that biscuit muffin sitting in that drawer, and I literally have to hold myself back so I don't eat it and then regret it later. I can't help the grin that spreads across my face. Sorry, that does sound like torture. It is. Don't look so pleased. She pokes me in the side. I laugh and grab her finger so she doesn't poke me again, but the contact with her skin sends a zing of attraction through me. I let go of her hand, not because I want to, but because she's made it clear she's not wanting any kind of a relationship right now. But my heart doesn't stop racing. Thanks for telling me something real, I say as I stare into her brown eyes. You hungry? I can order pizza. I know a place that makes gluten-free crusts, but they don't deliver. Do you mind working on the books while I run and grab it? Sure, she says, and I can't tell if she's softened toward the idea of us eating together or if pizza over accounting is about as undate-like as you can get. I'll be right back. I turn to leave, but then remember all I have is my motorcycle. I slap my hand to my forehead. Wait, I don't have a car. Amelia digs out her keys and tosses them to me. Drive mine. I hold up her keys. You trust me with your car? Her eyes widen. Do I have reason to not trust you with my car? I laugh as I toss her keys up and snatch them from the air. Nope, I'm a great driver. Then go get me that gluten-free pizza. I had no idea anyone on the island made one, and I haven't had a good pizza in forever. I give her a 2-finger salute. Yes, ma'am. What I don't tell her is the pizza place is on the mainland. I also don't tell her I plan on stopping on the way and grabbing some gluten-free flour so I can make her my biscuit muffins. I park Amelia's car behind my bakery and grab my gluten-free treasures. I stash the flour on my shelving, behind a stack of bundt pans before entering the office with the pizza. Amelia looks up from her computer when I enter. Thank goodness. I thought I was going to starve. Here you are, milady. I cringe at myself. I sound like such a dork. I place the pizza on the desk and open the lid. She grabs a slice of pizza, the cheese stretching out. I don't even care that you called me milady. You brought me cheesy goodness. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I guess for a second I was in 18th century England. Amelia takes a bite and closes her eyes. This is heaven. I'm so glad it tastes good. I grab a slice for myself and try it. I chew it, and it's underwhelming if I'm being honest with myself. It's kind of flat and chewy. Are all gluten-free crusts like this? Pretty much. I analyze it, trying to figure out what it's made of. Why? I plop down in the chair next to her. It's not the best. I'm a pan crust lover myself. Thick, buttery goodness. Amelia moans. Me too. But I haven't been able to eat crust like that since I was a kid. Good to know. I make it my personal goal to make a better gluten-free pizza crust. I have the flour now. I can make more than biscuit muffins with it. I lean toward her computer. Have you put all my projected expenses and my income into your software? Yep. So you should know what I can afford to pay Kira. Yep. She doesn't look at me. What can I afford? She gives me a withering look. About $1.50. Per hour? No, total. I sink into my chair and let out a breath. Well, that sucks. But that's only based off of 2 days of being open. We're going to do a lot more advertising, and you're heading in the right direction, adding coffee and Italian sodas. If you can increase the average ticket, you'll be on your way to success. Amelia grins at me as she takes another slice of pizza. Yeah, I say, not really feeling it. So, if I continue selling like I have these last 2 days, am I just breaking even? She clicks on her computer. Not if you want to pay an employee. I sigh, not loving that thought. I've worked my behind off. And for what? To lose money, that stinks. Maybe my brother was right to caution me about opening a business. Maybe I really don't know what I'm doing. Amelia shoves my leg. You look depressed. Stop it. You're the upbeat one. I lean back in the chair, unable to come up with a snarky response to her. It's my birthday, and I just found out that my life's dream might be in the toilet. Maybe I should quit while I'm ahead. Quit? You just started. You can't quit now. I frown. My dream has been to open a bakery and live off what I make and sell. But if I can't break even, then there's no reason to continue. Amelia whacks my leg with the back of her hand. It's way too early to know if this bakery will make it. Now snap out of this funk. You can't be like this on your birthday. I look down at my jeans, not wanting to admit to Amelia that I dropped out of college 3 times, and now I'm a failure at this as well. She shoves my leg again. Go sweep the floor and dance around for a while. I don't feel like dancing. Well, I do. I jerk my gaze up to meet hers. Is she messing with me? You do not. I just ate something I've been craving for the last 8 weeks. I could dance all night long. A grin creeps over my face. Watch it, spreadsheet. You're dangerously close to getting my hopes up. I'm not in the mood to be toyed with. Amelia stands, slings her purse over her shoulder, and folds her arms. I'm not toying, and I'm starting to think you're all talk and no action. I stand and grab her hand. Now you've done it. There's no going back. Chapter 13. Claire Matthews, Tuesday, September 1st. I have no idea what got into me, saying I would go dancing with Pretty Boy. He was just so sad. I couldn't sit there and watch his usually lively smile and perky snarkiness disappear until all that was left was a depressed Eeyore. So I said the one thing I could think of that would get the old Levi back. He tugs me out the back door where his motorcycle is parked. He opens his saddlebag and hands me his second helmet. If we're doing this, we're doing it right. I stare at the helmet in my hands. Do I dare? I can't decide if I want to or if I even have the guts to get on. Are you afraid riding on the back of my motorcycle will make you fall for me? I snort. Hardly. As I stand there, Levi gently takes the helmet from me and slides it onto my head. He fastens it below my chin, then takes my purse from my shoulder and places it in his saddlebag. Then come on, spreadsheet. He hops on his bike and dons his helmet. Get on. I bite my lip, unsure if this is wise. I've never ridden a motorcycle before. Is it safe? Is driving safe? Safer than this, I say under my breath, but I swing my leg over the seat anyway. I'm the one who wanted to get him out of his bad mood. I might as well go all the way with it. Hang on tight, he says before he kicks on the motor. I grab him around the waist and cling to him like my life depends on it. Well, it kind of does. I didn't expect him to feel so muscular. His abs are rock hard. Levi revs the engine, then takes off. I was not ready to feel exhilarated by the movement. A rush of excitement floods me as he turns onto the main road of Willowshade and picks up speed. The world blurs at the edges, the wind whipping at me, but all I can feel is him, solid and steady as I hug him tight. I was so bent on getting Levi into a better mood, I didn't even ask him where we were going. As he approaches the bridge that connects Willowshade to the mainland, I get nervous. "Where are we going?" I shout. "Don't worry, you'll like it." Images of crowded nightclubs with loud music fill my head. Do those open at 6:30 in the evening on a Tuesday? I've never been to a club in my life, and now I'm worried. I'm not really dressed to go out on the town. Levi picks up speed as we travel over the bridge, and the steady hum of the engine vibrates through me. I close my eyes and let the thrill of the speed take away my concerns. At the end of the day, I trust Levi. The thought kind of surprises me, but I let it settle in my mind. Levi is a good man. He's more layered and complicated than I originally thought. He also has a surprising soft side to him. He cares about his bakery and is quite nervous about it succeeding. It makes me want to root for him. I actually like him, which surprises me as well. He's a massive flirt, and at first he rubbed me the wrong way. But as I've spent more time with him, he's grown on me. He's got an openness and a childlike innocence I like. I hug him tighter, pressing into his back. I feel every lean and shift in his muscles. The smell of leather, engine oil, and Levi's cologne makes me dizzy, but not in a bad way. Levi slows and then pulls his bike into a free parking space on the street, and we come to a stop. He engages the kickstand and removes his helmet. We're here. I take off my helmet and look at the old-fashioned brick building with large windows and a warm amber light spilling from behind sheer curtains. Definitely not the pulsing neon I expected. I slip off the motorcycle, realizing we're not at a nightclub. Where are we? Levi hangs his helmet from his handlebars and checks his watch. He holds out the crook of his arm. Come with me. We're right on time. For what? I ask as I pull my purse out of his saddlebag. You'll see. I realize I forgot to tell Rafe I left the bakery, and I take out my phone to shoot off a quick text. Then I take Levi's arm. He leads me to the door, then opens it, and we walk in. The building has several different businesses, and we walk through the first glass door that has vinyl lettering saying, "The Last Dance Studio." I look around, amazed. Hundreds of twinkle lights are strung above us, casting a warm glow over the large room. The wooden flooring is polished, and couples are scattered around the room in a typical dance pose, frozen as if waiting for instructions. An older woman approaches us. Her silver hair is swept up in a low chignon, and she's wearing 2 large hoop earrings. Levi, how are you? And who is this lovely young woman? Levi grins. Hi, Rita. This is my friend Amelia. I warm at the way he calls me a friend. I hadn't thought about it, but I suppose we have grown into a friendship. Besides Zoe, I haven't had many friends in my life. It feels good that Levi thinks of me as a friend. Are you two here for the waltz lesson? Rita asks. Yes, we are, Levi says. Where would you like us? Rita points at a spot on the dance floor. You can go right over there. I slip out of my business jacket and hang it and my purse on a hook by the door. Levi leads me to the empty space. He lifts my arm, placing my hand high on his arm near his shoulder. He grips the space on my back right under my shoulder blade. He takes my other hand, lifting it into the dance pose all the other couples are stuck in. Rita grabs her dance partner, and together they instruct us, showing us the box step, explaining how to count to 3 as you do the steps. Then she turns on some music so we can practice. Levi's grip on me tightens a fraction as he leads me in the steps. At first, my moves are clumsy, and I stumble around. I've never done anything like this, especially with someone who makes me feel like adrenaline is coursing through my veins. My body is awkward, and I don't know how tight to grip his hand, but Levi is very patient with me, and he gently guides me into the right moves. As I get into the rhythm of the dance, I become aware of the feel of Levi's hands splayed on my back, firm and anchoring. Every time he moves, I feel it first in the subtle shift in his shoulder and arm, then his feet move. It's like he's speaking in a silent language that I'm starting to understand, and I begin to relax. He smells like something clean and faintly spicy, and it makes my pulse jump. His thumb grazes the edge of my shoulder blade, just a slight touch, but it's enough to short-circuit my brain. Levi gives me a smile, but it's not cocky. It's vulnerable. He's silently asking me if I'm enjoying this dance. The music swells, and I give myself over to it, letting everything go. I stop counting in my head. I stop calculating each move. I let the music and Levi guide me, and something inside of me opens, freeing a part of me I didn't realize was caged. I let myself flow with Levi, the two of us becoming one entity, the rest of the class melting away, leaving us alone in the universe. I look into Levi's crystal blue eyes, and the bottom drops out from under my feet. A wild attraction surges in me. I try to shove it down because I shouldn't be feeling this, not with him. But I can't ignore it. This isn't just dancing. It's trust. It's surrender. No secrets, no past. Just us, our steps and rhythm, and a longing I didn't know I had in me. The music suddenly stops, and Rita begins teaching another lesson, but I can't concentrate. My heart is racing too fast. I can't breathe. If this is what it feels like to dance with Levi Barrett, I'm in deep trouble. Chapter 14. Levi Barrett, Tuesday, September 1st. I stand next to Amelia as Rita starts teaching the rotating box step. My fingers tingle where her soft skin touched mine, and my heart is racing. I had no idea dancing with Amelia was going to feel so exhilarating. I've been taking dance lessons with Rita for 2 years. Lisa made fun of me for enjoying what she called old-time dancing, but I didn't care. I love the classical music, and I quickly picked up the steps. It allows me to forget all my failures and lose myself in the movement. Rita turns the music back on, and Amelia's eyes grow wide. "I can't do those steps," she whispers. "I was just getting used to the other way." "You're doing great," I say, reassuring her and taking her hand in mine again. "Just follow my lead." Amelia stumbles a little, but I give her signals, and she quickly adjusts to the small turn in the middle of the steps. "You've got it," I say quietly. We dance for another minute or two before I feel her relaxing and getting into it. She grins at me. I'm shocked to say this, but this is fun. I'm relieved to hear her say that. Really? Because my ex thought this kind of dancing was lame. Amelia raises an eyebrow. Your ex? I could kick myself for bringing up Lisa. Why in the world would I tell Amelia about her? But I can't sidestep it now. Yeah, the last girl I dated. She made fun of me for liking this. Wow. Amelia's gaze softens. Sounds like she wasn't the right person for you. I swallow, not wanting to admit that. I really liked Lisa. She laughed at my jokes and was the kind of person who embraced the joys of life. She didn't take things too seriously. I loved that about her. How long ago did you break up? About 2 months ago. Amelia gives me a sympathetic look. I'm sorry. It looks like the breakup was hard on you. I nod, my throat growing tight. I have dated a lot of girls, but Lisa was special. I felt like we connected on a deeper level. So her words to me really stung. You're just a loser. You'll never amount to anything. The guy she dumped me for is in his last year of medical school. He'll be a pediatrician soon. And what will I be? A failed business owner? Amelia squeezes my hand. Hey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked about your ex. I ruined the dance high you were on. I raise my eyebrows. Dance high? Yeah, you had this look on your face like you were floating on clouds. And I messed that up. Now, you're back to looking like Eeyore again. I laugh at that. Eeyore? Was I really that gloomy? Oh yeah, you were even gloomier. Eeyore after getting a paper cut. Ouch. I can't stop laughing at that image in my head. Luckily, Rita stops us and shows us how to do the walk-around turn, and we have something else to concentrate on. As we go back to dancing, I pay attention to Amelia's facial expressions. She's getting into the flow and enjoying herself. She's actually learning the dance steps and not laughing at me. It's making me extremely happy. Amelia isn't tall, blonde, and glamorous or all eyes and flirtation like Lisa was, but she's real, focused, and she's not treating me like I'm a joke. And I have to admit, there's a sizzle between us. My finger involuntarily caresses Amelia's back, and her gaze snaps to mine. Does she feel what is happening between us? That intangible pull that makes me want to take her into my arms and explore her lips? I look into her brown eyes and take in the way her hand feels in mine, and the way she's staring at me, with that look of curiosity. I want to crack a joke, but I force myself to stay silent, to experience this moment as the music moves us around the dance floor. All too soon, the music stops and the lesson is over. I have to let go of Amelia. It feels weird now that I've shared something so personal with her. I didn't think about it before I brought her here, but now I don't know what to do with my hands. Rita invites us to come to her studio on the weekends for her dance party. I don't want to see how Amelia reacts to that. For some reason, I'm suddenly shy and slightly embarrassed that I carted her off the island to my secret place. Amelia elbows me. Thanks for bringing me here. When I first suggested dancing, I thought you'd take me to some loud club. Is this better than a club? She smiles and it changes her whole face. So much better. My heart swells, and I want to pull her to me and kiss the top of her head. I refrain, though, because she's my employee, and I don't think she would like that. But I'm seriously happy Amelia likes this dance studio. I never had the courage to bring Lisa here. I knew she'd hate it. I'm glad you had fun. Amelia slides her jacket on and pulls her purse off the hook. She turns to me, sliding her hand over her hair. I think my hair is falling out of my bun. I bite my lips together because she's totally right. Strands of her hair are falling down, and it's kind of messy looking. But I honestly love it. Amelia needs some messiness in her life. Not really, I lie, holding back a laugh. You liar, it's totally falling out. Okay, maybe a little. Just there. I point. And there. I point all over her head. And there. She grabs my finger, pulling my hand down, but she doesn't let go right away. It lingers for a second before she breaks contact. Very funny. I'm sure I look like a disaster. Not so. I think it's cute. I pause and look at her. You're cute, I say quietly. The words are out before I can stop them, and I worry I pushed it too far. She's the one insisting that she can't date me, that we stay professional. But those lines are blurring, and I'm afraid I've started liking Amelia a little too much. Chapter 15. Claire Matthews, Tuesday, September 1st. I swallow, unsure what to say to Levi. He's not being his usual flirty stay-on-the-surface self. He's actually being real with me, but I can't be real back. My name isn't even Amelia Bishop. Everything he knows about me is a lie, and my life isn't here. It's back in Ohio. So even though I know he's not joking, I do the only thing I can think of to save both of us from humiliation. I shove him and laugh. You flirt, stop it. You know my rule. No dating the boss. I scoff and act like he's just being his usual self, joking around with me. Levi grins, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Don't worry, spreadsheet. I know the rules, just testing the alarm system. Yeah? Well, keep your cheesy lines to yourself. He gently touches my cheek with his index finger, then traces the contour of my face. You couldn't handle the full force of my lines on you, but I got it. Boss mode activated. All flirt settings are off. He's making my insides quiver with his touch, but I pretend he's not affecting me, and I force a laugh. You couldn't shut off your flirting even if your life depended on it. He thinks about that for a second. You might be right. I tug him toward the door. Come on, it's 8 o'clock and past my bedtime. You go to bed before 8? Not really, but I'm feeling way too into Levi right now, and I just want to get home and sleep it off. I do when I'm getting up early to help at a bakery. All right, Grandma. I click my tongue at him. Didn't you get up at, 4 o'clock this morning? Yeah. Then you're already late for bed. You should get 8 hours of sleep every night. Levi shakes his head at me, even though he's grinning. Living life on the edge is what I do. All right, edge that life of yours home. I shove my purse into his saddlebag and put on the helmet. I didn't notice it before, but the helmet smells like Levi, and for some reason, that makes a tingle of attraction zing through me. Focus. I'm just here to wait for the trial. Once DeLuca is behind bars, I'll go home and back to my old life. My parents need me back home. Their flower shop needs me. When I leave, Willow Shade Island will be just a bad memory. I hop behind Levi on the motorcycle and grab onto him, hugging him to me. The ride home is even better than the ride to the last dance studio. I know what to expect this time, and I let myself feel every movement, every vibration, every shift of Levi's muscles. The feeling of giving up total control to him is dangerous but freeing. It's wild, and not something I thought I would ever enjoy, but it makes me feel alive. He pulls up next to my car, sitting in the alley behind the bakery. I climb off the bike, my legs shaking. Levi swings his leg over and removes his helmet. I do the same and look up at him. He curls a strand of my hair over my ear. Thanks for making my birthday memorable, spreadsheet. I don't know how he can make that ridiculous nickname for me sound sexy, but somehow he does. And his touch is making my heart do a crazy dance in my chest. But I need to put the brakes on this right now, before I fall for Levi even more. I fake punch him in the arm. There you go, flirting again. I swear you just can't turn it off. He chuckles and takes a step back. You like it? He's right, but I scoff anyway. I grab my purse out of his saddlebag and walk backward to my car. Keep it professional, boss. This was not a date. He lifts his hands in surrender. Of course not. I climb into my car and head to my apartment. When I get inside, I text Rafe so he knows I'm back and safe at home. I get a text back immediately. I'm glad you're home safe. Next time, you need to get pre-approval before leaving the island. You need to obey the rules, or you could get kicked out of the program. Ouch. I feel like a kid sent to the principal's office and scolded. I definitely don't want to get kicked out of the program. Victor DeLuca isn't someone I want to meet in a dark alley. I not only found his slush fund, but I also witnessed firsthand what he does to those who squeal on him. With shaking fingers, I text Rafe. Sorry, it won't happen again. My phone chimes and I don't want more scolding, so I ignore it and go change into my pajamas. But then I feel guilty and I grab my phone to see what Rafe said. But the text wasn't from Rafe. It's Levi. Sleep well. May you dream of thrilling motorcycle rides and sexy dance partners. I can't help but smile at Levi's antics. He's such a goofball, and I did have fun with him tonight. But I bet he takes every woman he likes to the dance studio. It's such a charming place, and I know he's dated quite a few girls. I shoot him a text back. I'm sure you're used to bringing women to that dance studio. His answer makes me pause. Actually, no, just you. Why not all the girls? Levi takes a few minutes to respond. The dots keep appearing, like he's typing, but then they go away. It makes me think he's deleting what he's typing, which makes me insanely curious what he'll answer. The text finally comes. The dance studio is my secret solitude. I honestly thought I wouldn't ever admit to anyone that I like going there. I stare at my phone. A warm feeling spreads through me. Levi shared something with me he's never shared with anyone else. This makes me feel special in a way I don't want to feel special. I don't want to quiver at his touch. And I definitely don't want to think about spending the evening in Levi's arms. I shoot him off a quick response. That's cool. See you at work. I plug my phone in and brush my teeth. Tonight was fun, but tomorrow I have to go back to being Amelia Bishop. I'll stick with doing his accounting and taking social media photos. I do not want to spend more time with Levi outside of work. That was not very smart of me. Chapter 16. Levi Barrett, Wednesday, September 2nd. I take the batch of gluten-free biscuit muffins from the oven, the smell permeating the air. They look good and smell even better. The consistency of the flour was different than what I'm used to. It wasn't as powdery, but the package says I can use it as a one-to-one substitute, so that's what I did. As I wait for Amelia to come in, I get on my phone and scroll through photos of the electric blue Lamborghini I ordered. It's fully loaded, and I only had to pay $500,000, a true bargain in my book. I ordered it as soon as I got my inheritance. Tobias is going to freak. He lectured me for an hour about not flaunting my wealth. Honestly, I don't care. Tobias needs to live a little. This beauty will be delivered to me in a few weeks. Amelia comes in the back door, and I toss my phone down. She hugs her purse to herself and walks toward the office. "Good morning," she says in her all-business tone, reflecting her business pants and no-nonsense bun. "Wait, I have something for you." She pauses and eyes me. "What is it?" I pop a biscuit out of the muffin tin, put it on a plate, and extend it to her. "I made a batch of gluten-free biscuit muffins. I want you to be the first to try them." She smiles and her defensive posture melts away. "I'd love to." She reaches out to take the biscuit. "I'll get the butter." I set down the muffin tin, take off the oven mitts, and open the refrigerator. I'm going to watch her eat it this time. She takes the biscuit into the office, and I grab a knife and follow her in there. I hand her the knife. She smiles at me as she sets down her computer. "Eager to have me try it?" That's an understatement. I stare at her as she gets situated. Finally, she uses the knife to cut open the biscuit. It crumbles apart on her plate, and I frown. It's not supposed to crumble like that. It's okay. A lot of gluten-free recipes turn out that way, especially with the cheaper flours. Oh, I didn't realize there were different gluten-free flours. I should have done more research. What's it taste like? She tries to apply a little butter onto a piece, but it crumbles into a mess. Let's forget the butter. She picks up one of the pieces and pops it into her mouth. She makes a face, and I can tell it isn't good. She says politely. I reach over and grab some crumbles and put them into my mouth. The taste is gritty, and it's like eating biscuit-flavored sawdust. I force myself to swallow it. Never mind. Don't eat this. I grab the plate and rush into my kitchen, where I toss the mess into the garbage. This is trash. Amelia comes in after me. It's not your fault. It's the flour you used. Let me see the package. I grab it off the shelf and hand it to her. She examines the ingredients, then opens the bag to look inside. Yep, it's rice flour and not ground up enough. That's where the grittiness comes from. The higher quality rice flours are ground into a soft powder. I let out a sigh. I'm sorry. I thought I was going to surprise you with something delicious. It's okay. It's really hard to make good gluten-free things. I wait until Amelia goes back inside the office before I toss the sack of cheap flour into the garbage. I glance at the clock. It's too late for me to run and grab more gluten-free ingredients. I have to stock my display cases. Frustrated, I vow to do more research next time. I have no idea why I didn't do more of it before attempting to make something gluten-free. That's on me. Next time it will be better, and I'll be sure to taste test it before giving it to Amelia. I learned my lesson there. Saturday, September 5th. The week flies by and I don't have a chance to try another gluten-free creation until Saturday. But I did my research and found out that a lot of people make their own blend of different types of gluten-free flour, using some things I wouldn't have expected like xanthan gum and pectin. By Saturday afternoon, I'm prepared, and I've mixed my own blend of ingredients to create a much better gluten-free biscuit muffin. As I'm getting them out of the oven, Kira comes in from the storefront. She leans against the counter. "Micah's here. I thought you might want to know." "Be right there." I pop out one of the biscuits and butter it. It doesn't crumble this time, and I tentatively take a bite. Delicious. I quickly butter another biscuit and put it on a plate. I deliver it to Amelia before heading out to the storefront. I wanted to watch her eat it, but Micah's more important. I know he wouldn't be here without a reason. I find Micah sitting at a table. He's ordered an Italian soda, and I silently thank Kira for sharing that idea. We've sold a lot of them the past 2 days since we added them to the menu. I pull out a chair and sit down. Hey man, you here for the weekend? Micah nods, then sets his soda on the table. Yeah. How is school going? Micah stares at the floor. Fine. I know my brother, and I know when he's not saying what he's thinking. I kick his foot under the table. Come on, you can tell me how it's really going. Are the classes hard? Do you hate your dorm? He rakes his hand through his long hair, but that only pushes it out of his face for a second before it falls back. It's just different than here. I can tell there's something he wants to say, so I wait. When he doesn't elaborate, I say, and? He lifts his gaze to mine. Something happened the other day, and it kind of freaked me out. Micah doesn't get freaked out about anything. He's the most laid-back kid I know. A customer comes in and starts chatting with Kira. I lean closer to Micah so I can hear his low voice. What happened? Micah picks up his soda and plays with the straw. I was in the cafeteria and people were talking to me, and all of a sudden, all the people and noise got to me. I couldn't breathe in there. I felt like the walls were closing in on me and everyone was staring at me. I had to leave. What did you do? He takes a sip of his drink. I went to my dorm room and ate granola for lunch, even though it was stale. I felt so stupid. You're not stupid. You're going through a huge change in your life. College is a big deal, and you're from a very small town. There's no way it's not going to affect you at all. Give it some time. Micah exhales. Yeah, I guess you're right. Take it slow. If eating in the cafeteria is too overwhelming, get your food and go eat it somewhere else. You don't have to adjust all at once. If it feels like too much, there's no shame in taking a break. Micah's gaze snaps to mine. Really? Of course. So, if I take a day off from classes, can I crash at your place? I wouldn't want to go home. Tobias would freak if he found out. I laugh and clap him on the shoulder. You can sleep on my couch anytime, bro. His face brightens. Thanks. Amelia comes out of the back and scans the bakery until she sees me. She marches over to our table, her fists on her hips. Was that biscuit really gluten-free? Because I swear if you gave me gluten... I hold up my hands. I swear it was gluten-free. Her mouth pops open. No way. I bite back a grin. She must have really liked it. Yes, way. That was the best gluten-free biscuit I've ever eaten. No, that's not true. That was the best biscuit I've ever eaten. Period. That's including the ones filled with gluten. Micah chuckles. Levi's great in the kitchen, isn't he? Amelia nods like a bobblehead and points at Micah. You are not kidding. That biscuit melted in my mouth. I still can't believe I'm not going to get sick from eating it. Well, things shouldn't get explosive around here. Amelia laughs and the sound of it washes over me. I want to make her laugh every day. Whatever you did, it was brilliant. I would not be offended if you wanted to try croissants next. I haven't eaten a croissant in years, and I died a little not eating the one you gave me. I grin at her. I'll take on that challenge. Her smile widens. You're the best. She takes a step back. Sorry for interrupting. I was just so sure you'd fed me gluten, I had to come check. No problem, I say. She motions over her shoulder. I'm going to go back now, and I might eat another biscuit. Or two. I chuckle as she scurries into the kitchen. Micah kicks my foot. You and the librarian? I snort and roll my eyes. No way. He raises his eyebrows. Your mouth says no, but your entire face says yes. You lit up when she came out. I did not. Whatever, dude. I have eyes. You're totally into her. Micah stands and tosses his empty cup into the trash can. Thanks for chatting with me. I'll take you up on your offer. I walk to him and give him a quick hug. Of course. Just text before you come. Will do. Chapter 17. Claire Matthews, Saturday, September 12th. I park my car in the alley of the bakery and turn off my engine. It's been a week since Levi made those incredible gluten-free biscuit muffins, and he's been surprising me with other gluten-free treats every day. Cupcakes, cookies, and brownies. I've been walking the beach every evening, so I don't gain 1,000,000 pounds working for him, but I have to admit it makes me excited to come to work each morning. The police found Victor DeLuca, and he's being watched 24/7 until the trial. Rafe left the island because there's no evidence that Victor or any of his goons know where I am. The trial will start in a little over 2 weeks on September 28th. I'm so ready to get it over with and go back to my old life. I walk in the back door. Levi turns around and grins at me. "Morning, spreadsheet. Are you ready to taste perfection?" I try not to smile at his nickname for me. I went from hating it to not minding it to kind of liking it. Still, I want to maintain a professional relationship with him. For many reasons. Your humility knows no bounds. It's hard to be humble when you're amazing. He places a croissant filled with something creamy on a plate and brings it to me. At your request, I've been trying to make a really good gluten-free croissant. It hasn't been easy. This is take number 5. But I think I found it. I don't even put my purse down. I pick the croissant up and take a bite. It's warm and flaky and filled with an amazing Bavarian cream. I would never have guessed it was gluten-free. This is so good, I say around the food in my mouth. Levi brings his smile out in full force, dimple and all. Told ya. I force myself not to swoon at his pretty face. It's difficult when he's smiling at me like that. Are you ready to debut the gluten-free line of creations in the store? I've been trying to get him to sell them, but he's been hesitant. Levi purses his lips. Do you really think they'd sell? For sure. There's more of a demand for gluten-free than you'd think. And you'd be shocked at how often gluten-free treats taste like styrofoam or sandpaper. Levi nods. All right, but there's a reason mine taste better. I'm using really expensive ingredients. Then charge more. I raise the rest of the croissant before I stuff it into my mouth. I'm worried they won't sell. I shake my head as I chew and swallow. These are so good, people will pay more for them. I've tasted gluten-free baked goods all over Cincinnati, and these are better than any I've found. He looks at me funny. Why Cincinnati? Heat rises to my face. I mean, everywhere I travel. I travel a ton, and I always see what gluten-free baking tastes like in every city. He slowly nods. Right. Anyway, I say quickly, changing the subject. I was going to talk to you about raising all your prices. The bakery is still in the red. Levi's mouth drops open. Even with the coffee, tea, and Italian soda sales, we've increased revenue. Yep, but we've increased expenses too. I set the dirty plate by the sink. Come talk to me before we open. I'll give you my recommendations. Levi turns back to his ovens. All right. I go into the office and shut the door, my heart pounding. That was close. Too close. I need to watch myself before I tell Levi everything. I export the sales data from the last 2 weeks and plug it into my accounting software, even though I know the outcome. I've been very careful not to talk too frankly to Levi about the way the bakery is bleeding money. He got so sad on his birthday, and that led to all kinds of line crossing. And now I have 2 very firm rules. No dancing, and absolutely no motorcycle rides. Levi comes into my office and sits down in the extra chair. All right, tell me straight. How much do I need to raise my prices? I've done some market research. You need to at least double your prices or you'll never make it. His eyes bug out. Double? So $4 for a cupcake? That's ridiculous. Who's going to pay that? I've done my research. That's what all the specialty bakeries are charging. Levi, how much does it cost you to make a cupcake? He tosses his hands up in the air. I don't know. Well, I do. You're spending between $1.75 and $1.90 per cupcake, depending on what's in it. And that's just for the gluten ones. You can't turn around and sell it for $2 and expect to pay rent, utilities, and your staff. You're making only pennies. Levi furrows his brow. But people can go home and make their own cupcakes for $1 something. Who would buy a $4 cupcake? I stare at him, amazed that he doesn't know how talented he is. Sure, but they can't make your cupcakes. He laughs. I know they taste good, but I'm just playing around in the kitchen. I shake my head. You joke about how amazing you are, but do you really not know? What you do is not easily replicated. It's just good ingredients. And the know-how to put them together. And all of the state-of-the-art equipment you purchased. I'm sure you're able to make even better pastries with all that fancy stuff you have in your kitchen. Didn't you call it your dream kitchen the other day? Levi slowly nods. Yes, it is. And I think I get what you're saying. Spending $4 on a good cupcake is cheaper than buying all the expensive ingredients and equipment I have in my kitchen. Yes, and the fact that people just don't have time these days to bake. I know I haven't baked in forever. That's just sad. I laugh and shake my head. No, not really. I'm a disaster in the kitchen. You'll know if I try baking by the fire alarms going off. Levi grins. You think that's bad? The first time I tried to make a cake, I used baking soda instead of powder, and that thing came out looking like a pancake but tasting like soap. I cringe, but the laughter won't stop. Oh man, I'm so glad you kept trying. And that's the moral of the story. Never quit. Levi jumps up. Now that we've had that inspirational talk, I'd better get going in my kitchen. Levi leaves, and I check the clock. 15 more minutes until Kira will arrive and we have to open the front doors. It's a Saturday, so I expect today to be pretty busy, which I hope is the case because Levi needs the income. I go into the front and change the pricing board, raising his prices. I know he's nervous about doing that, but it's necessary if he's going to stay in business. Kira comes in and notices the price increase right away. Whoa, $4.50 for a croissant? That's a bad idea. We have to raise prices, or Levi can't afford to pay you. Kira grabs her apron. Well, then that's a great idea. I applaud you for raising the prices. I chuckle as I open the bakery. Kira and I help out the first few customers for the day. No one seems to bat an eye at the price increase, which makes me happy. An hour later, after the morning rush has waned, a woman walks in. She's tall, blonde, and could have stepped off a runway in New York. She looks around the storefront, then walks up to me. Is this the bakery Levi Barrett owns? Yes. She grins at me. Great. Can you tell him someone is here to see him? I eye her warily. Who should I say is here? Tell him Lisa wants to talk to him. Chapter 18. Levi Barrett, Saturday, September 12th. Amelia walks into my kitchen and folds her arms. Someone is here to see you. Micah? I ask, pulling off my oven mitt and wondering why that would make Amelia grumpy. No, Lisa. My spit dries up. Lisa's here? In my bakery? I grab my spatula and start taking the cookies off the baking sheet and depositing them on a tray. What does she want? She didn't say. I set my spatula down. Do I want to see Lisa? She made it clear the last time we spoke what she thought of me. I was all in on our relationship, and she really hurt me. I don't think she broke up with the future doctor. Is she here to apologize? I walk around Amelia and enter the bakery storefront. Lisa's standing there at my display case, looking over my raspberry tarts. She looks good. Better than good. She looks like she's walked off a movie set. Kira's standing by the register, openly glowering at Lisa. I like her for that. Lisa's gaze lifts to me, and she smiles, and my chest constricts. We're not together, but my body remembers when we were. I heard you opened a bakery. She arches one eyebrow, which is sexy on her. I nod like an idiot. I have no words for her. Her smile is paralyzing me. Yeah, I force out. Brilliant. She takes in my storefront. It's really adorable. Did you design it yourself? I shrug. I mean, it was Loretta's before, so I just kept her layout and updated everything. You always talked about opening a bakery, but I didn't think you'd actually do it. She walks the length of my display case, one manicured finger trailing along the glass, her hips swaying. I'm not sure what to say to that. Even if she's here to apologize, I'm not sure I want to accept it. I sigh. Well, I did. She looks up at me, her eyes wide. Did Tobias help you out? Is he the investor? No. I straighten my spine. This is all me. Amelia elbows me, and I realize she's standing right next to me. I elbow her right back. It's none of her business what I tell Lisa. She never thought I would amount to anything, and now I'm a millionaire. I kind of want to brag a little. Rub it in her face, then run her out the door. Wow. What's your secret? Did you win the lottery? Her smile widens. No, I used my... Levi, I think I smell something burning. Amelia shoves me into the kitchen and follows. Nothing's in the oven. She glares at me. Don't tell that woman about your inheritance. Are you crazy? She hisses. Why not? Lisa dumped me because she thought I'd never do anything worthwhile. I'm just proving her wrong. I know women like her. If you tell her about the money, she'll want you back. But do you really want someone who doesn't like you for who you are? Amelia pokes me in the chest, and I grab her finger. I don't let go, and zaps of electricity shoot over my skin. I love how riled up Amelia is over Lisa coming in. Hey, spreadsheet, I say, my voice low. Don't get jealous. You won't date me, so what do you care if I date Lisa again? She pokes me with her other finger, and I grab that one too. Can't you be serious for 1 minute? Think about this. You shouldn't tell people how much money you have in the bank. My thumbs graze her skin. It's soft, and it's doing funny things to my heart rate. I showed you what's in my bank. I'm your accountant, that's different. I'm not going to go blab it all over Willowshade Island. I lean closer to her. How do I know that? Amelia's cheeks flush, and I love that look on her. She's been distant with me ever since our dance, and I've backed off. But right now, I'm feeling a little daring. I want to push past the lines she's drawn. See what she does. Accountants have a moral obligation to keep the confidentiality of their clients, she says, stammering. I love how flustered I can make her. I move closer to her ear. You're cute when you're defending my finances. Amelia gasps and backs away from me, jerking her hands away. Stop that. And I'm not your mother. You can tell Lisa whatever you want. I grin at her. Relax. If you wanted me all to yourself, all you had to do was ask. Amelia rolls her eyes. You're impossible. She walks past me and into the office before shutting the door. I chuckle, even though I'll have to apologize later. It was worth seeing her so flustered. I go back into the bakery sales floor. Kira watches me closely as I walk around the counter. Lisa's jaw is set, and she shoots daggers at me with her eyes. That was very rude. You made it clear when you dumped me that I'm not the guy for you. Kira snorts behind me, and I wonder if she's grabbing popcorn. Lisa's mouth opens and closes a few times. Well, you had dropped out of school. You were working at a 2-bit diner, for heaven's sake. I had no idea you were serious about making something out of your life. Where did you get the money to open this bakery? I step closer to her and brush her hair over her shoulder. She was always beautiful to me, but right now all I see in her is ugliness. I lean close to her ear. I'm worth millions now. Too bad you showed me your true colors before you dumped me. Now you'll never have any of it. Lisa's mouth drops. Millions? How? My inheritance. Tobias has been growing it with his investment knowledge. Lisa sucks in her breath. Yep, 50 million smackaroos. I rock back on my heels, thoroughly enjoying the shocked look on her face. She pulls herself together quickly. Levi, that's amazing. I'm so happy for you. Thanks. Be happy for me out there. I turn her around and gently push her toward the door as Kira snickers. Again with the rudeness. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I ruin your plan to come back and act nice to me? She huffs. I just wanted to congratulate you for opening your bakery. Thanks. I open the door and guide her out of my bakery. Have a great day. When I turn around, Amelia is standing next to Kira, a smirk on her face. Kira slow claps. Nicely done. I bow. I never planned on letting her back in my life. Good. Amelia blushes. I mean, I'm glad because I don't think you two are suited for each other. I walk around the counter. I don't think we are either. But I did love watching her face when you lied about your inheritance. That was funny. Amelia places a hand on the counter. 50 million. Good one. I grin at her. That wasn't a lie. Most of my inheritance is still in the trust Tobias set up for me. Chapter 19. Claire Matthews, Saturday, September 12th. I gape at Levi. What? That's not information you should be spreading around. I'm actually relieved that Levi has money in a trust. I was so worried he would spend through his inheritance and lose it all. I don't know why, but I'm feeling quite protective of him, which is silly. I'm just working for him while I wait for the trial. He leans against the glass counter in a classic Levi move. I don't know how he does it, but he's sexy even when he's wearing an apron that says, "Crumb and get it with cherry pie stains on it." Relax. I just wanted to razz her a bit, that's all. Oh, you totally razzed her, that's for sure. Kira says. Nice going. I narrow my eyes at him. And you wanted to brag? He stretches his arms out. Yes. So what? I wanted to brag, okay? Lisa dumped me. It just messed with my head. But I'm over her. I didn't know I was over her until I saw her today. But you know what? It feels good. I slowly nod. I'm glad. Me too, Kira says. She looks like trouble on a stick. He steps toward the door to his kitchen, then stops and grins at us. She's got to be so mad she dumped me for Mr. Medical School loans. It's going to be years before he pays them off. He laughs and disappears into the other room. Kira snorts. That's funny. I turn to her. I know Levi doesn't care, but don't tell anyone about his trust fund. He really shouldn't be talking about it. It's for his own safety. Kira shrugs and looks disinterested. Who would I tell? I hang out with my sister. Thanks. I go into the office and work on my computer for a couple of hours. I get the accounting done, and I take some new photos and post them on the socials I set up. I work through lunch and don't think much about it until Levi comes into the office with a sack from the sub sandwich place down the street and plops it on my desk. You haven't eaten, have you? I stare at the sack. Did he forget I can't eat gluten? Before I can ask, he sets a plate down and takes a sub sandwich from the sack. I made the bread with my gluten-free flour. The place down the street finished off the sandwich. My heart jumps into my throat and I look up at him. You made me a gluten-free sub sandwich? He shrugs. I guessed on the kind of meat. Hope you like ham and cheese. I stand and throw my arms around him, so excited I can't even think straight. Oh my gosh. Levi hugs me back, and electricity crackles where his hands touch me. It feels good to be in his arms, even better than our dance because we weren't this close. His body is muscular. I could kind of tell when I was clinging to him on his motorcycle, but it's even more apparent now. Like rolling out all that cookie dough has given him a great body. He chuckles. If you're not careful, I'm going to take this the wrong way, he says in my ear. I jump back from him, heat rising to my face. I totally just gave my boss a bear hug. A lingering bear hug, checking out his muscles. I can't believe I did that. Sorry. He grins and leans against my desk. Don't be. I'll keep that on replay in my mind for a long time. More heat rises to my cheeks, but I don't care. I grab the sandwich and take a bite. It's delicious. Of course it is. Levi's gotten really good at making gluten-free everything. You could totally sell this bread to the sub shop down the street. I say around the food in my mouth. Gah. I really should chew and swallow before talking, but my brain is so happy I can't think straight. Levi's eyes grow wide. I didn't think of that. You're brilliant. I pretend to be bashful. Ah, shucks. He stands there watching me scarf down the sandwich for a few moments before he shoves off from my desk and walks to the door. He turns back to me before he leaves. Glad you liked it. I'm worried now, though. About what? That you won't eat unless I'm making you food. That's valid. He laughs and leaves me to the last bite of my sub sandwich. I'm really embarrassed that I accosted him like that, but part of me liked it a little too much. I need to be careful. Levi's too smooth, and I could easily fall for him. As I'm in the storefront, taking photos for more advertising, Kiki comes into the bakery. Her hair is up in a messy bun, but it's more messy than bun. She comes up to me. Amelia, can I ask you if you were serious about watching Skylar for me? I nod. Of course. What's going on? Kiki lets out a breath and brushes her hair away from her eyes. I've got a zillion half-made centerpieces all over my living room, and Kira and I are going to finish them tonight, but Skylar keeps playing with them, and I'm afraid they're going to get ruined. Could you possibly watch her at your place tonight? Sure, I can do that. Text me and I'll send you my address. Just drop her off whenever you want. I'll be home by 4:30. Kiki grins at me. You are my lifesaver. Truly. Thank you so much. I'm happy to. She buys a dozen cupcakes from Kira and leaves. We finish the day selling out of several of Levi's creations. I gather the leftovers to put in the refrigerator and take them in back as Kira cleans the storefront. Levi's got the kitchen clean when I walk in. I notice he's been keeping it cleaner, which makes me wonder if he's just more aware of my gluten allergy. What are you doing this weekend? He asks as he wipes the counter down. I'm watching Skylar for Kiki tonight. Levi's countenance changes and he shifts his weight. Oh. Why? Is that not a good idea? He shakes his head. It's fine. Levi has no poker face. I can tell something is bothering him and I want to know what. What's wrong? I press. He takes in a breath. I just know how Skylar is sometimes. What does that mean? I mean, she's a handful. Do you want me to help you? I don't need help. I say it confidently, even though I've never watched a little girl before. I have one older sister, and she's been the bane of my existence. Growing up, I helped a lot at my parents' flower shop instead of babysitting like other 12-year-old girls. I'm not trying to say you need help. He seems frustrated. What if I just come over and hang out with you? Then if Skylar has any issues, I can be there. I don't know why this irritates me, but it does. I want to dig in and tell him I'm fine on my own, but there is a small part of me that thinks his help might be good. All right, fine. He smiles. Great. I'll come to your apartment. I pack up my laptop and leave. 30 minutes later, I hear Levi's motorcycle outside and my pulse jumps. I remind myself that he's not coming over for me. He's coming over because he doesn't think I can babysit his niece. He knocks on my door, and I let him in. He takes in my small living room area, decorated with several thrift store items Rafe hung around the room. Levi stares at the faded wall hanging that looks bohemian to me. He nods. Nice. Where'd you get this? I can't tell him this is just a temp place until I go back home, and these thrift store pieces mean nothing to me. So I tell him what I made up in my head the first night I had to stay in this apartment. I was practicing my fake background in case anyone came over. I picked that up in a market in Marrakesh. It was hanging in the back of this spice vendor's tent. He swore it was handwoven by his grandmother. Really? Levi peers closer at it. It's got a Made in China sticker. Embarrassment heats my cheeks, and I do the only thing I can. Well, I fold my arms. That vendor is going to hear about this next time I'm in Marrakesh. Levi shakes his head and laughs, a warm and rich sound. You're so full of... My doorbell rings, cutting him off. I push past him to open the door. Hello, Skylar. Come on in. Kiki brings her in. She still looks as frazzled as earlier. Skylar's wearing a pair of pink and white polka-dotted leggings and a white t-shirt. Her hair is in pigtails. Thank you so much for watching her. Kiki's gaze lands on Levi. Oh, I didn't know you'd be here. He puts his arms behind his back. Yep, just hanging out with the girls tonight. He winks at Skylar and she giggles and runs to him. Uncle Levi, let's make cupcakes. He laughs. I've been in the kitchen all day. Let's order DoorDash for dinner and we can see what they have for dessert. Oh boy, Skylar says. I turn to Kiki. Do I need to know anything about her routine? Kiki shakes her head. No, she's pretty easy to take care of. I'll come get her around 9 if that's not too late. That's fine. Kiki hesitates as if she's having doubts about leaving Skylar. Don't worry, we'll have fun together, Levi calls. I thought we'd build a bomb, do a little skydiving, then practice our knife juggling. He winks at me like he and I came up with these activities together. We will not, I assure her. We can watch some age-appropriate television or play a game. Levi chuckles. Boring. He says to Skylar, and she giggles. Kiki grins at us, mouths, thank you, and leaves. I turn to Levi, who now has a little girl climbing on him. What should we order for dinner? Levi pulls out his phone. A new Indian restaurant just opened up downtown. Do you like curry? I love it, but it might be too spicy for Skylar. Levi waves his hand. She'll eat anything. Are you sure? He shrugs. I think so. He orders food while Skylar attempts to scale him like a mountain, peppering him with questions. What did you make today? Cupcakes, cookies, croissants, tarts, and bread. What kind of bread did you make? He glances at her from over his phone. Gluten-free bread. She wrinkles her nose. What kind is that? It's the only kind I can eat, I say. Oh, was it good? It was delicious. I grin at her, suddenly unsure of what to do all night with a 5-year-old. Should we do something fun? Yes, Skylar shouts. What would you like to do? Let's build a fort. She goes to my thrift store couch and pulls off a cushion. Great idea. I'll get some blankets. Levi finishes on his phone and joins us, and soon we have a fort made for a king, with cushions, blankets hanging from a rope, and a flashlight. Skylar climbs in, then pokes her head out. You come in too, Amelia. Really? I eyeball the small space I would have to crawl into. I don't know if there's room for me. Levi nudges me. Don't disappoint the little lady. Go on. I'm not really dressed for crawling on the floor in my business skirt and dress jacket, but I slip out of the jacket and hang it in the closet before I crawl into the small space. Levi crawls in after me. He grins at me and says in my ear, Scoot over, spreadsheet. My rear end is hanging out. Heat flushes through me. I shouldn't have given in to Levi coming over. This is going to be bad for me, I can tell right now. Chapter 20. Levi Barrett, Saturday, September 12th. I scoot in behind Amelia. It's a tight space, and I have to press up against her back to fit under the blanket, but I don't mind. Ever since she hugged me this afternoon, I haven't been able to think about anything but getting close to Amelia again. And now that I'm so close I can smell her, it's driving me a little crazy. I think she uses a vanilla-scented shampoo. It smells a little like sugar cookies, and I can't get enough of it. I scoot in closer to her, and my heart beats out an insane rhythm in my chest. Skylar crosses her legs. Now that we have a fort, we should form a secret club. Ooh, Amelia says. What should we call it? Skylar says, thinking. I don't know. How about Blanketopia? I say. Amelia looks at me over her shoulder. That's good. I vote for Blanketopia. Skylar giggles. What does it mean? It's combining the word blanket with utopia. Do you know what a utopia is? Amelia asks Skylar. She shakes her head. No. It's a perfect society. where everything is nice and no one is suffering. It's often described in literature. Skylar looks at her funny. It means this fort we built is really cool, I say, grinning at her. Yes. Skylar claps. Let's have a secret meeting. Okay, Amelia says. What should we talk about? We can talk about Bluey. Skylar picks up the flashlight and turns it on. Apparently, it has gotten too dark under our blanket, even though we still have sunlight streaming in from the window. She shines the flashlight around the tent, playing with it. What's Bluey? Amelia asks me quietly. A TV show about a blue dog, I whisper back to her. Ah, Amelia says. What's your favorite episode of Bluey? I love the one where they go to the forest. Skylar jumps up and runs out of the fort. Amelia waits for a moment before she whispers, Are we done with the fort? We might be. I whisper in her ear. My thumb grazes her fingers. I didn't mean to touch her, but it sends zaps of attraction through me, and I don't move my hand. Amelia ignores it. That was a lot of work for a very short playtime. Should we go out? I'm enjoying this closeness, so I don't want to move. Maybe, I say, putting my chin on her shoulder. Amelia looks at me, and I shift so I can stare back at her. Her lips are so close to mine, if I drew any closer, I would be kissing her. The seconds tick by, and she doesn't move. I don't move either. I just wait to see if she pulls away from me, but she doesn't. Is she thinking about what I'm thinking about? I lean a tiny bit closer to her, my gaze dipping to her lips. She's not moving away from me. If I close the distance and kiss her, will she be upset? I've kissed a lot of girls, but Amelia is different. She's unexpected, and it makes things between us unpredictable. I feel like she's attracted to me, but she keeps telling me she won't date me. It's confusing. You're not being very helpful, she whispers, breaking the spell I was under. I pull back from her. Sorry, I'm distracted. I back out of the fort we made, and Amelia follows me. I find Skylar under the kitchen table, shining the flashlight around. What are you doing? I ask. Hunting for bears. Ah, I see, I say, biting back a laugh. Did you find any? Not yet. My DoorDash arrives, and I help Amelia set the table. Skylar crawls out to see what kind of food I bought. She wrinkles her nose as I put some on a paper plate for her. I don't like that kind of food, she announces. Amelia elbows me. I told you, she whispers. Try it, little pup. I scoop some onto her fork. Skylar takes a bite, then spits it out. It's too hot. I don't like it. I've never seen her spit out anything Tobias gives her. Although, to be honest, I've been working a lot or away at school, so I guess I haven't spent a ton of time with her other than for Sunday dinners. What don't you like about it? Can I have cheese pizza? She asks, ignoring my question. Amelia snickers. We can order her some, can't we? All right, I say, sighing. I'll order. I just didn't want to get pizza because the place here doesn't have any gluten-free options, and when I Googled, it said that curry didn't have any gluten in it. Amelia touches my arm. That was very kind of you. But you got me gluten-free pizza the other night. Where did that come from? The mainland. You went all the way to the mainland to get me pizza that night? I nod. Yeah. Amelia blinks at me, and I can tell she's holding back emotion. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Amelia and I eat the curry and rice, which is delicious. I pop the mango sticky rice into the fridge for later. After the cheese pizza arrives, I feed Skylar. Then we go back into the living room. Skylar takes the blankets down and piles them on the floor with the couch cushions. Now, let's play princess. Okay, Amelia says. How do we do that? We sit on the blankets and do each other's hair like princesses. I've been itching to see what Amelia looks like with her hair out of that silly bun, so I plop down next to Skylar. Good idea. Amelia, you sit here. We will make you look like a princess. Her hand flies up to her bun. You want to do my hair? Yes, Skylar shouts. Sit down. Amelia looks like she's going to protest and not play along, but Skylar begs her with a really cute please, and she can't refuse. I'll go get my hairbrush. Goody, Skylar says. Amelia comes back into the room and sits down on the blanket in front of me and Skylar. She takes the hairband out, and her hair falls down her back. It's glossy black, and Skylar grabs the hairbrush. Skylar tries to brush Amelia's hair, but she uses 2 short strokes, and the hair quickly gets tangled. Ouch. Amelia's hand flies up to her hair. Here, I say, taking the brush and gently helping Skylar untangle the hair. You need to use longer brush strokes, like this. You do it, Uncle Levi, Skylar says, pulling her hand away. I take the lead. I lightly pull back some of Amelia's hair, letting it slide over my fingers as I brush it. It's silky soft, and touching it makes my pulse race. I don't know why. I've never done a woman's hair before. It's a little sexy and incredibly intimate somehow. Amelia is silent as I brush her hair, combing it back. It's long. It goes halfway down her back, and has soft waves. I can see why she likes to keep it up, but it's beautiful down. Braid her hair, Uncle Levi, Skylar commands. Skylar made me braid her Barbie's hair once, so I know how to do it. I pull back all her hair and separate it into 3 sections. I can't stop thinking about how close we were to kissing in the fort. I don't want to take things there if she's still saying she won't date me, though, so I'm going to have to find a subtle way to discover how she feels about me. Or maybe I'll just come right out and ask. Chapter 21. Claire Matthews, Saturday, September 12th. I sit on the pile of pillows and cushions as Levi does my hair. I haven't had my hair braided since I was probably 6 or 7 years old. It's bringing back sweet memories of when I was little. But Levi braiding my hair feels very different from my mother braiding it, and it's doing funny things to my breathing. His hands are strong yet gentle. Each time the pads of his fingers touch my scalp, it tingles. I can't concentrate. All I can think about is Levi and how I was pretty sure he was about to kiss me in the fort. And I almost let him. I can't, though. Rafe told me I'm not supposed to date while in witness protection. Actually, that's not exactly true. He said, "It's complicated, and any dating has to be pre-approved by the U.S. Marshals, so just don't get involved with anyone because it's a sticky situation." But since Rafe said the word approval, that must mean that sometimes it is allowed. Otherwise, he would have just said it's not allowed. Right? And if I don't divulge who I am, what harm would it do to go out a little with Levi? The reason I'm not supposed to date is because I'm not supposed to tell anyone who I really am. That defeats the purpose of hiding here. But they didn't say anything about getting involved as long as I don't tell the truth. Rafe's not even here right now. How would he even know? Levi gets done with my hair and Skylar claps. Turn around, Amelia. I want to see how you look like a princess. I do as she says, turning to face her and Levi. Skylar jumps up and down. You're so pretty. I make the mistake of looking at Levi. His gaze captures mine and he stares at me, an intensity I haven't seen before in his blue eyes. You are, he says quietly. My cheeks flush and I turn to Skylar. Let's do your hair now. Okay. I take out her pigtails and braid her hair. She squeals with delight when I get a mirror and show her how our hair is similar. We're princesses now, she proclaims. I guess we are. What should we do now that we're princesses? Let's have a dance party. Skylar stands and begins to gather up the blankets, piling them on the couch. I help her clear the floor. Turn on some music, she says. I grab my phone and open a music app, searching for something kid-friendly. I end up with a Disney playlist. As Cruella de Vil plays, Skylar jumps around, flinging her arms up. Dance, Uncle Levi, she commands. Levi takes my hand and pulls me close, much closer than when we danced the waltz. His hand is splayed across my lower back, and I'm pressed against his chest. We must do as the princess commands. I guess. My voice sounds breathless. What in the world is wrong with me? Why does touching Levi make me this way? As we dance, all of the electricity in the room seems to gather between us. It crackles, sending my nerve endings into a frenzy. I look up at Levi, and he's got a lopsided smile on his face, his dimple just barely showing. "Why are you so happy?" I ask. "I'm dancing with a princess." I laugh, although I have to admit, Levi looking at me like this is making me feel like a princess. Like he has feelings for me. I try not to dwell on this thought. Levi can't have feelings for me. That would be silly. He's the flirty Barrett brother, the one who doesn't settle down, the one who is all surface, no depth. Yet, as I look into his eyes, I can't help but feel that I misjudged him. Like there's more to him than I first thought. He seems to have cared quite a bit about the last girl he dated. As I ponder this, it makes me wonder how much he cared about her. "Were you in love with Lisa?" I blurt out. Levi's eyebrows fly up. "What? Why would you ask that?" Heat flushes through me at how bold that question was. "Never mind, that was inappropriate." Levi shakes his head. "No, it's not inappropriate. It just surprised me, that's all." I take in his pained expression, and it tells me what I wanted to know. "You don't have to answer," I say. He pulls me closer to him. "I've dated a lot of girls," he says quietly. "I was playing a game, seeing who I could get to like me. I never thought about the consequences of breaking up with someone until Lisa came along. I cared a lot about her, and she dumped me." I gape at him. "Was Lisa the first woman to break up with you?" "Yes, and I know how that sounds. You don't have to tell me, I'm a jerk." I was going to say cad, but jerk can fit too. The song changes to a whole new world, and Levi slows his tempo. His movements are mesmerizing. Being in Levi's arms feels like the world finally makes sense. Like all the sharp, broken pieces inside me have found a place to rest. His hand settles against the small of my back, strong and steady, and I swear I could melt right into him. He swallows. "Lisa and I meshed really well. At least I thought we did. She really hurt me when she told me I'd never amount to anything." I gasp, my heart jumping up into my throat. "She said that to you?" "Yeah." The pain behind his eyes is plain to see, and it makes me want to go find Lisa and slap her. What a terrible thing to say. I run my thumb along the skin on his bicep. "Oh, Levi, she's wrong." His playful grin spreads across his face. "I know. I'm worth millions now." "No," I say, shaking my head. "It's not because of that. It's because you're such a sweet and caring person. You're like a ray of sunshine. You go out of your way to do nice things for people. This is why you'll always be valuable to people." Levi slows his movements. "Valuable to people in general?" I swallow, not wanting to think about what he's asking. "Of course." He knows I'm deflecting, but he lets me do it anyway. "Tell me more about your family's business." I stiffen. I shouldn't say anything, but I feel like I need to tell him something. They struggle a lot with it. I've been helping them. I'm just afraid now that I'm here it's going to suffer. "You can't help from here?" I shake my head but don't elaborate. He changes the subject. "I like your hair down." I hate wearing it down. He tilts his head to the side. "Why?" "It gets in my way. And I don't like taking the time in the morning to make it look good. It's just easier to put it up." "Ah, I see." I pinch his arm. "You see what?" "That's the librarian in you." I don't understand what he's saying. "The what?" He laughs. "Never mind. You're just a very practical person." I nod, liking that adjective. "Yes, I'm practical." "What did your last boyfriend think of that?" I'm flustered by his question. I graduated high school at age 16 and finished college in just 2 years, all while working at my parents' flower shop. I was too focused on school and the business to do anything as frivolous as date. Then, after I got a job working for Victor, I was working full-time and continuing to help the family business. The reality is, I didn't have time for men. Luckily, a knock sounds on my door, and I rush to open it. Hey, Kiki. She comes into my apartment, and Skylar runs to her. Kiki, did you get a lot done? I ask. Yes, thank you. We finished all the centerpieces. She smiles at me. Your hair looks nice down. She's a princess, Skylar says. Kiki takes in the blankets and cushions all piled up, and her grin fades. Oh dear, did Skylar make all this mess? I laugh and wave a dismissive hand at the mess. It's fine. We built a fort. Levi grabs my phone and turns off the music. Are you ready for your wedding? Kiki shakes her head. No, but I'm closer now. I appreciate the help. She turns to Skylar. Come on, let's get you to bed. I wave goodbye to Kiki and shut the door. I turn to Levi and he's grinning at me like he just pulled off the perfect prank. What? You've never dated anyone, have you? Chapter 22. Levi Barrett, Saturday, September 12th. Amelia squirms, and I can't help it. I grin at her. Was our dinner at La Cantina del Sol your first date? Her face flushes. That was not a date. I walk to her. Then you haven't had a first date? My dating history is none of your business. She folds her arms across her chest. I pull her braid over her shoulder. She takes a step back, but I match it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm not embarrassed. I run a finger down her cheek. Her skin is warm and smooth, and it makes me crave her lips even more. Then why are you blushing? Because you're standing too close. I'm not standing as close as I want to be. I don't know why I say that. It just pops out. But it makes Amelia's blush deepen, which is satisfying. Amelia doesn't say anything, so I try again. How about testing your first date on me? It doesn't have to be any big deal. I'd just like to try it without your handsy cousin around. Amelia snorts, which makes me chuckle. He's not handsy. And he's not your cousin. She doesn't correct me. I stare into her deep brown eyes. They're like liquid pools of chocolate, and they mesmerize me. I can't date you, she whispers. I take a step toward her, and she backs up, but the wall is behind her, and she can't back away anymore. I place my hand on the wall behind her. Can't or won't? Can't. I let this sink in. Why would she not be able to date me? Unless she is in a relationship with Rafe and just doesn't want to tell me. Are you dating Rafe? Her eyes grow wide and she shakes her head. No. At least that's the truth. I can tell she's not lying about that. You're not dating anyone? No. You're not married, are you? She looks horrified. No. Then I don't understand. Why can't you go on a date with me? She takes in a deep breath and lets it out. I'm sorry. It's complicated and I can't talk about it. Do you want to go out with me? The question hangs in the air between us as Amelia thinks about it. My gaze dips to her lips. They look soft, and I wonder if they taste as good as they look. Yes, she finally whispers. A surge of energy flows through me. But you can't. That's right. I let out a frustrated breath. Obviously, something has happened, and she's in some kind of trouble. Rafe is here to make sure she's safe. Rationally, I know I should stop asking her questions. I should take her non-answers and leave her alone. But I'm having a very difficult time not pulling her into my arms right now and showing her how much I've grown to care for her. She bites her lower lip and attraction zings through me. I want to kiss her so badly I can't stand it. I lean closer to her. You can't date me, but can we go out as friends? She looks at the ceiling for a moment. I don't see why not. Loopholes are awesome. I grin at her. I'm glad, because I'm a really great friend. A smile graces her lips. I already know you are. Good, and I want you to know that I'm here for you if you need help with anything else. She lowers her eyelashes. Like what? I don't know. I'm multi-talented. I will bake for you and fill out your spreadsheets with whatever numbers you want. I can even provide top-tier, totally platonic kisses. You know, just in case you've never kissed a man before and want to try it out. Her cheeks flush pink again, but she doesn't break eye contact with me. Totally platonic, huh? Absolutely. Just some friendly type kissing. Have you ever offered this service to any other women? Or am I special? I take her braid and slide off the hair tie. I can honestly tell you this is a special offer. Just for you. I unravel her hair from the braid as she thinks about my offer. Well, I know your baking skills are top tier. Your spreadsheet skills, though, are lacking. Hey, I say as I comb through her hair, letting it spill over her shoulders. I got you all the receipts you wanted. Those crumpled up ones don't count. You got me those just because you hadn't washed those jeans yet, she mumbles, closing her eyes as I play with her hair. Okay, I admit, saving receipts isn't in my nature, but I promise to deliver mind-blowing service on the kiss. Her eyes snap open. She searches my gaze. I don't know that I believe you. I lean close to her, my lips almost touching hers. It's torture being so close yet not touching her, but I need her permission. I promise. I whisper. Amelia hesitates for a split second before saying, prove it. I close my eyes and thread my fingers through her hair, brushing my lips across hers. The second our lips touch, every careless kiss I've had disappears like meaningless smoke. Those moments never touched anything real. Not like this one. My lips move slowly across hers, sliding in time to a song only we can hear. She joins me in the dance, our mouths moving in a careful rhythm. Tentative, curious, like the first steps of a waltz. But then, something shifts. The tempo picks up, subtle at first, as her fingers slide up my chest and I pull her closer. Our kiss deepens, turning from soft steps into a spinning whirl. It's no longer a practiced pattern. It's instinct, emotion, heat. We lose the count. We forget the rules. Her breath hitches and I chase it, matching her pace, then leading, then letting her take control. It's a tango now. Bold, consuming, a push and pull of hunger and restraint. I didn't plan to fall for Amelia. I didn't even like her at first. She was just the accountant with too many rules and not enough patience for my charm. But here she is, pulling me under with one kiss and undoing all the carefully built walls I didn't even realize I'd put up. Amelia's hands grip my shirt, and she pulls me closer and something inside me cracks wide open. I thought I knew what kissing felt like. Fun, easy, forgettable. But I was so wrong. This kiss isn't light. It's not surface level. It's deep and disarming, like she's reaching places no one else has dared to touch. Every woman before her feels like a mistake now, like I'd been chasing the wrong things just to prove I could. I never knew how hollow it all was until now. Until her. Until this. My heart's pounding like it's trying to tell me something I'm not ready to hear. But it's too late. I already know. This isn't just a kiss. She means something more to me. She's the shift I didn't see coming. And I don't think I'll ever be the same. She curls her fingers into my hair, and it drives me insane. I deepen the kiss. I need more. I need her. I pull back. Barely. Just enough to breathe her in, just enough to realize I'll never kiss another girl the same way again. She looks up at me like she's waiting for me to crack a joke. But I can't. Not when my chest feels like it's split wide open. If this is what just friends feels like, I won't survive the real thing. Chapter 23. Claire Matthews, Saturday, September 12th. I stare up at Levi, all sense gone from my brain. What was I thinking? Levi's a super flirt, and I should have left it at that. Why did I want to egg him on? Why did I allow a kiss that has now turned my world upside down? My lips are tingling and my heart is racing. and I can't think clearly. That wasn't just a kiss. That was pure electricity coursing through me, capturing me and telling me something I don't want to hear. Levi's looking at me like he's about to say something very serious, and I can't let him. I'm here for only a short time. This is not my home, and I'm not Amelia Bishop. I need to take this back 3 steps, or 50. I force a shrug, my voice lighter than I feel. Well, if that's the best you can do, you might want to work more on your receipt hoarding skills. Levi steps back from me as if I've slapped him. What? My heart pounds as I grab the moment to skitter out from under his arm, every nerve firing. I mean, it was a solid effort. But really, if you think that was mind-blowing, you might want to rethink your whole strategy. Maybe add jazz hands or a confetti cannon. Did I really just say jazz hands? I'm rambling, but I can't stop myself. He stares at me, and the heat in that look is too much, too real. So I keep going. Don't take it personally. If I'd wanted my emotional equilibrium shaken, I'd have eaten gas station sushi. Levi scrubs a hand over his face and forces a laugh, and relief floods over me. He raises one eyebrow. Is that a challenge? Nope. It's a too bad, bucko. You lose. The end. He takes a step toward me, but I back up and he stops. All right, spreadsheet. You just keep telling yourself that kiss didn't mean anything, and I'll pretend I believe you. I'm too flustered to think of anything else to say. I walk over to the end table by my couch to get my phone, but it's not in sight. I walk into my kitchen, but it's not there either. Shoot, I say under my breath. What's wrong? I can't find my phone. I'll help you find it. We search my apartment, and I'm glad for the distraction. Anything to stop me from thinking about that kiss. We look everywhere, but neither of us find it. Finally, Levi pulls his phone from his pocket. I'll call you. Thanks. A moment later, my phone chimes from my living room, which is where I originally thought it was. Levi goes in there to grab it, and I follow him. He picks it up from the floor. It fell on the carpet and blended in. He stares at my phone a second before handing it to me, one eyebrow quirked up. You put me in your phone as pretty boy? Crap. I'd forgotten I'd done that. I whack him on the shoulder, sister to brother style. Don't tell me you don't know how good-looking you are. He just shakes his head. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. Nothing? You'll do nothing with me. Especially not kiss me again. Levi spreads his arms out and takes a bow. All right, that's my cue to leave. Have sweet dreams about sexy bakers. I walk him to the door. I'll try not to. He laughs, but his smile doesn't light up his eyes. Good night, spreadsheet. I shut the door and lean against it, my heart pounding a zillion miles a second. I flirted with Levi, and this is where it got me. What did I expect? That I could play with fire and not get burned? I kissed him. I let him kiss me. And worse, I wanted it. I still want it. I squeeze my eyes shut and press my palms to the door like that'll somehow stop the memory of his mouth on mine. The way he looked at me like I was something precious. Like I mattered. And what did I do? I made jokes. I made fun of the kiss. I practically laughed in his face. Guilt nearly chokes me. I'm the worst. I didn't mean to hurt him. I just panicked. He was about to say something serious and I couldn't handle it. Because if he'd said what I think he was going to say, then I would have to admit that I'm starting to have feelings for him. That I care. And I'm not supposed to care. Not about someone like him. Not when I've built my life here around staying invisible. Staying safe. But Levi makes me feel seen, like he sees right past my false identity and into the parts of me I've buried deep. The things I keep close and don't share with anyone. And the scariest part? I think I want him to. Chapter 24. Levi Barrett, Saturday, September 12th. I climb on my motorcycle and stare at the pavement as if it would give me some answers. What just happened? She kissed me back. I know she did. That was not a one-sided kiss. So why do I feel like a fool? My heart hammers as I slide my helmet on. I've kissed a lot of girls. I've walked away from every one of them without a second thought. But this was different. Amelia's different. I thought she cared as much as I did. I obviously thought wrong. I kickstart my engine. It growls to life beneath me, loud and angry, like it's feeling everything I don't want to say out loud. I don't know where I'm going. I just need to move. I need the speed of my motorcycle to outrun this crushing feeling in my chest. I find myself on the bridge to the mainland. It stretches out before me like a lifeline, long and empty. There's no traffic, which is good. I'd just be tempted to speed around the cars holding me back. I twist the throttle harder than I should. Wind tears at my jacket, my skin, my thoughts, whisking them away in the night air. Wind punches into my chest and strips the breath from my lungs, but I keep going. Faster. Harder. Like I can outrun the weight pressing down on me. The numbness I've been trying to shake since she turned our kiss into a joke. That kiss. By the time I roll off the bridge, I'm not thinking anymore. Just moving. Letting muscle memory guide me past strip malls and fast food signs, past places I've never really cared about. As I slow, I find myself at the dance studio on the corner, lit up and alive. The windows glow warm and golden, music coming faintly through the glass. I stop without thinking and go inside. I shed my jacket and scan the dance floor. Several couples are gliding across the polished wood. A group of women are hanging out by the speakers, and I recognize them immediately. The regulars. They're all in their 50s and 60s, and we have an understanding. I flirt with them. They get to feel young again, and I get to dance all night. I don't even make it to the back wall before I'm swept into a dance by Beverly. She's in her mid-60s with eyes like firecrackers. She calls me sugar and winks every time we spin. This continues as I dance with Janice, then Ruth, then Sandy with the leopard print scarf and a raspy laugh that gives away her smoking habit. I smile. I dance. I charm. And the whole time I'm lying to myself. Because every song, every step, every time someone's hand finds mine, it's not them I'm feeling. It's her. It's Amelia's fingers curling into my shirt. Amelia's laugh, all breathless and surprised as I spun her around her apartment. Amelia's lips on mine, turning my whole stupid world sideways. I came to forget her. Move my body. Lose myself in the music. That's the way it's always worked before, but not tonight. Amelia is everywhere I turn. The song ends. The regulars clap. Someone squeezes my arm and asks if I'll stay for the next one. I smile and say yes because I don't know where else to go. I stay at the studio until it closes at 11:30 that evening. My eyes are blurry as I go home, the speed doing nothing for me. I can't get that kiss out of my head no matter what I do. It's almost midnight by the time I park the bike in front of my building. The last swing tune is still ringing in my ears, like it's trying to be cheerful for both of us. I'm tired. Bone deep, soul-worn tired. And it's got nothing to do with the dancing. I dismount, already regretting my life choices. I've got 4 hours before I need to be up kneading dough and prepping trays. Brilliant plan, Levi. Real solid coping skills. Irritated, I kick a rock, and it flies into a window, clinking against the dark glass. I cringe, hoping I didn't wake anyone up. I take the stairs 2 at a time, half out of spite. I don't need Amelia in my head. Don't need to remember the way she kissed me like she meant it, right before laughing it off like it was some kind of joke. I reach the landing and freeze. There's a light on inside my apartment. My stomach drops. I didn't leave any lights on. Every muscle in my body tenses. I check my door, and it's unlocked. Someone's in my house. What do? I grab the neighbor's flower pot and twist the knob, my heart kicking into gear again like it's still stuck in overdrive from the bridge. I push the door open, ready for... what exactly? I don't know. A burglar? A squatter? I raise the pot above my head and enter. Then I see a duffel bag by the couch, Shoes kicked off near the door and a Micah-sized lump under the blanket on the couch. Right. I told Micah he could crash at my apartment. Micah's eyes fly open, and he screams, startling me. I step backward and trip over his shoes, the flower pot flying. Dirt and flower petals rain down on me as the pot crashes to the tile entryway and cracks into a zillion pieces. Sheesh, Micah, I say, pressing a hand to my chest like that'll get my heart to stop racing. Micah blinks at me. I open my eyes and you're standing over me with a flower pot like you're about to murder me. What was I supposed to do? I thought you were a burglar or something. I said to text if you're coming over. I did text you. I pull out my phone. There's one unread text telling me Micah's on the way. Oh. Micah tucks his legs under him. Sorry, my dorm mates are having a party tonight. I couldn't stand all the people, so I came here. I get the broom out of the closet and start sweeping up the mess. I carefully remove the budding plant and place it in a mason jar with some of the dirt. I'll have to get my neighbor a new flower pot later. As I sweep, I give Micah the side eye. You'd rather be here alone than at a dorm party? Yeah. I look around my really boring apartment. Why? I don't know. Micah runs a hand over his long hair. It was fun at first, but then all the people stuffed into our dorm room kind of made me go crazy. It was like I couldn't breathe, and my skin got all itchy. People tried to talk to me, and my head just buzzed. I couldn't speak. I had to get out of there. I stopped sweeping to stare at him. How long have you had this problem around people? It's been happening since I went to college. That's why I came to talk to you at the bakery. Micah looks at me like I haven't been listening, and maybe he's right. I feel bad for thinking it was just normal going away from home jitters. You might have a social anxiety disorder. You should talk to a doctor about it. Micah exhales and shakes his head. It's just nerves. I can handle it. I dump the dustpan full of dirt and broken pottery and continue to clean up my mess. Sounds like you tried to handle it and had to leave. Irritation crosses his features. You know, college is a lot harder than I thought it would be, and I thought you of all people would understand. Ouch. That stung. I hold up a hand in surrender. Sorry, man. I do get it. But I just think that... I don't need you to think for me. I need a couch I can crash on. Sure. I dump the last of the dirt into my kitchen trash can, then walk into the living room. Just think about what I said. There's help out there for what you're dealing with. I can deal with it just fine, he says, grumbling. All right, good night. I enter my bedroom and shut the door. Great. Now I have Micah and Amelia in my head. I just want to go to sleep. Chapter 25. Claire Matthews, Sunday, September 13th. I stare at my computer screen, the numbers blurring together. I've been staring at the same spreadsheet for 20 minutes, and all I've managed to do is highlight 3 columns in yellow and type miscellaneous 4 different ways, none of which look like real words anymore. I'm a terrible, rotten person, and I don't deserve to live on the same planet as Levi. I drop my forehead to the desk and groan. Muffins. He made me apple cinnamon crumb muffins this morning. Gluten-free, perfect texture, just the right amount of cinnamon. Of course they were amazing. Because he's amazing. And I'm a coward. I sigh, shove back from the desk, and head out front before I can spiral further into the pit of guilt and regret. Kira's wiping down the front counter when I walk in. She stops and looks at me. What happened? I'm a bit taken aback. How do you know something happened? Because you look like you kicked the cat, and Levi's been moping around here all morning looking like a broken-hearted zombie. Spill the tea, girl. I sigh and pull an apron off the hook. I kissed him. I pause, rethinking it. Well, he kissed me, but I kissed him right back. Kira's eyes widen and her mouth forms a little O. Ooh, last night? While you were watching Sky? Yes and no. Last night after Skylar and Kiki left. Kira folds the rag. So why does Levi look like he got hit by an emotional fire truck? It didn't go well? I rubbed my temples, feeling like scum for what I did. I didn't mean to hurt him. It was just, he kissed me, and it felt like the ground shifted, and I panicked. I made some dumb joke about jazz hands and gas station sushi, and I kind of implied the kiss was terrible. Kira bursts out laughing. I have no idea what the jazz hands have to do with it, but that's funny. I groan. No, it's not. I shoved him away emotionally, and now I don't know how to fix it. Okay, so you kissed him, freaked out, made a joke, and now you're spiraling. She ticks them off on her fingers. You forgot the part where I implied the kiss was horrible. Kira bites her lips to keep from laughing again. Was it? No, it was amazing. She grins and points both index fingers at me. So now you're afraid. Exactly. I tie the apron behind my back. He looked at me like I was someone he wanted, not just to flirt with, but for real. And I didn't know what to do with that. Do you want him? I hesitate, biting the inside of my cheek. I don't know. I didn't think I did. I didn't plan to. But now, all I can think about is that kiss, and how sweet he is making me gluten-free things, and how I don't deserve someone like him. Kira folds her arms. That's crap. I blink. Excuse me? You don't get to decide you're not good enough and use that as a shield. He likes you. You clearly like him. Own it. My throat goes dry, and I have a hard time breathing. I can't like Levi. I've been lying to him this whole time. When I'm done here, I'm going back to Cincinnati. The end. I can't tell Kira that, though. Instead, I whisper, but what if I let him in and it all falls apart? What if I hurt him more later? Kira gives me a flat look. You already hurt him. The only thing worse than that is pretending it didn't mean anything. So what are you going to do about it? I stare at her, heart pounding. I don't have an answer. Not yet. The air between us thickens, too heavy with all the things I'm not ready to deal with. My feelings for Levi, the guilt, the ache, the panic. I clear my throat and reach for the nearest escape hatch. I don't know yet. How's school? Do you feel like you're fitting in more now that you've had a few weeks to get to know everyone? Kira snorts. No, no one talks to me. I've got a group project due in psychology, and I'm the only one who apparently owns a calendar or a brain cell. So that's fun. Oh, I'm so sorry. How is life living with your sister? She's cool. At least she seems to care about me. Ouch. I know hardly anything about Kira's home life before coming here except that she got kicked out. I'm glad Kiki's there for you. Do you think your parents would ever come around? Kira wipes a bit of frosting off her thumb and onto her apron. I doubt it. I did something really dumb. I soften my features. What happened? She huffs a dry, humorless laugh and glances at her shoes. I lied to my parents, told them I was staying at a friend's house. I wasn't. I was with my boyfriend. Her jaw tightens. I stay quiet, sensing more behind her words. I thought it was love. He told me it was. He told me all the right things, and I wanted so badly to believe him. A pause stretches between us, and I let her gather herself. Her cheeks turn red. Turns out it was a game. He made a bet with his friends to see how many girls he could hook up with before graduation. I was the one that won him the bet. Oh, Kira. He dumped me the next day. Word got around fast. Small town and all. My mom found out. She cried, told me I was just like my sister. My dad didn't say a word, just told me to pack my things and leave. Her voice cracks at the end, just a little, but I hear it. Anyway, I ended up here. Kiki and the Barrett brothers took me in. They're good people. And Levi gave me this job. He's the first person who didn't look at me like I was ruined. My throat tightens. For a second, I forget all about Levi and the disaster of a kiss. All I see is this strong, snarky, brilliant girl who's carried something heavy for way too long. You didn't deserve what happened to you. None of it. Maybe not. But it happened anyway. She shrugs like she's fine, like it's old news. But I see the way her hands twist in her apron, knuckles white. For what it's worth, I think you're kind of amazing. Kira rolls her eyes but doesn't argue, which is basically a thank you in Kira speak. Kiki comes running into the bakery, her eyes wide. Where's Levi? I think I need to change my cake order. Chapter 26. Levi Barrett, Sunday, September 13th. I'm halfway through finishing the last batch of Bananageddon, my popular chocolate espresso banana cupcakes, when the swinging door slams open so hard it rattles the spice rack. I flinch, the piping bag jerking in my hand, and end up giving this poor cupcake a banana frosting mohawk. Well, hey there, Hurricane Kiki. She storms in, all messy bun and frantic eyes, clutching her phone like it personally offended her. Don't make fun of me. I'm having a crisis. I set down the piping bag. What's up? Are you having a baking emergency? It's the cake, she blurts out. The wedding cake. My brows shoot up. You're changing the flavor again? She groans and throws herself onto the stool by the prep counter like a soap opera star swooning onto a fainting couch. Yes. No. Maybe. I don't know. What if the 3-tier is too much? What if it's not enough? What if everyone hates carrot cake? What if I hate carrot cake? I lean my hip against the counter and cross my arms. You picked carrot cake because Tobias likes it. Well, I changed my mind, I think. Carrot is too carroty. She slaps her hands to her cheeks like she's trying to physically hold her head together. Ugh, I don't know what's wrong with me. Pre-wedding panic? I offer. She huffs. It's not the wedding, it's... She cuts herself off and frowns at her phone. Okay, it's partly the wedding, but also Skylar. Ah, I walk over to the sink, rinse yellow frosting off my fingers, and give her a moment. I haven't told her yet, she admits, her voice softer now. About me. About being her mom. I glance over. Her shoulders are curled in like she's trying to disappear into herself. You still have time. 6 days. Plenty of time, I say. She's 5. She doesn't even know how long that is. Kiki lets out a small, miserable laugh. She's smarter than you think. She's your kid. Of course she is. She lifts her eyes to mine, and for a second I see how much this is eating her up. And maybe focusing on the cake is easier than facing the thing that might break her heart. I'm scared, Levi. I know. But don't worry. Skylar adores you, you know this. She will be thrilled with the news. Her voice grows quiet. But I'm not ready for all the questions. Why I had to give her up. Who her father is and where he is. She groans. I know she doesn't want me to come in and try to solve this for her. So I don't say anything. It will all work out anyway. I know it will. Silence stretches between us for a beat, and then she sits up straighter, shakes her head like she's throwing off the fog, and narrows her eyes at me. Enough about me. What about you? I blink. What about me? Who are you bringing to the wedding? I snort. We're doing this now? Yes, we're doing this now. You have 6 days to find a date, and if you say you're coming solo, I will personally glue you to someone at the reception. I grin at the mental image. Sounds painful. She points at me. Ask Amelia. I pause, hand still on the edge of the sink. What? Kiki smirks like she caught me mid-blush, which I did not do. Thank you very much. You heard me. I'm not asking her to a wedding. That's a big deal. That's next level. Next level? She echoes, mocking me. This isn't a marriage proposal. It's a party with cake. You like cake. She likes cake. You already flirt like you're in a rom-com. Just ask her. I can't just ask her. What if she says no? Kiki rolls her eyes. You've asked out every girl in the universe, Levi. Grow a pair. I sigh, dragging a hand through my hair. Fine. Maybe. She grins. Maybe means yes. Maybe means maybe. Whatever helps you sleep at night. She hops off the stool, already less frantic than when she walked in. Now, about the cake. I'm thinking chocolate. Or lemon. Or what's that one you did with the raspberry filling? Oh no, I mutter, reaching for the piping bag again. Just pick one. It doesn't matter. It's just cake. She stares at me. Yeah, it's only my wedding. My one and only wedding. Doesn't matter at all. I didn't mean it that way, I say, softening. I mean, whatever you choose will be amazing, and you'll have a happily ever after no matter what flavor you decide on. All right, I'll make a decision. Chocolate cake. There. That's my final decision. I smirk at her. What? It's the one you started with. She laughs. You're right. I'm being silly. Just think about what I said. I'd love for Amelia to be there. I pick up a towel and snap it at her. Let me handle my own dating life. Then stop hedging and do it right. Kiki waves at me before leaving out the front. The problem is, I can't stop thinking about that kiss and the feelings it brought up in me. Yet the way Amelia acted afterward tells me she regretted it as soon as it was done. The end. She even said those words to me. There's nothing else to say now. I'm elbow deep in ganache when I hear the creak of the swinging door. Not the bursting open kind announcing Kira or the rattle of the delivery guy dropping off flour. This is the quieter kind. The Amelia kind. I don't look up, mostly because I'm still mad at her. Or pretending to be. My pride's a little bruised and my ego's in a full body cast. She doesn't say anything right away, just stands there, probably watching me like I'm some puzzle she still can't solve. Finally, she clears her throat. Hey. I scrape the spatula along the bowl a little harder than I need to. Hey. Silence again. I let it stretch, hoping it might strangle the awkward right out of the room. No such luck. I made you coffee, she says, walking over and setting it on the counter like a peace offering. It's the Smoky Mountain blend I ordered in. It's a bold roast with notes of dark chocolate with a smoky edge, and it's now my favorite. I glance at it. Bribery? She looks at the floor. More like an apology, just caffeine-filled. I arch a brow but don't respond. She fiddles with the sleeve of her business suit jacket like it personally betrayed her. I've been thinking about last night, she says, eyes glued to the countertop. I go very still, every cell in my body suddenly tuned to her frequency. And I wanted to say I'm sorry for the way I handled it. I was awkward and defensive, and I said things I didn't mean. Like how the kiss wasn't good? I ask, sharper than I intend. Her head snaps up. I didn't mean that. I meet her eyes, and for once, she doesn't look away. You sure sold it like you did. I panicked, she says softly. It scared me. What? The kiss? No. You. Her voice wavers, then steadies. I didn't expect it to feel like that. Like I was standing on the edge of something real, and if I took one more step, I'd fall. I blink. Okay. Not the response I saw coming. I make jokes when I'm scared, she adds, voice quiet. It's what I do. I noticed. She winces. You were right to be mad. I set the bowl down and wipe my hands on a towel just to have something to do. I wasn't mad. She raises a brow. Okay, fine. I was... something. Disappointed, maybe? I don't kiss people for fun, Amelia. Sure you do. That's totally what you do. I stare at her. She's right. But last night was different. Not you, I say quietly. Her breath hitches, and for a moment, neither of us says a word. I lean back against the counter and force a half smile. Anyway, apology accepted. And thanks for the coffee. I didn't sleep well last night, and I need it. She gives a small nod and starts to turn away. I stop her. Wait. She looks back. So, Kiki's wedding. It's in 6 days. Yeah, I know. I'm going. Obviously. And I was wondering. I pause, hating how unsure I suddenly feel. Do you want to go with me? I have to run the register. Kira's the maid of honor. I'm closing the shop. I'm the owner, and I can do that. So, will you go with me? She blinks. As your date? I see what she's going to say next, and backpedal. No, not a date, as a friend. Just as a someone who makes terrible jokes but still somehow manages to get under my skin kind of friend. Her lips curve. Wow, you sure know how to sweet talk a girl. I'm serious, Amelia. Kiki wants you there. I thought we'd save us both the trouble of finding dates. Unless you want to ask your handsy cousin. She cringes. No. Then. She hesitates for a second, then nods. Yeah, okay. I'll go. As friends. Relief hits me like a warm breeze. I didn't even realize I was so concerned about her answer. She turns again to leave, but then glances over her shoulder. For the record, that kiss? It was really, really good. I smirk. You sure? Because I seem to remember you comparing it to gas station sushi. I was trying to protect my emotional well-being. By insulting my kissing skills? She grins. Desperate times. And just like that, something inside me eases. Maybe she's not ready to admit what this is right now, but she's still here, still choosing to walk back in. That's something. It might even be enough. Chapter 27. Claire Matthews, Sunday, September 13th. I did it. I smoothed things over with Levi, and I have a date to a wedding on Saturday. Wait, not a date. Two friends going together. I try to tell myself it's no big deal, but my heart still pounds like it means something. But it can't mean anything. My parents need me back home. This whole thing is temporary. An hour later, Levi comes into my office and hands me one of his now famous Murder in the Frost degree cupcakes. Want to try my flagship gluten-free cupcake for my new section? I don't know why this makes me tear up, but I blink back the moisture. Sure. Levi either doesn't notice or pretends not to notice. I eat the chocolate shaving first. Divine. I peel back the paper and take a bite. I'm surprised by the cherry filling. I hadn't realized he'd filled it with anything. The cupcake is spongy and delicious, just like every other creation he's made. As I eat it, I might or might not have let out a soft moan. Whatever delight this is, it's magic. I swallow. It's fantastic. Levi rocks back on his heels, clearly pleased. Great. I'm just not sure what to charge. I know what his proprietary gluten-free blend costs him now. How much flour did it take and how many cupcakes did it give you? He rattles off the numbers and I do the math. $6. He rubs his jaw, considering. What about $5.99? Sounds friendlier. Less commitment. I raise an eyebrow. Look at you, being all business-minded. Great job. He grins and leans over me, his hands on my armrests, his voice dropping just enough to curl heat around my spine. You keep talking like that and I'm going to start charging you. Oh yeah? I lean a little toward him, feeling a bit flirty. What's your rate? He pretends to think. One smirk? 50 cents. A snide comment? Maybe $1. But if you bat those eyes at me again? His gaze snags mine. That'll cost you a kiss. My heart stutters, but I keep my tone light. That seems steep. He stands and shrugs, unapologetic. Premium goods, sweetheart. You know how it is. Quality costs. I shake my head, trying not to smile too hard as my heart pounds in my chest. And what about cupcakes? Same exchange rate? I take another bite. He leans down again, even closer, voice lower now. His breath tickles my ear. Cupcakes are free, but only if you eat them in front of me so I can watch you close your eyes like that again. I freeze mid-bite. My eyes had fluttered closed. I know they had. I chew quickly, trying not to blush. He chuckles, victorious. Told you. Premium. Levi works the rest of Sunday afternoon testing other gluten-free creations to showcase when we open on Tuesday morning. By the time we close, he's worked out the things he wants to debut with. As he's mopping the floor, I walk over and lean against the counter, trying to appear casual. My heart, of course, is anything but. It's thumping like it wants to stage a prison break. My mouth starts moving before I give my brain permission. Do you want to have dinner with me? The mop squeaks to a stop. Levi looks up, eyebrows raised. I am hungry, but let's just be perfectly clear here. He points the end of the mop at me like it's a lie detector. This is not a date, right? Absolutely not a date, I say too quickly. He narrows his eyes, mock suspicious. You're sure? Because if I show up in my sexiest t-shirt and cologne that smells like overconfidence and you call it a date afterward, I'll be very confused. I laugh despite myself. You own cologne? Vanilla and heartbreak, he deadpans. It's very niche. I roll my eyes, but I can't help smiling. Just dinner. 2 people eating food. Like normal human beings. He props the mop against the wall and wipes his hands on a towel, studying me a moment longer, like he sees something I haven't said out loud. All right then, he finally says. I know the perfect place. But you can't go like that. I look at my work clothes, a blue blazer and slacks. They're perfectly acceptable. What's wrong with what I'm wearing? Where we're going, you'll need some good old-fashioned jeans. You do own a pair, right? He raises one eyebrow at me. I frown, not liking where this is going. Is he taking me to a mud wrestling pit or something? Yes, I own jeans. Why? Where are you taking me? Relax, it's just a bar with some really great greasy food. Let me finish up here and we'll head out. I nod and turn away, pretending to inspect the ingredients he keeps on his shelving unit. But my stomach flips like I just jumped off a cliff. This is not a date, I remind myself, and yet it's starting to feel a lot like one. Levi puts away the cleaning supplies and we leave out the back door. He pulls out a helmet and hands it to me, not even asking if I'll ride on his motorcycle. I stare at it for a second, my fingers brushing the glossy black shell. He doesn't coax or tease, just waits, quiet and steady, like he already knows I'll say yes. Hesitation makes me pause before I take the helmet and slide it on. The strap clicks into place with finality. If I'm going to do this, I might as well go the whole way. Rafe isn't here to stop me. What could possibly happen? I could have a wonderful time. Ooh, big deal. Levi swings his leg over the bike, then looks back at me with a grin. Now, be careful. I don't want you to get addicted to this. Addicted to the motorcycle or you? I ask, already swinging my leg over. He tosses me a look over his shoulder. Yes. I cling to Levi as we roar down the quiet island streets, the wind tugging at my clothes, tugging away words I'll never say. By the time we pull up to my apartment, my pulse is still chasing the ride. Levi kills the engine and looks back at me, lifting his helmet. You haven't fallen for me yet, have you? Absolutely not, I say, breathless. He laughs, hopping off and pulling the helmet from my head. His fingers brush back my hair, and for a second, it's hard to breathe for a completely different reason. You've got helmet hair, he murmurs, tucking a stray strand behind my ear. I retreat a step. Give me 5 minutes. I promise to come back in appropriate bar attire. He grins. You better. I'm taking you somewhere where linen has no business existing. I run up my steps and enter my apartment. I quickly change out of my work clothes and I pull my hair from my bun. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it right. My hair flows as I run a brush through it a few times. The bun has left some unnatural waves in my hair, but I don't hate it. I step outside in a soft white t-shirt and my most comfortable jeans, the pair I wear when no one is looking. My hair is down, hanging down my back. I tug at the hem of the shirt as I shut the door, suddenly aware of how casual I look. I feel a little odd, but that's the theme for this evening. Levi turns around from where he's straddling the bike and stops cold. His gaze sweeps over me once, then returns to my face with something new in his expression. Not just attraction, not just surprise, something closer to awe. Wow, he says, low and reverent. I lift an eyebrow as I descend the steps. That bad? He gets off the bike, walking a slow circle around me, eyes dancing. No, not bad. I just didn't know you owned clothes that didn't look like they came with a company laptop. I know that's not true. He saw me in my SpongeBob t-shirt. I smack his shoulder and he laughs, but there's heat in his gaze that wasn't there before. You look good, Amelia. I fold my arms to hide the way my stomach flips. It's the first time he's said my name, and it kills me a little inside because that's not really my name. It's just jeans, I say to hide my discomfort. He steps closer. It's not just anything. It's you. Comfortable, real, a little dangerous. Dangerous? I echo. I'm about as far from dangerous as a person can get. Yeah, he murmurs, voice dipping. Because if you keep showing me this version of you, I might fall for you. For a second, the world tips sideways. I swallow. Then I better be careful. He grins like I've passed a test I didn't know I was taking. Too late for that. Chapter 28. Levi Barrett. Sunday, September 13th, I take Amelia to my favorite dive bar on the mainland. The smell hits us the second we walk in. Grilled meat, fried onions, and cedarwood, along with the unmistakable crunch of peanut shells under boots. Amelia pauses in the doorway, her eyes wide as she surveys the mess of the floor. She looks like someone has just invited her to eat dinner in a barn. People just throw the shells on the floor? She asks. It's tradition, I say, holding the door open wider with a flourish. The more shells you drop, the more fun you're having. She gives me a side eye that practically screams, you dragged me into the wilderness, but she steps inside anyway. Brave girl. I guide her to a booth toward the back, close to the swinging kitchen doors, where the noise is a little less deafening. We sit. A bowl of peanuts already waits for us in the center of the table. I grab one, crack it open, and toss the shell over my shoulder. It lands on the floor with a satisfying clack. That's chaos, she says, eyeing me. Try it. There's something freeing about it. She crosses her arms. You can't honestly enjoy eating in this kind of environment? I lean toward her. I do. There's something pure about a place that doesn't pretend to be fancy. What you see is what you get. You mean sticky floors and a health code violation waiting to happen? I grin. Loosen up. She tries. She really does. I see her pick up a peanut, crack it open like it might explode, then gingerly toss the shells onto the table. Not the floor, just to the side. Baby steps. You're not going to spontaneously combust if you let go a little, I say. She sighs. I know. It's just habit. Old habits die hard? Something like that. She picks up her menu and her eyes widen. They have gluten-free burgers? I grin. That's the real reason I brought her here. The peanut shells on the floor are an added bonus. They do. The waitress comes by and we order burgers, fries, and root beer in tall frosted mugs. The good stuff. After the waitress leaves, I turn to Amelia. How are things going with your handsy cousin? She squirms. He actually left the island. My eyebrows rise. He did? She nods, meeting my gaze. Yes. My mind reels with this new information. Her bodyguard left. Does that mean she's safe now? I lean closer and whisper. You're no longer in danger? She stiffens. I never said I was in danger. It was implied by the big beefy guy who was watching you. Her gaze bounces around the crowded bar. I can't talk about it. I lift my hands in surrender. Fine. I get it. I pushed too hard. New topic. Do you know what you're going to wear to the wedding? She nods. I do. A skirt suit? She narrows her eyes at me. No, why? What's wrong with what I wear to work? I shrug. Nothing. It's just, I can't think of a nice way to end that sentence, so in self-preservation, I let my words trail off. Just what? She asks, bristling. I chuckle. Nothing, spreadsheet. Your clothes fit you perfectly. I'm just looking forward to what you might be wearing at my brother's wedding. That's all. She gives me a smug smile. Don't worry, you'll like it. I grin at her, trying and failing not to imagine what she'd look like in a little black dress. You sure know how to torture me. We go back to silence, and I take a moment to study her. I like your eyes. They're dark, like they hold secrets, yet there's a spark to them. She scoffs. I bet you say that to all the girls. I stare at her. Why is it hard for you to accept a compliment? I don't know. Maybe because I'm fiercely independent. Why is that? She cracks open another peanut before putting the shells in her pile on the table. I guess I had to be growing up. I wait for her to elaborate, but she doesn't. The silence gets to me. I toss a shell on the floor as a silent challenge and lean back. You know, I hated school. Like, visceral hatred. She tilts her head. Really? I figured you were one of those charming slackers who coasted through. Nah. I mean, I tried to be. But when you try and still get it wrong, the charm doesn't save you. Her gaze sharpens just a little. What do you mean? I exhale through my nose. 5th grade. Miss Halpern. We were supposed to write a story. Everyone turned theirs in, and she held mine up to the class like it was a specimen. Told everyone this was what not to do. Wrong punctuation. Run-on sentences. She even read a part out loud in this fake dumb voice. Everyone laughed. Amelia's eyes go soft. That was the day I learned jokes were a better shield than silence. If I could get people to laugh with me before they laughed at me, it stung less. She doesn't say anything right away, but just nods, slow and thoughtful. I've always felt like I'm 10 steps behind everyone else. School didn't make sense to me. I'd stare at the page knowing I was supposed to understand and just nothing. Like my brain was a locked door and someone forgot to give me the key. I look at her, expecting pity, maybe a well-meaning, "You're not dumb." But she surprises me. That sounds exhausting. My eyebrows lift. Yeah, it was. Still is some days. She swirls her root beer. My sister was a genius, or at least that's what everyone said. Valedictorian, full-ride scholarship, president of this, captain of that. You name it. Plus she was tall and gorgeous. Everyone commented on her beauty and talent. I was just the other one. I lean in. The other one? She nods. No matter what I did, it was never quite enough. My parents would smile and say, "That's nice, Claire. But did you hear what Natalie did this week?" She cured boredom. She saved the whales. She got another presidential award. Meanwhile, I was working my butt off trying to get someone to notice me. The hair on my neck rises. Claire? I ask. Her face pales. I mean Amelia. She forces a laugh. I must be really tired. That was just a stupid nickname from long ago. I stare at her, my heart sinking. She's lying. What's going on? Is her name really Claire? Who is she hiding from, and what did they do to her? She looks down at her fingernails, picking at her cuticles. Have you ever felt like if you vanished, people would just keep moving like you weren't even there? Yeah, I say, dropping the whole Claire thing. She's talking to me, and I can tell she's being real with me. I'll take what I can get. All the time. We sit in that quiet for a beat too long. The buzz of conversation around us fades into background static. She looks up at me, something raw in her eyes. I felt that way every day growing up, she says quietly. My throat tightens. I reach across the table and place my hand over hers. She doesn't pull away. My skin comes alive at the contact with her. It zips through me like an energy force. I see you, I say. Her smile trembles. I know you do. We don't say anything for a while, and maybe that's okay. Maybe silence isn't so scary when someone else is holding it with you. She finally picks up another peanut, cracks it open, and this time, tosses the shell onto the floor. I pull my hands back and give her a slow clap. Look at you, letting your hair down, getting messy. She laughs, and the sound hits me right in the chest. Warm and clear and real. Thanks for bringing me here, she says. If you like this, you'll love where we're going next. Her eyes snap to mine. Next? I thought you want to go home early. You look like you didn't sleep at all last night. I chuckle. Yeah, I didn't, but that's okay. I want to see you get really messy. Chapter 29. Claire Matthews, Sunday, September 13th. My pulse jumps. Really messy? What is he thinking? Not mud wrestling, I blurt out. Levi tosses his head back and laughs, and it echoes around the bar. I would pay a lot of money to see you mud wrestle, but sadly I don't know of any places around here where they do that. Relief floods me. Good. Don't worry, it's a perfectly acceptable activity to do on a not date. All right. Our food comes, and I dig in. Their gluten-free buns aren't the best I've had, but not the worst either. I'm just impressed that Levi has been so cognizant of my celiac disease. It melts my heart. Even my family would forget and pick up dinner somewhere, only to figure out I couldn't eat any of it. The memory of so many meals like that stings my eyelids. As I eat, I think back on how Levi acted after I slipped and accidentally said my real name. He seemed to not think much of it. But what if he noticed? What if he now knows my real name? If Levi knows, will I get kicked out of the program? Or would he keep my secret? I try not to stress about it, but it's alarming to me that I could do something so stupid. That I could make such a massive mistake. I was talking about the past and my family, and I should have known better. I glance across the table at Levi. He's licking ketchup off his thumb and telling me some ridiculous story about how he once tried to make a 3-layer cake using only a toaster oven and prayer. I manage a smile, but my stomach clenches in guilt. You okay? He asks, suddenly serious. His eyes meet mine, and I realize he's picked up on me beating myself up over my mistake. I'm fine, I lie. His head tilts just slightly. You got quiet after I mentioned the next stop. Is it the messiness you're worried about or the mystery? Both, I lie. Glad that's what he's thinking. I take a sip of my root beer. You're deliberately vague. It's part of my charm. And what if I don't like surprises? He leans in, smirking. Then I guess you'll have to trust me. Trust. That word hangs between us like a challenge, one I have no business accepting. But something in me wants to. Desperately. In more ways than a non-date. I mentally shake my head because I can't. Not right now. He stands and tosses a few bills onto the table. Come on, spreadsheet. Let's go get messy. My pulse stutters. He's back to saying my nickname in that sexy way of his. And I have to admit, I like it. We step out of the bar and into the warm island night. Levi hands me the helmet again, that cocky grin back in place. I put the helmet on, trying to focus on the hum of anticipation instead of the guilt threatening to crawl up my spine. I slide onto the bike behind him, and as he starts the engine, I wrap my arms tight around his waist. For safety. At least, that's what I tell myself. The ride is short but electric. The night air whips past us, salty and warm. I press closer than I need to, my arm rubbing against the soft cotton of his shirt. He smells like soap and sugar, like heat and passion and everything I've tried so hard to avoid. The bike rumbles beneath us, and for a second I let my eyes close and imagine this is what freedom feels like. Freedom from my lies. Freedom from Victor DeLuca. The freedom to be myself with Levi. He parks in front of a brick building with big windows, softly lit from inside. The sign says Coastal Clay Works. You're taking me to a pottery class? I ask, unstrapping my helmet. He grins as he gets off the bike. You said you wanted to loosen up. I'm just providing the wheel. I laugh in spite of myself. Please tell me you don't expect me to make a vase on my first try. No expectations, just hands-on learning. Inside, the studio is warm and smells of earth and creativity. There are rows of pottery wheels, shelves of drying pieces, and at the front desk, a woman with large glasses who smiles when we walk in. Levi, you brought a friend, she says with a knowing smile. Not a date, Sylvia, Levi says, glancing at me. Right, she says, clearly unconvinced. This is Amelia, my accountant. We're here to get our hands dirty. She hands us aprons. Mine's too big and smells like dirt. Levi helps me tie it, his hands brushing my waist. I stiffen, then force myself to relax. It's fine. He's just helping. But when I turn to face him, I catch him looking at me. It's not the way a friend looks at a friend. It makes my pulse skyrocket. We sit side by side at the wheels, a ball of wet clay in front of each of us. You sure you're ready for this? He asks. I eye the clay. It looks slimy. You'll get used to it. He leans closer. Besides, I'll walk you through it. I try to follow the instructor, but Levi's voice is softer, more personal. His hand hovers over mine as I start the wheel spinning. Steady, he murmurs. Let your fingers slide over the clay. It's wobbling. Don't fight it. Guide it. I dip my fingers in the water like the instructor showed, then slide them through the soft, slick clay as it spins beneath my hands. Levi comes and stands behind me, his chest brushing my back. He reaches around to adjust my palms, and I swear the air between us gets thicker. You're tense, he says. You're standing very close, I reply, trying to breathe. I know, he says, his voice rougher now. His fingers slide over mine, and all of a sudden I hear Unchained Melody playing in the back of my mind. I shake off the mental image of Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore. Relax, he says, totally unaware of my thoughts. Yeah, right, I say under my breath. You're doing great, he says as he guides my hands over the clay. Electricity crackles between us, through my fingers, up my arms, and through my body, consuming me. Does he feel it too? We shape the clay together, slowly forming the beginnings of a bowl. The instructor is a distant hum. It's just me, Levi, and the rhythmic spin of the wheel, his rough hands over mine and my own raw desires rising to the surface. I risk a glance over my shoulder, and Levi's gaze is glued to mine. I told you this would be messy, he whispers, his grin showing his dimple. I didn't think it would be. My voice trails off as his hand slides over mine again, sparks zinging through me. What? He asks, voice low. This clay is. I can't think of the right word. Strong, sexy, masculine. None of the words coming to me have to do with the clay. Pliable. I finally spit out. His jaw tightens like he's trying not to say something. Or do something. Yeah, it is. The wheel slows. I look down at the bowl we made together. It's not perfect, but it's not horrible either. I'm really impressed it's not completely lopsided or unusable. It actually turned out nice, I say softly. It looks good. Levi looks at me, not the clay. It's beautiful. He breaks eye contact and steps back. Good job. I point at his mound of clay, my heart pounding a zillion times per second. You'd better work on yours. Right. Levi sits down at his wheel. The teacher gets done showing how to take the pottery off the wheel, but I can't concentrate. The feel of Levi's hands on mine, the clay forming beneath our fingers, and the way he was pressed up against my back. It's on repeat in my head. I need to get myself under control, or I'll never be able to fall asleep tonight. Chapter 30. Levi Barrett, Sunday, September 13th. My chest constricts as we walk outside. My hand itches to find Amelia's. Or Claire's. Whoever she is, she's got my stomach in knots like I'm a teenager again. I'm trying not to be bothered by the fact that she's lying to me. I know her well enough now that I believe she wouldn't do it for frivolous reasons. Which means whatever is going on is serious, although the fact that Rafe is no longer tailing her is a good sign. I put my helmet on and swing my leg over my motorcycle. How was your first pottery throwing experience? I actually enjoyed it, she says as she climbs on behind me. I never saw myself as creative, but I'd go do that again. I can't wait until they're fired and we can glaze them. I grin at her. Then we'll come back once they're dry. Instant non-date. I don't tell her I should have my car by then. I'm keeping that little surprise to myself. I'll mark my calendar. She wraps her arms around me and I kick my motorcycle to life. I'm not ready to give this up just yet, even though I'm exhausted. I have no idea if Amelia will push me away tomorrow, so I'm going to keep her with me as long as I can. I drive back across the bridge to Willowshade and park my motorcycle next to the beach just as the sun sets into twilight. I take my helmet off. Want to watch the stars appear? She hesitates only a second. Okay. We climb off my bike and put away our helmets. I point up the beach. Let's find a good spot to stargaze. All right, but I'm taking off my shoes. Good idea. We slip out of our shoes and socks before placing them in my saddlebag. I become bold and slide my fingers through hers. She doesn't pull away. We walk along the sand in silence, her hand warm in mine. The last pink streaks of daylight are fading, leaving the sky soft and blue. I spot a place halfway up the beach near the dunes, far enough from the tide, but close enough to hear the soothing sounds of the waves washing against the sand. Over there. I tug her gently. It feels good to walk barefoot. We reach the spot I indicated, and she sits down, folding her legs under her. I drop beside her and stretch out, using my arm as a pillow behind my head. She stays sitting for a beat longer before lowering herself beside me. The sand's still warm beneath us. I roll to my side so I can look at her. She matches my pose, her gaze catching on mine. A breeze lifts her hair and brushes it against my cheek. She smells like clay and salt and something sweet, like cinnamon maybe. Or maybe that's just her. She takes in a deep breath and lets it out slowly. This is nice, she says softly. I say in agreement. I trace her cheek with my finger before I lie back down to look at the sky. My eyelids are already heavy. I've been running on fumes all day, but I'm not ready to let go of this night. Not with her beside me. She lies back too, and I shift so our shoulders are touching. I don't think I've done this since I was a kid, she says softly, lying down, just watching the sky. There's something wonderful about nature, isn't there? Yes. My fingers find hers, the warmth of her skin sending an electric current through me. Her breath hitches a little, like maybe she wasn't expecting me to take her hand again. I glance at her. The sky's dimming into a navy canvas, the first star is peeking through. I know I should let the conversation stay light, weather and stars and playful flirtation, but I can't. Not when everything in me wants to know the truth. Not when I can feel her moving closer to me, yet still holding back. Amelia. I turn my head toward her. Or should I say Claire? I say quietly. Her body tenses beside me. I gently squeeze her hand in a silent reassurance. I'm not mad. I'm not accusing you of anything. I want you to know you can trust me. Her lips part, but no sound comes out. I take a slow breath. We both know Rafe isn't your cousin. You've all but admitted it to me. I know he was here to protect you. I just don't know from what. And now he's gone. I figure that means whatever danger you were in, maybe it's over. She doesn't speak. The waves fill the silence between us. You don't have to tell me everything, I say, softer now. I get that you're scared, but I'd be lying if I said it doesn't feel like there's a wall between us. She sits up and wraps her arms around her knees, looking out at the horizon, where the sky bleeds into the ocean. She's silent for a few beats, and I sit up next to her. "You're right," she says at last. "There is a wall." I wait. "I didn't build it because I wanted to shut you out." Her voice is quiet. "I built it because I was trying to survive." I take in this information. "Is Claire your real name?" She swallows, then nods. "And Amelia?" "A name I chose for protection." The words are barely above a whisper. I move closer to her, closing the distance between us. I wrap my arms around her, pulling her into my chest. "Did someone hurt you?" I whisper in her ear. My heart climbs into my throat, not wanting to know if the answer is yes. If some guy hurt her, I'm going to go ballistic. "No." Relief courses through me as she stares out at the ocean waves. "But I saw something. Something terrible. And the person who did it, he's dangerous. I'm here so I'll be safe until the trial. No one's supposed to know who I really am." My spit dries up. "And telling me would break the rules." She nods. "Claire," I whisper, testing the name. Surprisingly, it suits her. I pull her closer to me and kiss the top of her head. "I would never put you in danger." "I know," she says quickly. "That's not it. I trust you. But if anyone found out, they won't. I swear." I give her hand a squeeze. It stays with me. We sit in silence again, our fingers laced, her back pressed against me so tightly I'm sure she can feel my heart pounding. The stars above us multiply, growing brighter by the minute. I should say something charming or clever, maybe tease her about using a fake name. But the words feel too shallow for this moment. "So you're not from Kansas?" She shakes her head. "No, Cincinnati." "And your parents don't own a grocery?" "No." "But they do have a business?" I probe, my thumb grazing her thumb. "A flower shop." I can see Claire working with flowers. She even added some to her photos of my pastries. That totally fits her. "Can you tell me what you saw?" I ask quietly. "The company I was hired to do the books for was a front. I found this out and went straight to the police. They asked if I would continue to work there for a little while to gather evidence. So that's what I did. But late one night, my boss came in manhandling another employee. I hid so I could see what he was doing." She pauses, and I pull her close so she feels safe. "What happened?" "He shot him," she says, her voice tight, right in front of me. Terror rips through me. "That's awful." She nods. "It was." I gasped, and they saw me, but I ran and got away. The feds put me in protective custody right away. I'm the only one who's witnessed his brutality firsthand and lived to talk about it. I can put him away for a long time if I testify. My heart pounds in my ears. "When is the trial?" 2 weeks from tomorrow." "I'm really proud of you," I murmur, my lips close to her ear. "For testifying, standing up for what's right, but also for what you did today. Clay on your hands, peanut shells on the floor, watching stars with someone who—" I stop myself. "Someone who?" she whispers. I realize I was about to say something I hadn't thought through very well. Do I want to say it? I pause, then forge ahead. "Someone who's falling for you." She jerks her head around, moving away from me so she can look at me. Her gaze searches mine, and I can see the unasked questions flash through her mind. Finally, she closes her eyes and leans her head against my shoulder, and I wrap my arm around her, tucking her close. The ocean hums around us. The stars glitter. And for just a moment, everything feels still. Safe. "I'm falling too," she says, barely audible. I pull back and raise her chin until she's looking into my eyes again. I slowly move closer to her until my lips are a breath away from hers. "I'm going to kiss you." She closes the distance, and my world tilts. Her lips are soft and warm. The kiss starts slow and gentle, reverent, like we're both savoring the moment, aware that something's shifting between us. Her hand comes up to rest against my chest, and the touch makes my heart flutter. I wrap my arms around her and pull her closer, deepening the kiss. She doesn't hesitate. There's no wall between us anymore. It's just her and me and the waves breaking softly behind us. And it hits me all at once. This isn't just attraction. This is trust. This is connection. This is falling, fast and real. She pulls back slightly, her breath mingling with mine. Her eyes search my face like she's memorizing it. "I've never told anyone what I told you tonight," she whispers. "I know," I say, "and I'll guard it with everything I've got." "No, I mean, I've never told anyone about my sister." I nod, feeling so close to her. "I can't imagine your sister or anyone even coming close to comparing to you." Her lips curve into a small smile, and I can't help but kiss her again. Now that I've had a taste of her, of the real her, I don't think I'll ever want to let her go. We finally end the kiss. I close my eyes and let the weight of the day catch up with me. My body's exhausted, but my heart feels lighter than it has in years. My thumb grazes the back of her hand. "What happens after the trial?" Claire doesn't answer for a long time. I go back home. She finally says quietly, "For a little while?" She doesn't answer. Realization dawns on me as we sit together on the beach. She's not staying here. She's leaving. I know her family relies on her for their business. She's not planning on coming back here. She's only here until the trial. Chapter 31. Claire Matthews, Monday, September 14th. I messed up. I know I did. After I told Levi everything and how my time on Willow Shade Island has an expiration date, he took me home, barely saying a word to me. Now, it's late Monday afternoon and I haven't heard a peep from him. I pick up my phone for the 10th time, trying to decide if I want to text him or not. Finally, I shoot off a quick message. "Hey, what are you up to today?" I stare at the screen. That was dumb. Why am I asking what he's up to? I regret sending anything now. 3 dots appear, then disappear, then reappear. Perfecting my gluten-free scones. Some say they're magical. Those people are me. I smile despite myself. Maybe his silence last night was just his zombie tiredness coming through. Maybe things aren't weird between us. Sounds delicious. Let me know if you need a taste tester. His response comes quickly. "Be careful, spreadsheet. I'll take you up on that offer." The use of my nickname sends a shiver through me and makes me feel flirty and bold. I mean it. I can be there soon. Pause. His answer pops up on the screen. "Only if you don't say you regret last night." I bite my lower lip. Do I? I told him things I shouldn't have. I spilled my real name and even more details that could get me kicked out of the program. But then, I think back to the way his fingers slid over mine as we shaped the pottery, the way he held me on the beach as we listened to the waves. The kiss. I type in my answer. I don't. Good. Me neither. Another long pause as his dots appear and disappear. "Get over here. I have some scones that have your name on them. And I want a repeat of last night." My stomach flutters at his words. I'm on my way. I climb in my car, and before I know it, I'm standing at the back door of the bakery. I reach for the keypad to type in the code and hesitate. Going inside right now feels heavy somehow. Weighted. Like I'm making some kind of commitment to Levi. And that scares me. I've never been in a relationship. Before this weekend, I'd never even kissed a man. Do I really want to open this can of worms right now, while I'm supposed to be in hiding? I wait a heartbeat before typing in the code and opening the door. I've already kissed him and told him my real name. What else can happen now? Levi's not going to blab to anyone about why I'm here on Willow Shade. The trial will come, and I'll be fine. Levi grins at me as I enter his kitchen. I get the SpongeBob t-shirt and shorts again? How lucky am I? I forgot I was lounging around my house in my laundry clothes. I walk over to him, even though he's elbow deep in gluten-free flour. I guess you get to see the casual me today. He grins at me, full dimple on display. I'm glad, Claire. The way he says my name like a caress makes my insides turn to jello. Don't call me that. I scold, even though I like it. A lot. He winks at me. I promise, only when we're alone. Levi turns back to his mixing bowl, his forearms flexing as he stirs the thick batter. You're just in time. I think I may have cracked the code on these gluten-free scones. I lean against the counter beside him, eyeing the mess of ingredients scattered across the workstation. You mean to tell me there's an actual code for gluten-free baking? There is, he says, mock serious. It's ancient and secret, passed down by monks who lived without wheat. I laugh, the sound surprising even myself with how light it feels. Right. And I bet they used almond flour from Costco, too. He glances at me, eyes twinkling. Only the holy kind. I nudge him with my elbow. Can I help? What if you get your SpongeBob shirt dirty? He teases. I've survived worse. I grab a whisk and reach for the bowl, but he moves it out of reach. Hey, he says. What do you think you're doing with that whisk? Is this not right? I'm holding back a laugh, because I don't know what I'm doing in the kitchen, and I'm pretty sure I'm freaking him out. Do you really want me to teach you how to make scones? I grin at him. Just the parts that will get these in the oven so we can get on to more important things. He leans in slightly, flour dusting the edge of his shirt. His voice dips low, a little playful, a little serious, and it does something traitorous to my pulse. All right, but I might need to guide your hands. Heat rises up my neck. I hold his gaze for a second too long. Like yesterday? Are we recreating that ghost movie again? He grins, but it fades just slightly at the edges. Only if you promise not to ghost me after. I freeze, the mood shifting subtly between us. That weight is back, the one I felt before typing on the keypad. But I'm already here. I chose this. I chose him. I put a hand on the edge of the counter, steadying myself as he rolls out the dough. Levi, I'm not trying to play games with you. I'm here right now. Do we really have to worry about what's going to happen in the future? He doesn't look at me right away. Instead, he grabs a round cutter and presses out a perfect scone shape. I know you're not playing games, he says quietly, but it still kind of feels like you're standing halfway in the doorway, like you're already thinking about the exit. I chew on my lip, watching him place the scones on a parchment-lined tray. I've never done this before. He glances at me. Baking? Relationships. That gets his full attention. He sets the cutter down. I was right? You've never dated anyone? I shake my head. There was never time. Or maybe I was just too scared. Or maybe I didn't trust anyone enough. His eyes soften, but there's still hurt lingering beneath. And you trust me now? I'm trying to. Silence stretches between us, charged and unspoken. Then, he clears his throat and grabs the tray. Well, let's get these in the oven before I start talking about my feelings like a Lifetime movie. Hey, I say, catching his arm. You're allowed to talk about your feelings. He turns and faces me fully now. We're closer than before. The scent of vanilla and buttermilk clings to the air between us. You scare me, Claire. That surprises me. Me? He nods slowly. Yeah, because I want more. And I don't know what to do with that. I swallow hard. What if I want more too? Even if I don't know what that means yet. He studies me for a long moment. Then he lifts one gluten-free, flour-dusted finger and touches the corner of my mouth. You've got a little something right here. My insides flutter as 1,000 butterflies take flight. I do not. You do. He steps closer. Want me to get it for you? I narrow my eyes, playful. I swear, if you lick your thumb and wipe my face, I'm leaving. He grins, his mouth close enough to mine now that I can feel the heat of him. Then I guess I better use a different method. His hand slides to my jaw, gentle but firm, and then he dips in, brushing his lips over mine. It's slow, careful, but not hesitant. He's tasting me, testing this, and I'm not running. My hands find his chest, warm through the fabric of his shirt. He deepens the kiss, not urgent, just a quiet ache, full of everything we've both been afraid to admit. When he pulls back, his voice is husky. You taste like trouble. Back at you, I whisper. He steps back reluctantly and turns to the oven to set the timer. 20 minutes until the scones are done. That's a long time. Whatever shall we do? I can't believe how flirty I'm being. This is a new side of me, and I have to admit I kind of like it. He glances over his shoulder, eyebrow raised. Careful, Claire. You're starting to sound like a bad influence. I grin. Maybe I am. Chapter 32. Levi Barrett, Saturday, September 19th. I squeeze the piping tube, adding the last row of flowers to Kiki's wedding cake. This week has been a whirlwind of baking, cleaning up after baking, and spending time with my favorite accountant. Claire and I have been getting along really well, and we've become quite close. It's honestly been the best week of my life as long as I don't think about what happens after she leaves. Claire comes in the back of the bakery wearing her usual business attire. Good morning. She eyes the almost finished wedding cake. How long have you been up? Since 4, I say as I squeeze the frosting out. I couldn't sleep in, even though I tried. I guess I'm just on a baker's schedule now. She walks over to the counter and picks up the clear box holding the little wedding couple for the top. You've done a fantastic job. Kiki's going to be thrilled. Thanks, I say, pleased at the compliment. I gingerly pick up the cake and walk over to the cake box before sliding it in. What's that? Claire asks. It's called a cake safe. It keeps the cake stable while I'm driving. I enclose the cake inside the box, then slide in the stabilizing bar. Claire gasps when I stab it through the entire 3 layers of cake. That won't ruin it? I laugh. Don't worry, the bar will slide right out the top, barely leaving a mark. I point at the wedding couple she has in her hands. That's going to cover up the hole. She walks around the clear box, looking at the cake inside. Genius. Will you help me take it out to the truck? I purchased a refrigerated delivery truck for the business, even though Claire told me she'd be fine just using her car for deliveries. I figured I would need a truck eventually. Sure. What can I do? Open the doors for me. I grab the cake box and lift it. Will do. She runs to the back door and opens it wide for me. Then she takes care of the truck doors. I climb in and place the cake on one of the shelves, securing it for transport. You're delivering the cake this early? Won't the buttercream frosting melt? I'll put it in the refrigerator at the church until it's time for the reception. She nods. I see. I rub my hands together, excited that the cake is done and it's turned out exactly how Kiki wanted it. I hop down from the truck and turn to Claire. Are you ready to get dressed for the wedding? She pokes me in the side. You just want to see my dress. I step closer to her. Can you blame me? You've been teasing me about it all week. You'll just have to wait until 3 o'clock. She rises up on her tiptoes and gives me a quick peck. I catch her around the waist before she can pull away, anchoring her against me. That was not nearly enough for the week of anticipation you've put me through. She laughs, but it hitches slightly in her throat when I lower my head closer. Is that so? Oh, it is. I brush my nose against hers. You don't get to parade around all week in your librarian outfits telling me to wait until the wedding and then kiss me like we're just friends. Her lips curl into a playful smile. I thought we were pretending this wasn't a relationship. We were. I press my forehead to hers. but that ship sailed somewhere between pottery and peanut shells. She leans into me, her fingers curling into the front of my shirt. Then I guess I owe you a proper kiss. Before I can reply, she kisses me again, slow and sure this time, like she's not rushing off anywhere. Like maybe she's not planning to leave me after all. Her hands move to the back of my neck, and I slide mine around her waist, lifting her slightly until her toes leave the ground for half a second. Her breath catches against my lips, and I swear I feel it down to my bones. I set her down gently, but don't let go. Claire? I murmur, searching her eyes. You're messing with my head. Her thumb brushes my jaw. You're messing with mine. My hand slides against her lower back. She shivers, but doesn't stop me. I keep trying to hold back, I whisper. But then you look at me like this. Like what? Like maybe you want to stay. Her smile fades into something more vulnerable. Levi. I know. I press another kiss to her forehead, trying to cool the fire I started. I'm not asking for promises, just let me have today. Her voice is barely a whisper. You already have it. And then she kisses me again, slower this time. Deeper. Her fingers tangle in my hair, and my hands roam more boldly now, memorizing the curve of her waist, the feel of her pressed against me. The cool breeze is forgotten. The morning checklist is forgotten. There's only the feel of her and the way kissing her makes everything else disappear. When we finally part, her cheeks are flushed, her lips parted, and I'm completely undone. I should go get dressed, she says, breathless. Yeah. I exhale hard, trying to regain my balance. Before I completely forget how to behave like a gentleman. She flashes me a wicked smile as she turns to walk away. Too late. And for the first time since she told me she'll eventually leave, I let myself hope. Maybe she'll come back to me after the trial. See you at the wedding, she says. I'll come pick you up, I call to her. She turns and lifts an eyebrow. As much as I've enjoyed your motorcycle, I can't show up at a wedding with helmet hair. I grin like I can't keep a secret. Did I forget to tell you? I ordered a car, and it's being delivered as we speak. Really? Yes. Are you ready to be picked up in style? She gives me a flat look. What did you do? I laugh. You'll see. Chapter 33. Claire Matthews, Saturday, September 19th. I look in the mirror at my hair done up all fancy and turn to the stylist, a young woman named Selena. I don't know how you do it. It's amazing. I look like a different person. She laughs. It's nothing. You have wonderful hair, Amelia. I'd love to give it a cut sometime. I think you'd look really good with short hair. You do? I look at myself again in the mirror. I've always hated my hair, but if you can pull this off, maybe I should come back and let you cut it. She grins at me. Oh, sweetie, just say the word. I eye her reflection. You're not from around here, are you? She shakes her head. Just moved here, but I've been styling hair since I was a kid. I guess it runs in the family. My mom was a stylist. I stand and grab my purse. You have talent. I don't know what you're doing here. You could do this in Hollywood. Selena stiffens, although I have no idea why. I didn't mean it as an insult. She walks behind the counter. You're so kind. That will be an even 100. I pull out the bills with an extra 20 and hand them to her. Here, keep the change. I drive to my apartment and quickly get dressed. The hairstyling took longer than expected, and I'm running a bit late. At least Levi's not here yet to pick me up. As I slip on the dark blue dress that hugs my figure, memories come flooding back. I've owned this dress since college graduation, but never actually wore it. My sister was receiving the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award for volunteer service the day of my college graduation, so my parents were at the White House with her. I decided not to walk the stage since no one was going to be there to watch me. After all, I was just graduating college at age 18. That wasn't nearly as impressive as a presidential award. I shove aside the bad memories, Natalie left Ohio and never looked back. I'm the one who stayed. I'm the one who saved the shop when my parents were almost bankrupt. I'm the one they depend on now. I smooth the fabric over my hips and examine my reflection. The dress is elegant. It's dark blue with a sweetheart neckline and cap sleeves. It's understated, but it fits me better now than it did when I was 18. I tuck a curl behind my ear and reach for my earrings. Small silver studs, the only things I have left from my grandmother. Just then, the sound of an engine cuts through the quiet. It roars, and I just know that's got to be Levi. I frown and move to the window. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. A low-slung electric blue Lamborghini purrs into the parking lot like it owns the world. The sun glints off the chrome, and the thing practically glows. The door lifts like a wing, and out steps Levi Barrett, dressed in a tuxedo and grinning like a man who knows he's about to cause trouble. I grab my clutch and, after locking my apartment door behind me, head outside. What is that? I gesture to the car, arching a brow. Levi stops for a second, his eyes traveling over my dress, and his grin widens. He shrugs like he just picked it up with a loaf of bread and a gallon of milk. My new ride? Pretty, isn't she? I told you not to do anything reckless with your inheritance. I hiss under my breath as I descend the steps. He leans casually against the car, all charm and dangerous smiles. Buying happiness in the form of horsepower isn't reckless. I cross my arms. You do realize Kiki's wedding is in Tobias's backyard, right? We're not pulling up to a Hollywood premiere. He opens the passenger door for me with a mock bow. All the more reason to arrive in style. Come on, spreadsheet. Live a little. I glare, but my heels are already clicking against the pavement. He pulls me in for a quick kiss. You look amazing, he whispers. A thrill runs down my spine. Thanks. I slide into the buttery leather seat with a sigh. If you rev that engine even once, I swear. I would never. A glint catches his eye. He shuts my door and climbs into the driver's seat. Then he revs it. Hard. By the time we pull into Tobias's driveway, I'm already regretting every decision I've made since waking up. The car is a beacon of obnoxiousness. Tobias steps out from the porch in his usual calm but simmering dad mode and takes one look at the car before running a hand down his face. Levi, he says in a low warning tone. Levi kills the engine and hops out like he's on a catwalk. Told you I'd make it on time. Tobias's eyes flash. I told you not to do anything with the money yet. Micah can't know. As if summoned, Micah appears from the side of the house, hands stuffed in the pockets of his suit pants, shoulders curled in like he's shielding himself from the world. He stops short when he sees the car, eyes widening. Levi moves quickly, stepping between Micah and the Lamborghini like a human curtain. Hey, little bro. Didn't see you there? Looking sharp. Micah frowns. Whose car is that? It's a rental, I blurt, my voice steady. Levi shoots me a grateful glance, then nods. Yup, totally impractical. Handles like a diva. I miss my bike already. Micah doesn't look convinced, but he doesn't push. He glances toward the backyard, eyes skimming over the white chairs, the trellis wrapped in flowers, and the people milling about. You okay? I ask him gently. Levi told me the struggles Micah's been having with social anxiety. I was hoping a small wedding would be okay for him, but he looks like he's having issues already. He shrugs. I mean, I'm not really a people person. I reach out and touch his arm lightly. I'm sorry. Levi told me you don't like crowds. Cricket, Micah's best friend, spies us from the backyard and comes to join us. Gone are the oversized sweaters and worn jeans, replaced by a soft, flowing dress in a shade of dusty lavender that hugs her figure. Her usual ponytail has been replaced by loose waves that spill over her shoulders. She even put on makeup, just enough to highlight the freckles on her cheeks and the sparkle in her eyes as she looks at Micah. She joins us and places a hand on Micah's arm. Hey, you doing okay? He quickly nods. Yeah. My gaze bounces between the two of them. Cricket, her eyebrows pulled together in concern for him, and Micah, not even really seeing Cricket, and my heart instantly goes out to her. This is a heartache waiting to happen. At that moment, Noah and Savannah emerge from the house. Noah's dressed in a dark suit that hugs his broad frame, looking every bit the protective older brother, while Savannah practically floats beside him in a flowy pink dress. Savannah sees me and immediately lights up. "Amelia, oh my gosh, you look stunning. That color is perfect on you." I wave her off, flustered. "It's just a dress." "It's not just a dress," she insists. "It's like you're glowing." Levi slings an arm around my shoulder. "Told you she cleans up nice." I elbow him, but he just laughs and presses a quick kiss to my temple. "You guys look so cute together," Savannah says, grinning. Before I can respond, the door opens and someone calls out, "Tobias, they're ready for you. Time to get in place. The wedding's about to start." Tobias straightens, smoothing the front of his jacket. "All right, everyone, let's go." Levi gently takes my hand. "You ready, spreadsheet?" he says quietly in my ear. "Just try not to call as much attention to us at this wedding as you did pulling up to it." He grins at me. "All right, I'll behave." I roll my eyes, but a smile peeks out anyway. He most certainly will not behave. Thank goodness we're hidden away on an island, and Victor DeLuca is under house arrest more than 600 miles away from us. Chapter 34. Levi Barrett, Saturday, September 19th. I never used to get the big deal about weddings. White flowers, happy tears, promises no one can guarantee they'll keep. It always seemed like a lot of fuss for something that could break apart just as easily as it came together. But then the music starts, and Skylar, 5 years old and deadly serious, emerges from the back door in a little ivory dress, gripping her basket like it's mission critical. She looks like a cupcake with curls, and every person in Tobias's backyard goes quiet as she takes her first step down the aisle. She throws a handful of petals, then stops, dips a hand in again, throws another. It's not graceful. She's got no rhythm. At one point, she forgets what she's doing entirely and waves at Micah. And it's perfect. My throat gets tight before I even realize what's happening. Next comes Kiki. And if I thought Skylar was going to undo me, I had no idea what was coming. Kiki's on Noah's arm because of all the tension between her and her family. Her hair is pinned back with some flower thing that makes her look like she walked out of a bridal magazine. But that's not what gets me. It's the way Tobias looks at her. Like he can't believe he gets this moment. His eyes are already shining before she even reaches him. He lets out a breath like he's been holding it for months, and when Noah passes her over, Tobias holds on, forehead to hers for a beat too long, like he's not ready to let the world in yet. I glance at Claire. Her posture's straight, arms crossed lightly like she's trying to seem indifferent, but her eyes are shining. She's watching Kiki the way I've seen people watch fireworks, like it's beautiful and fleeting, and they're afraid to blink. I lean a little closer to her and wrap my arm around her shoulders. The ceremony begins. Pastor Morgan says a few words and reads a couple of scriptures. Then, it's time for the vows. Kiki clears her throat. "Tobias, the first time you saw me, you thought I was homeless. To be fair, I wasn't far from it. But what you didn't know was that I came to this island with 2 pennies and a prayer and the tiniest sliver of hope that I could catch a glimpse of my biological daughter." Ooh, big reveal. I glance around the crowd. Most people here already know about Skylar being Kiki's daughter, but I spy a few shocked faces. Skylar's sitting with Noah and Savannah, playing with her basket. I assume Kiki already told her, since she's revealing it to the world now. Kiki goes on. "I had no plan, no stability, and definitely no reason to believe a grumpy, guarded man like you would become my person. But somehow, against all odds, and probably against your better judgment. This gets a few chuckles. You let me in. And in you, I found everything I didn't know I was allowed to dream about. I found a home, a partner who sees me, all of me, and still chooses me. Every single day." A few sniffles sound in the crowd. I admit, I'm trying to hold it together. knowing the full story. You gave me family. You gave me unconditional love. And you gave me this beautiful life I never thought I deserved. So today, I vow to keep choosing you back, to laugh with you in the sunshine and hold you in the storm, and to keep loving you with all my heart, with all my soul, and yes, even with my last 2 pennies. Tobias shifts, and I can see he's trying to tamp down his emotions. Kiki, you came into my life like a hurricane. You had no plans, hardly any possessions, and zero concept of personal boundaries. And somehow, in the middle of all that chaos, you made me feel seen. I smile because that describes Kiki perfectly. He continues, when I first met you, I thought you were lost. Now, I know I was the one who was lost. For years, I guarded my heart like it was some kind of top-secret national treasure. But you waltzed in with your laughter and your optimism and your way of seeing right through me, and you cracked me wide open. You taught me that love doesn't have to be complicated to be real. My heart tightens in my chest, and I glance at Claire. Things between us certainly are complicated. Everyone's calling her Amelia after all. But my feelings for her have grown over the past few weeks. Have they grown into something real? I look back at Tobias as he keeps talking. You taught me that it's okay to let go, to lean in, to trust that someone's not going to leave just because life gets hard. You are my joy, my peace, my chaos, my calm. And I vow to never stop being the man who makes you laugh, who holds your hand through the mess, and who shows up, even when I'm grumpy. Another round of chuckles spreads through the crowd. We all know Tobias's resting face is grumpy. I promise to protect what we have, to grow with you, and to never ever doubt the power of 2 pennies and a prayer. You brought light into my life, Kiki. And I will spend every day making sure you never forget just how brightly you shine. My throat is tight as I watch them kiss. Even Micah is wiping at his eyes behind his long hair. Savannah's clutching Noah's hand like she might float away otherwise. Claire? She's frozen, blinking fast. But her eyes are fixed on Kiki like she's memorizing her. I look at the photographer, some peppy woman with a giant camera and zero chill who's circling the ceremony like it's the Met Gala. I spot her lens shift toward Claire, probably capturing the emotion in the crowd. I turn Claire's face toward me. She cannot be in any of the photos, not when there's a chance one will get leaked online. She told me that creep is under house arrest, but I don't trust him or his men. The crowd claps as Tobias and Kiki kiss, sealing the moment, and Skylar bounces in her chair like she's just won a prize. Everyone stands. The feeling in my chest swells. I lean toward Claire, keeping my voice low. You okay? She nods but doesn't say anything and just swipes quickly at one cheek. I angle myself slightly in front of her when the photographer swings her lens back toward the guests, subtly stepping into the frame. Claire gives me a small, grateful look. I've got you, I murmur. And for the first time, I realize I want to keep having her. Not for a night. Not for a joke. For real. Forever suddenly doesn't feel so scary. It feels possible. The ceremony's barely over before the photographer is rallying the troops like she's leading a battlefield charge. Okay, let's get the whole family first. She claps like we're a kindergarten class and starts pointing people into place with the confidence of someone who has definitely wrangled toddlers and uncles with beer bellies before. Bride's family on this side, groom's family on that side, partners next to your dates. Let's go, people. Claire's hand tightens around her clutch like it's a weapon. I lean in. Thinking of bolting? Thinking of hiding in the bathroom, she mutters. If I hide behind Skylar's fort, think no one will notice me? You underestimate how pretty you look today, I say with a grin. She narrows her eyes at me. That's not helping. I slip my hand around her waist, guiding her backward a step as the photographer ushers people into frame. All right, let the magician work. Magician? I'm going to make you disappear, I whisper, scanning the shrubbery for a hiding spot. I walk her over to a hedge. Now, duck. What? Now. She crouches down, and I casually walk to where my family is. Where's Amelia? Savannah asks. I shrug like it's not a big deal. I can't find her. She was just standing there with you. Savannah scans the crowd. It's okay, Micah says. He'll be dating someone else next week anyway. Savannah gasps. Micah! I laugh and point at the impatient photographer. He's not wrong, I say lightly. Except this time he might be. Pictures are taken, and I duck away to the shrub. You okay? I ask the foliage. My legs are cramping, the shrub says to me. Levi, get back in here, Kiki calls, waving me forward from the center of the group. The photographer echoes it, excited. Yes, I need to get the brothers of the groom. Can't. I'm holding up this decorative bush, I call back, gesturing vaguely behind me. Critical landscaping duty. Claire stifles a laugh. You're ridiculous. Ridiculously helpful, I say. Get over there, she hisses. I laugh and go back in front of the camera. As the photographer takes family photos, I see Claire pop out from behind the shrub. I guess since the camera is pointed at me, she feels relatively safe uncramping her legs. But it doesn't take long before the photographer is prowling again, trying to get fun candids of couples kissing and guests laughing like they don't know they're being watched. Claire keeps subtly ducking behind taller people, pretending to check her phone, adjust her shoe, or help Skylar retie her sash. Anything to avoid the lens. At one point, she tries to disappear under the gift table, but Savannah catches her arm. Oh, Amelia, quick photo, Savannah says brightly, trying to pull her in for a pic. Claire freezes, and I jump in. Sorry, can't. She's got spinach in her teeth. Savannah blinks. She hasn't eaten anything. Exactly, I say solemnly, dragging Claire backward. It's a mystery spinach, very contagious. We leave Savannah, who just looks confused. When we're out of earshot, Claire pokes me. That was the worst excuse ever. And yet you're not in a photo, are you? She snorts. Point. I put out my elbow. Are you ready to go to the church and help me get the cake set up? She slides her hand into the crook of my arm. Yes. I have to admit, it feels good to have her on my arm. Chapter 35. Claire Matthews, Saturday, September 19th. I had my doubts about the cake safe, but as Levi pulls the rod out of the middle of the cake and carefully places it in the center of the table, I sigh with relief. It's perfect. And he's right. The small hole on top will be covered once the plastic couple is placed on it. He hands me the miniature bride and groom. Do you want to do the honors? Are you kidding? This is the crowning piece. You should put it on. Besides, I don't think I'm tall enough. He laughs, his gaze sliding over me. Shorty. I whack his side. Why is there no mean nickname for tall people? He bends down, wraps his arms around my legs, and lifts me into the air. Hey. Come on, spreadsheet. Place the couple on top. A giggle bubbles up my chest, which is very uncharacteristic of me, but the way he's hugging me tightly to him is doing things to me. I gently put the bride and groom in their place, and he lets me slide down him until we're at eye level with each other. Perfect, he whispers. Your cake looks delicious. I can't wait to hear what you think of it. I raise my eyebrows. It's gluten-free? Yep. His gaze slides down to my lips, and before I know it, I'm tossing away all propriety and kissing him. Skylar comes running into the reception area, and Levi drops me to my feet, and we break apart. Hey, little pup, he says, grinning at her. She runs over to us, her eyes growing big as she looks at the cake. Ooh, that looks good. Before either of us can do anything, her hand whips out and she pokes the cake, right in the middle of the bottom layer, swiping a piece of frosting. She licks it off her finger as Levi stares at her, horrified. I put out my hand. Oh, sweetie, don't touch the cake. But it's too late. A big hole in the frosting shows the chocolate cake peeking through. Kiki's going to kill me, Levi says as Skylar runs off. No, we can fix this, I say, trying to scramble and figure out what we can do. How? I left all my frosting at the bakery. People will be arriving any moment. He runs a hand through his hair, pulling it. I can tell he's spiraling, so I run over to one of the flower arrangements and pop off 3 of the buds. I walk over to the cake and place one in the hole and 2 other flowers on top so it looks like it was done on purpose. There, fixed. He eyes it. The purple flowers go perfectly with the purple frosting flowers it's decorated with. Before he can say anything, Kiki comes in, trailing her long train and looking like a princess. Her gaze lands on the cake and her eyes widen. Oh, Levi, it's so perfect. And I love how you incorporated my wedding flowers. You are a genius. I stifle a giggle as Levi looks like he's about ready to crack. Yeah, that was totally my idea. You're the best brother-in-law a girl could have. Kiki pulls him into a hug. The reception hall is soon filled with the bustle of guests and the hum of conversation. I notice Micah standing off to the side like he wishes he could disappear, and I feel bad for him. We mingle for a while, and Levi introduces me to some people from the island that I haven't met yet, mostly older women who seem quite eager for Levi to tell them who I am. He's very good and doesn't slip up on my fake name even once. They announce that it's time for the bride to throw the bouquet, and we all gather around. I'm forced to stand with the eligible women, and Kiki turns her back to us, bouquet in hand, a grin spreading across her face. 1, 2. Kiki calls, the women around me squealing in anticipation. She throws. The bouquet arcs through the air like something out of a movie, slow and spiraling in the light from the overhead string bulbs. Savannah gasps when it lands directly in her hands. There's a beat of stunned silence, then laughter and applause erupt around her. Her cheeks go as pink as the roses in the bouquet, and her eyes flick to Noah as if she's embarrassed. Noah, on the other hand, looks like he just won the lottery. He grins at her with an open expression that tells the world exactly what he's thinking. I inwardly sigh. Levi told me how Noah's been in love with Savannah since high school, and this whole thing is too adorable. I turn toward the cake table just in time to see Kiki and Tobias standing in front of the beautiful, mostly intact cake Levi and I managed to save earlier with the stolen flower buds. Tobias carefully slices a bite of cake, his hand steady, his expression serious, as if this is a delicate medical procedure instead of dessert. He carefully feeds it to Kiki like he's feeding a baby bird. She gives him a wicked grin, and I know exactly what's coming. She grabs a hunk of frosting-covered cake and smashes it right into his face. The crowd howls with laughter. Tobias blinks through the icing, then laughs, deep and full, before pulling her in for a frosting-smeared kiss. My heart pinches. I glance toward Levi and find him watching them too, a soft smile pulling at his lips. He catches me looking and raises his brow like he's about to say something snarky. But then the music starts. The lights dim. It's time for the first dance. The crowd instinctively parts to give them space. Kiki steps into Tobias's arms as if she was always meant to be there, her head tilted up, his gaze fixed on her with complete focus. They start to sway, just the two of them, spinning slowly under the glow of the string lights. I press a hand to my chest, surprised by the lump rising in my throat. There's something so raw and beautiful about the way he holds her. Like he still can't believe she's real. And Kiki, with her bare feet and massive grin, looks happier than I've ever seen her. She came to this island with nothing, and somehow she found this. A family. A love that sees every scar and stays anyway. It's the kind of love people search for their whole lives. And she didn't chase it. It found her. Levi comes up next to me. You okay? I didn't realize I was frowning until he said something. I smooth my features. Fine. Are you sad you didn't catch the bouquet? I snort. Not at all. That might not have been a great reaction because he lifts one eyebrow as if I hurt his feelings. But then the song changes to a new one, and couples begin to go out on the dance floor. He doesn't ask. He doesn't have to. He simply steps forward and offers his hand, and somehow my fingers are in his, like my body knows exactly where I should be at this moment. He pulls me close, one hand on the small of my back, the other holding mine, like we've done this a million times. His warmth surrounds me. His cologne smells woodsy and something darker, like dusk and danger. My chest tightens. We sway to the music and the world fades away. My feet move on their own, following his lead. He's so sure of himself when he dances, like this is the one place he never doubts he belongs. You know, he murmurs, his lips brushing my ear. You clean up real nice. I laugh, but my voice catches. You're not so bad yourself. It's nothing, just words. But the way he's looking at me right now, it's not nothing. He's looking at me like I matter. Levi dips me low, catching me off guard, and I laugh, breathless. When he pulls me back up, our faces are inches apart. Careful, I whisper. You're going to make me fall. His eyes search mine. That's kind of the point. And suddenly my throat is tight, my heart heavy with something I don't want to name. I'm falling for him. The realization lands like a thunderclap. I blink like maybe I imagined it. But no, there it is, rising in my chest like a tide I can't stop. I'm falling in love with Levi Barrett. And I don't know what to do with that. Because I have to leave. I have to. My parents' business is barely holding on. If I don't go back, it'll fall apart. I've been the one holding it together since my sister left. The responsible one. The reliable one. The one who didn't get a White House invite or a handshake from the president, but who kept the books balanced. The Facebook page full of photos and the customers coming back. That's who I am, isn't it? Except now, Levi's arms are around me and his hand tightens just slightly at my waist, like he doesn't want to let go. Like maybe he's falling too. A whisper of a desire threads through me. A question. What happens if I come back here after the trial? To Levi. The thought punches into me with an ache so sweet it nearly knocks me off my feet. I want to come back and see what this could become. To dance with him again. To build something of my own. Just mine. Not my parents' dreams or my sister's shadow. But how do I choose myself when I've made a life out of choosing everyone else? Chapter 36. Levi Barrett, Sunday, September 20th. Sunday morning, I arrive at my bakery at my usual time, 4 o'clock in the morning. I spend the morning making gluten-free scones, croissants, and cupcakes for my new section. We keep selling out of them, even at the higher price, so I'm expanding it. I expect Claire to come in 15 minutes before we open, as usual, but she doesn't show up. I shoot her off a quick text before I open the doors. Are you okay? I start to get worried when she doesn't answer, but there's a long line of people coming in to get my gluten-free treats, so I run the register until the crowd wanes. I check my phone again, just to be sure I didn't miss a text from her. My throat tightens. What's going on? She wouldn't leave for the trial without telling me, right? Or did something happen to her? That thought shoots terror through me. I'm stuck behind the register, making coffee and boxing cupcakes, until I hear the back door open. Relief floods through me as Claire rushes in through the swinging door, putting on her apron. I'm so sorry, she says, breathless. I overslept. I never do that. I don't know what's going on. She bumps me aside with her hip. Go, I've got the register. Hey, I say, grabbing her hand, my chest tight. I was worried about you. Her gaze softens. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you worry. I pull her to me and wrap her in my arms. Promise me you won't leave without telling me, I whisper. She gasps. I'd never do that. Good. Let's talk later. I give her a quick kiss before I go into my kitchen and start on a fresh batch of bread. I work all day, filling my bakery up with different kinds of pastries and breads. After we close, Claire walks into my kitchen. I'm mopping the floor, and she comes and sits down on the stool by the counter. I have an idea. I stop mopping and look at her. She looks serious. What is it? What if we make this a completely gluten-free bakery? I wasn't expecting that. I push the mop into the bucket to rinse it. How would that work? She shrugs. Everything you make would be gluten-free. I grin at her, squeezing out the mop water. I figured out that part. Why would I want to do that? Claire rests her elbows on the counter. Some people can't eat things that have been made in a kitchen where wheat flour has been. It would increase the value of your gluten-free items. I push the mop across the tile. I know they've been selling really well, but so have my regular pastries. Aren't you worried I might get too specialized if I go all gluten-free? I've run the numbers. You're making more from your gluten-free stock than from your regular pastries. Almost double. And people have been driving in from the mainland for them, just with the few posts I've created on Facebook. I really think you could go all gluten-free and make a killing. I stop and lean on my mop handle. You really think so? Claire grins at me as she pulls a whisk from my crock. I do. Wow. All right then. What would I need to do? We would need to get rid of your wheat flour and sterilize your kitchen from the wheat. You may want to purchase some new equipment so it has never touched wheat flour. But I really think it would be worth it for you. I slowly nod. And my gluten-free items would be more valuable then? Oh yes, then you could say your bakery is all gluten-free. That will bring in tons of people who can't have any cross-contamination. I chew on this for a moment. I've found great satisfaction in coming up with gluten-free recipes. It's been a challenge for me, but I get completely pumped when I can beat that challenge and create something delicious that Claire can eat. Excitement bubbles through me at the thought of continuing to do that full-time. I grin. Let's do it. Fantastic. I know a lot of people who will be thrilled. We can work on signage and everything this week, and you can order some new baking pans so we're ready to go full-on gluten-free in a month. A month? You think it will take that long? I want to ask her if she thinks she'll still be around in a month, but I stay silent. I don't want to know the answer to that. To fully prepare, yes, but don't worry, I'll help you. I lean the mop against the counter and slide my arms around her, pulling her off the stool and into my arms. As long as you'll be around to help, I say quietly. I want to be... She doesn't meet my gaze, and I know there's the part she's not saying. The part that would pull her away from me. I tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, my fingers lingering longer than they should. I want you to be, I say, my voice rougher than I intended. Her eyes flick to mine, hesitant and unreadable, but she doesn't pull away. I lower my forehead to hers. But you might not be. She closes her eyes just for a second. There's the trial, and my parents, and the store. I can't abandon my parents. My sister did, and I just can't do that to them. They depend on me. And what do you want? I whisper, not sure I want to know. She swallows but doesn't answer me. I tilt her chin up gently until her eyes meet mine. Maybe it's time to explore what you want instead of only doing what others want. I kiss her before I lose the nerve, soft and searching. She melts into me, her arms sliding around my waist, and for a moment the world shrinks to just the two of us. When we pull apart, her forehead rests against mine again, and I want to believe this means she's choosing me. Choosing this. But she pulls back first, slowly, her smile wistful. I really do want to help you go gluten-free. I know, I say, even though I want more than just her help with flour. I hold her there a second longer before stepping back and reaching for the mop again. It's not the right time to ask her to stay. But maybe she'll see there's something worth staying for. Chapter 37. Claire Matthews, Sunday, September 20th. Do you want to eat in tonight? I ask, changing the subject. I don't want to think about the future right now. I need to get through the trial. 8 days. That's all I have left on Willow Shade Island. I push away all thoughts of leaving. I can't think about it. Ty at your apartment? he asks as he squeezes the mop. Sounds good. I'll order and pick it up. Meet you in 30 minutes? He gives me a wink. Perfect. I leave in my car and stop on the way home to get milk, bread, and eggs because I'm out. As I drive home, I notice a black SUV with tinted windows behind me. It sticks out because most of the vehicles on Willowshade are either convertibles or family vans. This one definitely doesn't look family-friendly. I pull into my parking lot and the SUV follows me. It raises the hair on the back of my neck, but I don't know why. I'm safe here. Safe enough that Rafe left, right? No one knows where I am, and Levi wouldn't tell anyone my real name. I've been very careful, not even looking up my parents' flower shop online, which has been killing me. I want to check on how they're doing, but I know I can't. I haven't called anyone, not even Zoe. Still, I feel watched as I grab my groceries and take them up the stairs to my third-floor apartment. I'm sure I'm just being paranoid, and I try to shake off the odd feeling. I'm fine. Victor's guys aren't here. I unlock the door, step inside, and nudge it closed with my hip. I click the lock into place just because that's what I always do. It has nothing to do with the black SUV sitting out there. The silence wraps around me like an itchy blanket. Too tight. It feels all wrong in my apartment, like I'm not safe. I set the groceries down on the counter and go to check the window. The SUV is still parked outside. I swallow hard. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe they're here for someone else. If it were Victor's guys, they would have grabbed me right out of my car. I would probably already be dead. He doesn't mess around. I'm making a big deal out of nothing. I unpack the groceries and line the eggs up neatly in the fridge door, trying to pretend everything is fine. Normal. Safe. Still feeling creeped out, I realize what I need is some music. I grab my phone and turn on a playlist. Only, the playlist that I was on last was the Disney one, and Hakuna Matata starts playing. I put the bread in my bread box as the song tells me how worry-free I need to be. That's right. I have no need to worry. It's all good. Levi will be here soon, and we can laugh together about the scary black SUV that was nothing. A sharp knock startles me. Not Levi's casual tap, but a knock with authority. With purpose. I freeze. For one terrifying second, I stare at the door. Then I inch toward it and look through the peephole. 3 men stand on the landing. They're all wearing dark clothes, the short guy in a black leather jacket despite the island heat. The man in the center is older, late 40s maybe, with silver at his temples and a serious expression. The last one is tall and has a mustache. I can't breathe. They have to be Victor's thugs. They've found me, and now I'm going to die. The man in the center holds up a badge. U.S. Marshal. Relief floods through me as my heart thuds. They're not Victor's men. They're here to protect me. Still, if they're here, it means something has gone wrong. I open the door. Claire Matthews? The silver-haired man says matter-of-factly. A joke about not being Claire, but Amelia comes to mind. But I've dealt with the Marshals enough to know they don't really have a sense of humor. Something bad must have happened. Yes? I say quietly. Ms. Matthews, you're going to need to come with us. Your photo has been leaked, and Victor DeLuca can track you to this island. He flips open a folder and shows me a newspaper clipping with my photo. It's from the wedding. It's a grainy shot of me in the background, standing behind Kiki as she smiled at the camera. A red circle is drawn around my face in pen. Fear jumps into my throat. But he hasn't found me yet, right? Not that we know of yet, but our software identified you with one online photo. It's possible DeLuca has the same software and he knows exactly where you are, he says, his tone clipped, efficient. He tucks the folder under one arm. You need to relocate right now. But what about Rafe? I ask. The man hesitates. Rafe is busy. Please, ma'am, we need you to come with us immediately. My stomach knots. Levi's coming here any second. I can't leave without telling him. There's no way these U.S. Marshals will let me call him. They'll take my phone and hide me somewhere, making me promise I won't contact anyone. My phone switches to Out There from the Hunchback of Notre Dame, warning me of the dangers outside of the cathedral. I know it's dangerous for me not to go immediately with these men, but Levi, he will be so confused. I told him I wouldn't ever just leave. I need to buy a couple of minutes just until Levi comes. Can I pack a few things? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. The man's expression tightens slightly, just enough for me to notice. It's not safe. We need to get going right now. I figured that would be the answer. Still, Levi's going to be here in a matter of seconds. Would it really hurt to wait? You should have called first, I say, my grip on the door tightening. I'm waiting for someone. We don't have time. His voice hardens. We're trying to keep you safe. I know this is true, but I just don't feel right about going with these men before Levi comes. I swallow, a hollow feeling creeping over me. I know, The man with silver hair raises a hand. Ma'am, I'm afraid we can't wait. Then I hear it. The low growl of an engine, familiar and gloriously loud. Levi's car turns into the lot, and relief surges in my chest. He's here. I can explain before I go. I can promise him that after the trial... I freeze. After the trial? What will I do? Come back here? Levi's door lifts, and he gets out of his extremely flashy car. The U.S. Marshals turn and stare down at the Lamborghini. Huh. Men. They are all the same. I inwardly roll my eyes. I guess my safety isn't as important as a flashy car. Footsteps echo up the stairs. Levi appears on the third floor, light and easy, like he has no idea I'm about to be whisked away by U.S. Marshals. He takes one look at the men and stops short. What's going on? Who are these men? The silver-haired man grabs my arm as his two men go after Levi. Thai containers hit the floor, spilling noodles across the cement landing. I'm too stunned to realize what's going on until the two men drag Levi down the stairs, Mr. Silverhair forcing me out of my apartment, his grip tight on my upper arm. Terror rips through me as I realize these men are not U.S. Marshals. They are Victor's goons. Chapter 38. Levi Barrett. Sunday, September 20th. I struggle against the two men gripping me, pulling me toward a black SUV. I know if they get us in the car, it's over. We'll never get away. So I fight with everything I have in me, kicking at their shins, jerking my arms, trying to twist out of their grip. But they're too strong. The short one grips my arm so tight I feel like I'm going to pass out. Claire screams behind me, and it gives me a jolt of adrenaline, and I kick some more. Let go of her, I shout, thrashing harder, landing an elbow into the ribs of the man with a mustache. He grunts, loosening his hold just enough for me to slam my head back into Shorty's nose. He swears loudly, but the first one recovers fast and yanks me backward by my shirt. Claire comes into view, shoved forward by the older one. Cold metal presses against my temple. Stop or I'll kill you both. Mr. Mustache growls, his breath reeking of stale cigarettes. Claire freezes mid-kick, her eyes wide, terrified but still burning with fire. She's not giving up. Not even close. I glance around, desperate to find someone who can call the police, but the parking lot is empty. Mr. Mustache forces me down, wrenching my arms behind my back. Rocks from the pavement bite into my cheek. They tie my hands with rope and gag me. My face hits the floor of the SUV as they shove me in like I weigh nothing. Shorty tries to toss Claire onto the pavement, but she manages to wrestle with him, staying upright. She kicks out with both feet as they try to push her into the car. Mr. Mustache stumbles back, clutching his chest where her heel landed. Shorty swears and lunges for her again, then grabs her by the waist. You're gonna regret this. They gag her too, but not before she lands a knee square in the old guy's groin. I would laugh if I could breathe. They can't get her hands behind her, so they tie them in front and toss her into the SUV. She lands on top of me in a tangled heap, gasping against the gag. Our eyes meet. Hers are blazing. I nod once and she gives the slightest nod back. Time to stop playing nice. The moment the doors start to shut, I twist, ignoring the pain shooting through my shoulders. I drive my legs out, catching Shorty mid-step. He topples backward, then hits the pavement with a curse. Mr. Mustache reaches for Claire, but she spins onto her back and kicks upward with both legs, sending him reeling. I manage to sit up just enough to slam my shoulder into the door before it can shut fully. It bounces open. I wedge my foot into the frame and push hard. Move. I grunt through the gag. Claire scrambles out first, still bound, but with her arms in front, she can maneuver easier than I can. The old one grabs her around the waist. Big mistake. She jerks forward, then whips her head back with a crack, slamming it into his nose. Blood spurts. He howls. I launch myself out of the SUV, knocking into Mr. Mustache and sending us both crashing to the ground. I roll, then I stomp on his wrist, making him drop the gun. Claire kicks it away. I find my footing, eyes scanning for the rope ends on her wrists. Claire is already to me, her hands extended. Untie me, she mumbles through her gag. I don't hesitate. I fumble with the knot, tugging then pulling until it loosens. Her hands break free. She rips off the gag and spins to untie mine. Behind us, Mr. Mustache starts to rise. Claire finishes untying me, and I grab the loose rope and whip it around the man's ankles, yanking hard. He crashes to the ground again. Claire grabs a nearby rock and stands guard beside me, breathing hard. You know, she pants, for a baker, you're surprisingly good at takedowns. I grin through the sting in my shoulder. You should see what I can do with a rolling pin. A siren sounds and relief pulses through me. The police are coming. We've got them. I pull Claire to me, breathing hard. I wasn't sure we'd make it through this. How did they find you? I ask. The wedding. I was in one of the photos. I swear under my breath. I should never have taken her. This isn't some game. This is Claire's life at stake. I'm such an idiot. It wasn't your fault, she says, as 2 police cars pull into the parking lot. I'm not so sure she's right, but I nod anyway. My brother and the other officers jump out and handcuff the men. Once they're secure in the squad cars, Noah comes over to us. Are you guys okay? Claire nods. I'm okay. She looks at me. You? Fine. Noah pulls my arm out to look at a scrape from the pavement. Fine. Who are those guys? The neighbors saw them jump you and called it in. I look at Claire, unsure of what I should say. She sighs and closes her eyes. They're after me. I need to call Rafe, my handler. Handler? Noah clenches his jaw. You're in witness protection? Yeah. She pinches the bridge of her nose. And they're going to have to move me. Chapter 39. Claire Matthews, Sunday, September 20th. I sit in the hard plastic chair in an empty interrogation room at the police station, my legs shaking. Actually, my whole body shakes. I have no idea how we got away from Victor's goons. I just kept thinking about the guy Victor shot in front of me as I hid behind the desk. When I close my eyes, I see it on replay. I would have died if that had happened to Levi. We told the police everything. They called the U.S. Marshals. Rafe is on his way to get me, to relocate me. He's furious I went to Tobias's wedding. Apparently, he's some big business guru. I didn't realize there might be online buzz about his wedding. The shaking doesn't stop as I think about what might happen next. I'll be carted off to another island somewhere, an island far from here. Far from Levi. My heart aches, and I have a hard time breathing. Levi walks into the room, concern on his face. You doing all right? I nod, but tears threaten to come, and he pulls me up and into his arms. Of course you're not okay, he whispers. I'm sorry. That was a stupid thing to ask. I cling to him. His arms tighten around me, grounding me, and for a moment, I let myself believe this is safe. That I'm safe. His hand rubs gently up and down my back, and the rhythm of it starts to calm the frantic pulse in my chest. I thought I lost you. he says quietly, voice rough. When I saw them go after you, I couldn't breathe. I pull back enough to look at him. His eyes are red-rimmed, not from tears, but from the weight of it all. Of almost losing someone. Of not knowing what happens next. I'm okay, I whisper, even though we both know it's only half true. Thanks to you. A muscle ticks in his jaw. I didn't do enough. I should have stopped them before it got that far. You did stop them, I say. You kept them from taking me. His hand lingers at my waist, his thumb brushing over the hem of my shirt like he's reluctant to let go. But I couldn't stop this, he says, and when I tilt my head in question, he clarifies. You? Leaving. My throat tightens, and I don't answer. I can't. Because Rafe will be here any minute, and then I'll be gone again with a new name, new address, new lies. And Levi will stay here. Claire. He says my name like it matters. Like I matter. Just tell me you'll come back. I look at the floor, at the way our shoes nearly touch, at the blood from the scab forming on my leg, which makes me flinch. My parents' store? I start, then falter. They need me. I can't just walk away from that. Levi huffs a quiet, humorless laugh. That's an excuse, and you know it. I wince. He doesn't say it unkindly. He sees right through me, and that scares me. A lot of things scare me. I'm not asking for a forever, he adds, softer now. I'm just asking for a maybe. A chance. I blink fast, because anything more than that and I might break. I feel like I'm going to shatter. I don't know if I can promise that, I say, voice small. He nods, but I see the way his throat bobs like he's swallowing something sharp. We stand there for a long moment, the silence thick and aching. Then he does something unexpected. He lifts his hand to my face and brushes a strand of hair behind my ear, his fingers lingering against my cheek. I don't know what this is between us, he says, his voice lower now, more vulnerable than I've ever heard it. But it's not nothing. It's never been nothing. I don't trust myself to speak. He takes a shaky breath. I didn't think I'd feel something this real. But I do. I feel it when I look at you. When you're near me, when you laugh. Even now, when you're about to disappear, I feel it. Something in my chest tightens painfully. I reach up and lay my hand over his, then press his palm more firmly against my cheek. I want to tell him that I feel it too. That I'm just scared. That I don't know how to choose a future when my past still owns me. But all I manage is a whisper. I'm sorry. A knock at the door breaks the moment. Rafe. I pull away slowly as if dragging myself out of a dream, and Levi lets me go. He doesn't fight it. He just watches me with a look that might haunt me for a long time. I have to go, I murmur. I can't force myself to promise. I want to come back. But wanting isn't the same as being able to. Not when I'm still afraid. He gives me a small nod, his gaze probing mine. I know. I turn toward the door, heart pounding. And as I walk away, I don't look back. Because if I do, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave it all. Chapter 40. Claire Matthews, Saturday, November 7th. I open the back door of my parents' flower shop, the Violet Letter. As I walk into the office, the mess of paperwork all over the desk startles me. It looks like a hurricane had a fight with a bookkeeper, and the hurricane won. What happened here while I was gone? It's been over a month since I was transported off Willowshade Island. I finished testifying and was released from witness protection yesterday. The trial has ended, and Victor DeLuca has been sentenced to life in prison, and many of his men have been arrested, with trials of their own coming soon. I've been given the all clear to return to my life. All this time, I've been trying to figure out what I'll do now that I'm free to go anywhere I want, and I can't figure it out. So I came to my parents' flower shop to see how it's doing. Maybe if they're flourishing without me, I can leave and not feel terribly guilty. The mess all over the desk isn't promising. I don't even want to go into the front shop. I can smell the rotting flowers from here. I know I was the one who always kept up with the ordering and rotation, but why didn't they do it while I was gone? The back door opens, and I hear my mother's heels clicking on the floor. My mother appears in the doorway like a storm in pearls. She's sharp-eyed, brisk, and already annoyed by something. Her dark hair is perfectly styled, but there's a tension around her mouth that never seems to soften. She looks me over. "Claire, I didn't expect you here this early." "I told you I'd be by." The trial ended. "Thank goodness, it's been a nightmare without you." A small thread of hope runs through me that maybe she sees my value, that she sees how hard I've worked for them, although I'm disappointed she hasn't come to envelop me in a hug. She didn't even ask how I'm doing. We haven't seen each other for months. I've witnessed a murder and was almost kidnapped. And of course, it's all about her and the nightmare she's been in. I force a smile. I just wanted to check on the shop, see how things were going. My mother's eyes sweep the desk. "Well, I'm sure you can see for yourself how things have been going. You always had a knack for making the shop look pretty. It's a shame you left us in this mess." Guilt pricks the back of my throat. I didn't think I'd be gone that long. "You thought that leaving us in the lurch like this was a good idea?" She lets out a dry laugh and moves a pile of papers off the chair before sitting. "We did the best we could, of course. Your father nearly gave himself a heart attack working on the books late into the night. You know he's not good with numbers." I swallow hard. "I could have walked you through it over the phone if only they'd let me contact you." "Oh no, you had enough on your plate. Hiding from mobsters and testifying in court. Such a dramatic year you've had." She waves a hand through the air as if brushing away the entire ordeal like it's gossip from a soap opera. Meanwhile, we've been drowning in paperwork, late orders, angry brides. But I'm sure you didn't mean to leave us so unprepared. You just didn't think it through. Her tone is sweet, like honey that's starting to rot. "I really am sorry," I say, my voice small, even as I'm wondering why I'm apologizing. She leans forward, fingers steepled. "Well, at least you're back now. You can fix what you broke. You always were good at sorting out your own messes." I blink. My messes? She's blaming me for all of this? She stands abruptly and smooths out her skirt. "We'll need you on weekends. And I hope you didn't make any big plans because we've got the Wilson wedding next week and the hydrangeas are already a disaster. But I suppose that's what we get for letting you order from that new wholesaler before you vanished." I stare at her, stomach twisting. I remember placing that order weeks before the trial even started. Everything had been organized. What went wrong? Was it my fault? "You know," she adds with a smile that doesn't reach her eyes, "it's a good thing you're not the flighty type. I've always admired that about you. You don't give up, even when your poor choices come back to bite us." I can't even respond. My chest is tight with shame, confusion, and the aching need to prove her wrong and make it right all at once. "I'll get started on the Wilson wedding," I whisper. She nods, already halfway out the door. "Good girl." And just like that, I'm 12 again and desperate to earn that scrap of praise. Desperate to be the one she can be proud of. The back door slams and she's gone. I let out a sigh. My mother's the kind of person who runs on caffeine, anxiety, and unspoken expectations, constantly moving and somehow always the victim of someone else's shortcomings. If the shop is in chaos, it's because I left. If she's tired, it's because no one else pulled their weight. She spreads blame like fertilizer, then wonders why nothing ever blooms the way she wants. I pick up the phone and call Zoe. She always grounds me. She answers on the first ring. "Holy crap. Are you back in the land of the living?" I laugh, so happy to hear her voice. "Yes, I'm done with everything." "Where are you? I want my Claire hug." I tell her I'm at the shop, then I go open the front store. It's a disaster area with wilting flowers and crumpled up receipts on the floor, and it looks like no one has cleaned since I left. I'm shocked. I mean, I knew I did a lot for them, but was I really doing everything? The bell above the door dings, and Zoe comes rushing in like a gust of joy and chaos. She's everything I'm not. She's tall, blonde, and a whirlwind of happiness. She hugs me tight, and I'm painfully reminded of how my mother didn't even hug me. Girl, tell me everything. What happened while you were in witness protection? Yeah, my mother didn't even ask. I lead her to the little two-person table in the corner of the flower shop, and we sit with steaming cups of coffee I made before she arrived. I start from the beginning, telling her how I got sent to Willowshade Island, how awkward and angry I was at first, how I wasn't allowed to tell anyone who I really was. I tell her about the bakery Levi opened and his incessant, over-the-top flirting, and how somewhere between arguments and after-work cleanup sessions, I started falling for him. Zoe listens with that wide-eyed intensity she saves for juicy drama, but I can see it shift as I talk. Her teasing grin softens into something more serious. When I finish, she leans back, eyebrows lifted. Claire, you love him. I look away, fiddling with the rim of my coffee cup. It doesn't matter. I'm back now. I'm needed here. Zoe snorts. By who? Your mom? The woman treats you like a shift worker instead of her daughter. She needs help, I say, but even I can hear how weak it sounds. The shop's been understaffed and the trial just ended and… Claire! Her voice sharpens, not mean, but certain. You're letting her use you as an emotional crutch in free labor. That's not the same thing as being needed. You're allowed to want something for yourself. My eyes sting, and I blink fast. But I'm the one who stayed. My sister is the one who left. My mother needs me. Right? Sweetie, Zoe says softly. You're a good daughter, but your mother doesn't deserve you. We finish talking, and Zoe leaves after giving me another tight hug. I sit there quietly for a long moment, her words settling like stones in my chest. Heavy. A customer walks in, and I jump up. It's time to put aside my feelings and do the work that needs to be done. I work the shop all day, my mother not coming back, and my father coming in and out to do deliveries. I don't get a hug from him either. Shelley, the part-timer, and I get to work on the Wilson wedding. Half the flowers haven't even been ordered, which took me all day to figure out. As I work, my gaze keeps going to my phone, and I think about texting Levi. But I don't know what I would say. I can't leave despite what Zoe says. Not with the state of everything here. It's obvious now that my parents can't handle the shop without me. The whole Wilson wedding mess and the explosion of paperwork in the office proves it. This was my greatest fear about leaving, and it's been realized. I try to sort out how Levi fits into my life now as I split my attention between sorting invoices and filing receipts. The shop has been bleeding money these last few months, money my parents don't have. Another 2 months, and I'm sure they would have had to close the shop. I can't leave this mess to them. They won't survive. Chapter 41. Levi Barrett, Monday, November 9th. My phone chimes, and I sit up in bed, my heart pounding. Is it Claire? I pick up the phone from my nightstand, but groan and flop backward when I see it's only Kiki. Has she contacted you yet? Kiki's been bothering me ever since Claire left Willowshade, giving me updates on the trial, telling me how good we were together, and how she's sure Claire will come back as soon as everything is settled. But she didn't stand there and watch Claire's face as I begged her to come back to me. She wasn't there when all Claire said was, I'm sorry. The memory makes my chest ache. It makes everything ache. It's my day off, so I roll over and close my eyes, not ready to get up yet. Not that I've been asleep. I woke up at 4 o'clock like a good little baker and have been awake since, staring at the same crack in the ceiling like it holds the answer to everything. The shadows in the room have shifted at least 3 times, but I haven't moved. I haven't gotten up. I haven't done anything. 3 days. The trial's over. She's free. She could be anywhere. And I haven't heard a single word. I press the heel of my palm against my chest, right where it aches the most. It's not supposed to feel like this. She was the uptight librarian, not the woman of my dreams. She wasn't supposed to be sexy, funny, or witty. I didn't even like her at first. I wasn't supposed to fall for her. Except I did. Somewhere between her snarky comebacks and the way she looked when she was eating one of my gluten-free pastries, I fell. Hard. She was supposed to be quiet, dull, maybe a little awkward. The kind of woman who reads dusty old books and corrects your grammar and glares at you for chewing too loud. She wasn't supposed to fit into my life. She wasn't supposed to feel like home. And now she's gone. Maybe this is for the best. If she wanted me, she would be here. I flip over onto my side, dragging the blanket with me like it's some kind of shield. It's not. It's just heavy, thick, and suffocating. I kick it off. She's not the right girl for you if she can disappear like this. I say the words out loud just to hear them. They sound flat, hollow. I should believe them. I want to believe them. But I don't. Because I saw the way she looked at me. I felt it. And maybe that makes me an idiot, lying here like a kicked puppy, but I know it wasn't just in my head. I just don't know if it was enough. My stomach makes a gurgling sound. I should get up, make some scones, do something. But the thought of going in and sifting gluten-free flour makes me feel like I'm made of lead. Like even moving would take more strength than I've got left. I miss her. I miss her laugh, her stubbornness, even the way she hid all of those gluten-filled treats I made her because she couldn't eat them and didn't want to tell me. I close my eyes, but all I see is her walking away. And I don't know how much longer I can take the silence. My phone chimes again. I know it's not her, but I hope anyway as I lift my phone. It's Micah. Hey, can I crash at your place tonight? Sure, I text back. Maybe Micah can talk some sense into me. Maybe having him here will pull me out of this terrible mood I'm in. But even as I think about it, I know it's not true. There's only one person who can do that. And she's chosen to leave me. I open the door. Micah takes one look at me and says, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing," I say, although it comes out more like a growl. "Hey man, don't get mad at me." He walks past me and into my living room. "But you look like butt. Smell a little like it too." "Thanks," I say, the sarcasm thick. Micah sets down his duffel bag and turns to me. "She didn't call?" The dull ache grows sharp. "Nope." "Aw, man, that sucks." "Yeah." "Does she not answer the phone when you call her?" I give him a flat look. "I don't have her number. She was in freaking witness protection, remember?" "I know, but you know her parents' business, right? Can't you call that?" "All I know is they own a flower shop in Cincinnati. There are way too many to call them all." I checked. "How many is too many? You could totally start calling them. Why haven't you?" The pain threatens to become unbearable. "Because she doesn't want me," I say quietly. "Dude, I saw the way she looked at you at the wedding. She wants you." I exhale, frustrated that Micah isn't getting it and that I have to spell it out for him. Not enough to leave Cincinnati. Her parents' business is more important to her. "Did you tell her you love her?" "No." He frowns, shoving his hands into his pockets. "You wimp, you totally love her. Why didn't you tell her that?" I set my jaw. "Because she doesn't love me back." That's a lie. "I don't think so. You weren't there when I asked her to come back after things were settled. She basically said no." He narrows his eyes at me. "What were her exact words?" "I told her I'm not asking for forever, that all I wanted was a maybe." She said, and I quote, "I don't know if I can promise that." And when I practically begged her to come back, she said, "I'm sorry." That's it. Her next words were, "I have to go." And then she left. "Wait," my brother says, holding up a hand. "You told her you're not asking for forever? You said those words?" Irritation zings through me. How many times do I have to say it? She doesn't want me. She left. Right, but you basically told her all you want is a fling. Come on, Levi. How many girls have you dated? Do you think telling her you don't want forever is going to make her want to come back to you? I stand there stunned. I thought she didn't want commitment. He shakes his head. Dude, you're dumb. What woman doesn't want commitment? You think all she wants is a maybe from you? That she'd move away from her family just so you can string her along like every other girl you've dated? He's right. I'm dumb. I thought I was trying to convince her to come back, but I said all the wrong things. I scrub a hand down my face. You're right. He claps me on the shoulder. Tomorrow, go find her, get her back. But dude, shower first, okay? I nod. My little brother is right. I need to find Claire so I can tell her how committed I am to her. So I can tell her I can't live without her. I need to tell her I'm in love with her and I'm willing to give her forever. I need to get her back. Chapter 42. Claire Matthews, Tuesday, November 10th. I'm trimming stems, listening to A Whole New World on my Disney playlist because I am wallowing in self-pity, and all I can think about is that dance I shared with Levi as Skylar giggled and jumped up and down around my living room. My eyes sting, but I blink fast, refusing to cry. Again. The shop is quiet, the air heavy with the scent of the wilting roses and baby's breath I haven't had a chance to throw out. The counter is a mess. Half-finished centerpieces for the Wilson wedding and unpaid invoices beneath them. I've been trying to hold it all together, but nothing feels like enough. The Wilson wedding was the priority, and I haven't had time to get much else done. The bell on the door jingles. I flinch, turning just as my mother steps inside, purse clutched in the crook of her arm like a badge of authority. You're not done with the centerpieces? She asks, frowning. I thought you'd be done, considering how little else you've managed to accomplish today. I straighten, pruning shears clenched in my hand. I'm trying to catch up. Things are a disaster here. I'm cutting stems to try to save some of these flowers, but a lot of this needs to be tossed. She waves a dismissive hand, already surveying the chaos. Excuses, Claire. I've been telling you for years we have to step up our game. Did you even start on the bridesmaids' bouquets? I stiffen. Half the flowers I need weren't ordered, and the other half were wilting. What did you do while I was gone? I almost gasp at my audacity. I don't talk to my mother that way. I worked my fingers to the bone, she says, eyes narrowing. And I did place those orders. You must have misunderstood. I assumed you'd step up, especially with all the free time you now have, what with losing your other job. My jaw drops. I've been here every day since the trial. I've come early and I've stayed late, trying to get all of this back in order. Mom, why didn't you keep up with flower rotation? You know how important that is. Her gaze sharpens. Well, you left. What was I supposed to do? You've done that for years, and now it's my fault things aren't getting done? You're the one who abandoned us. You need to deal with your own mess. My heart pounds, anger and pain tangling in my throat. You mean your mess? You're the one who let the shop get like this. And now you're acting like I'm the reason it's falling apart? You didn't want help. You wanted someone to blame when things went wrong. Her mouth flattens. Don't be dramatic. Wow, I cannot believe she's blaming me for all of this. And all of a sudden, I see things clearly. Zoe is right. My mother doesn't need me. She's using me. I take a breath and say it before I lose the nerve. You've been controlling me. You made me think I was needed here, but the truth is, you just didn't want to take responsibility. You've been using me. Her eyes narrow, lips pressed in a tight line. You know who never talked to me like this? Natalie. There it is. The comparison. The knife she always keeps sharpened. You know, Natalie would have finished everything early. She wouldn't complain. She handled her responsibilities with grace. She didn't run away to an island every time things got hard. The words slice through me just like they always do. But this time I see it for what it is. Manipulation. I don't need this right now, Mother. Just leave. I need to finish my work. My mother scoffs, reaching for the door. Don't forget the boutonnieres. She yanks the door open, then lets it slam behind her like a gavel. I sag against the counter, heart racing. My fingers are still wrapped around the shears like they're the only thing keeping me upright. Then I grab my phone and call Natalie. She answers on the second ring. Hey, everything okay? That's appropriate. I never call her unless I have to, and I wonder now how much of the distance between us is my fault. I swallow. Not really. I just had it out with Mom. A pause. You had a fight with Mom? What about? The shop, I say quietly. But that's not why I'm calling. I think I finally see through her. I always thought you were the golden child, the one who had it all together, the one Mom praised and adored. A bitter laugh comes through the phone. Me? The golden child? You were the golden child, Claire. You were the one with the perfect grades sailing through school early. You were the one Mom praised and adored. Mom always told me to do better because of you. I blink back hot tears, finally seeing it. She pitted us against each other. There's a long silence. Then Natalie finally asks, What? Yeah. She was always telling me to do better, to be more like you. No way. It was always, why can't you be more focused? Like Claire. Why can't you get a good job? Like Claire. I didn't even want that presidential award. I was just trying to feel like I was enough. My throat grows tight. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. It's not your fault. I think I'm done being what she wants me to be. I whisper. I don't want to be her puppet anymore. Good, Natalie says. You should get away from her. It was the best thing I ever did. Yeah, I say, trying not to allow the bitterness in my voice. I should. Hey, I saw the trial on the news. I'm glad you helped put away that scumbag. We talk for a little about the trial and about my time in witness protection. I even tell her a little about Levi, which is odd, because Natalie and I don't ever talk like that. You should totally call him, she says at the end of our conversation. He sounds like a real catch. I hang up, breathing deeply, feeling like I just broke through the surface after drowning for years. For the first time in a long time, I don't feel trapped. The guilt, the obligation, the constant weight of trying to earn love that should have been given freely is starting to lift. Maybe I don't owe my mom my life just because she gave me one. Maybe love isn't meant to feel like a job you can't clock out of. I think of Levi. His steady hands, that lopsided smile with the dimple on one side, and the way he looked at me like I was worth fighting for. Zoe's words echo in my head. You're allowed to want something for yourself. I want him. I want a life that feels like mine. And maybe for the first time, I believe I'm allowed to have it. Chapter 43. Claire Matthews, Wednesday, November 11th. My doorbell rings and I open the door to Zoe, who crushes me in a bear hug. I'm so proud of you. I breathe in and let it out. I'm kind of proud of me, too. Zoe lets go and holds me at arm's length. Tell me exactly what you said. I told my mother that I'm done being manipulated and that I'm going back to Willow Shade Island, and nothing she could say would stop me. I point at all my suitcases, packed and ready. Zoe makes a fist and punches the air. Yes. And what did she say? She tried it all. You were totally right about everything. I got the guilt trip, the blame trip, and the your sister would never do this to us trip. That last one made me laugh, though, because Natalie got out of Dodge a long time ago. You were so brave. Honey, I love you. Zoe squeezes me tight again. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too. Zoe bites her lower lip. Did you call him? I shake my head because I chickened out. I don't have the nerve to call him. No, I think driving there and just showing up is the best thing to do. And if he's got another girl, I'll just slink back home devastated. My heart twists at that thought. But I am trying to prepare myself for that possibility. Because Levi is a massive flirt. He could easily have had 3 new girlfriends since I left Willowshade. Zoe frowns and puts her hands on her hips. If he's got another girl, he wasn't the right one for you. That's what I keep telling myself. It's just hard for me to believe it because I want this so badly. I need Levi back in my life. I've missed him so much. A knock comes on my door and I startle. Zoe turns around. That better not be your mother. She opens the door for me, but no one is standing there. I step closer to see if I got a package. Nope. It's a silver platter on my welcome mat. The fancy kind that looks like it belongs in a castle with a princess, with a dome cover, the handle sporting an ornate leaf pattern. What's that? Zoe asks. I've never seen a DoorDash like that before. I don't know what it is. I didn't order anything. I pick up the large platter and Zoe lifts the cover. I blink, not quite trusting what I'm seeing. There must be a dozen eclairs. They're sleek, glossy, and almost too pretty to eat. Each one is perfectly piped with a rich chocolate glaze that catches the light like glass. Delicate swirls of cream peek out from golden pastry shells, and the tops are sprinkled with what looks like edible gold dust, giving them an exotic look. A small note catches my attention. It reads, "Eclairs for my Claire. Yes, they are gluten-free, because I love you." Tears fill my eyes as Zoe snatches away the platter. Oh my gosh, is this from him? Before I can say anything, Levi steps into view. He kneels on my welcome mat, and my heart thumps hard in my chest. Is he doing what I think he's doing? Zoe screams, then pulls out her phone to record the scene. Levi pulls out a ring box and opens it. The ring inside is simple but stunning, a single round diamond, set low in a delicate band that sparkles with tiny flecks of gold, like sunlight on the ocean. It's elegant, unexpected, understated yet perfect. He clears his throat. So, I was going to hide the ring inside one of the eclairs, but I figured you might choke and die, and that felt like a bad way to start a proposal. A shocked laugh bubbles out of me, and Zoe makes little noises with her mouth closed, like she's trying so hard not to scream again as she does this hopping dance from one foot to the other. Yeah, that video will turn out great. He grins. Claire. His voice softens. You showed up in my life like a plot twist I didn't see coming. And somehow, in all the chaos, in all the flour and fear and gluten-free bakery disasters, I fell in love with you. The kind of love that doesn't want to breathe without you. He pauses and his jaw flexes, his nerves showing for the first time. I know I'm a mess. I know you've been through hell. But if you're willing, I want to be the guy who makes you laugh when life is hard, who fights for you, who bakes you things you're not allergic to. Forever. He lifts the ring toward me. So will you marry me? Emotions rise up in my throat, and I can't talk. I can't think straight. I knew I wanted to go to Levi, but marriage? Am I ready for that? My gaze drops to the ring, then to his eyes. They're so open, so full of hope, and my heart starts to ache in that way it does when you're standing right in front of something good and you're scared you don't deserve it. I've been running for so long. From danger, from disappointment, from the kind of love that comes with strings and expectations and silent judgment. And now here's Levi, on one knee, offering me forever with a heart wide open and a tray of gluten-free eclairs. Who does that? Who makes me laugh when I feel broken? Who sees the worst parts of me and never flinches? Who treats me like I'm someone worth choosing, not once, but every day? Only Levi. He's the man who danced with me in my living room, slow and deliberate, making my heart ache. The man who made me feel safe when my world was falling apart. The man who saw past my walls and never tried to tear them down. He just waited patiently on the other side until I opened the door. And I realize in that breathless, terrifying, beautiful moment, I don't need to be ready in the traditional sense. I just need to know who I want to build a life with. And I do. Plus, Zoe's about to have a heart attack if I don't say something. I nod, the tears slipping free now. Yes, I whisper, my voice catching. Yes, I'll marry you. His face lights up with that crooked, boyish grin with the one dimple I love so much. And when he stands to wrap me in his arms, I feel it again. That sense of home, of right. Someone's screaming, but I'm pretty sure it's Zoe, not me. I block her out and pull him closer. I cling to him like I never want to let go. I was really banking on those eclairs doing the heavy lifting, he says into my hair. I laugh through a tear-soaked smile. They helped? Good, because the rest of my speech was just stupid one-liners from romantic comedies. Zoe stops filming, claps her hands, and dances around us. Oh my gosh, you're engaged. A part of me kind of forgot she was there. I turn and introduce Levi to my best friend, the one who talked sense into me and made me see I needed him. Levi turns to me and swallows. More nerves. Will you come back with me to Willowshade? I'm already packed. His mouth drops. Seriously? I decided yesterday that I couldn't stay here, that I couldn't live without you. He grins at me. So you were almost out the door to come see me? Yes, I say, laughing. So I didn't need to propose? I whack his shoulder. Don't you dare take it back. He chuckles and pulls me close. I wouldn't dream of it. You're mine, Claire Matthews. Forever. I look up at him and realize I never told him where I lived. How did you know where to find me? Private investigator. I grin up at him. You don't do anything halfway, do you? He grins and pulls back just enough to slide the ring onto my finger. Nope. I can't stop smiling. My cheeks ache, my heart is racing, and my hand is shaking with the weight of the ring. It's not just the sparkle catching the light, it's everything it represents. Him, us, this life we're going to build. I glance up at him, the man I never expected to fall for, never expected to need. But I do. So much. Levi Barrett, flirty, infuriating, ridiculous Levi, just promised me forever. And I believe him. My voice is thick with happy tears when I say, I guess this means I'm yours now. His smile is crooked, a little smug, a lot soft. You've always been mine. Then he kisses me. And it's not the kind of kiss that's rushed or desperate. It's slow, tender, reverent, like he's memorizing the moment, sealing the promise between us with the brush of his lips against mine. I sink into him, into the warmth of his hands cupping my face, the press of his chest against mine, the familiar scent of sugar and cinnamon still clinging to him. He tastes like the future, like hope, like every good thing I didn't think I deserved but somehow found anyway. His thumb brushes away a tear on my cheek. Hey, he murmurs against my lips. No crying. You're ruining my whole cool fiancé vibe. I laugh into his kiss, and he grins like he's just won the lottery. And maybe he did. But so did I. Because this, his mouth on mine, his arms around me, this whole ridiculous, wonderful life we're piecing together, this is everything. Epilogue. Micah Barrett, Sunday, November 22nd. I park my little blue Honda in the driveway and sit, staring at the house I grew up in. I quit college last week, but haven't had the guts to tell anyone, so I've been sneaking in and out of Cricket's basement, pretending to be on campus. Her parents are touring Asia and won't be back for another month, so she said I could crash in the spare room now that Levi's engaged. Cricket's house is 2 doors down, so that's been fun, parking several streets away so Tobias doesn't see my car at her house. Not that he would notice, him being a newlywed and all, but I'm still a little neurotic about it. A knock comes on my window and I jerk at the sound. It's only Cricket. I roll my window down. Hey, what's up? Why are you sitting in your car? Cricket wrinkles her nose. I pull off her glasses and grab my microfiber cloth to clean them. I have no idea how she sees out of these things when they're this dirty. Because I don't want to go in just yet. Is this about you quitting school? She squints at me. Shh, I say, looking around. Don't say it so loud. She rolls her eyes. Your YouTube channel is making bank. You're allowed to make a sound financial decision. Tobias won't see it that way. I finish cleaning her glasses and I slide them back onto her face. Thanks. She adjusts them higher on her nose. And it's fine if Tobias has a difference of opinion, but it's your life. He'll get over it eventually. I rake my hand through my hair. She's right, of course, but I don't want to accept it. I'll come in soon. You'll come in now. She opens my car door. I'm hungry, and it would be awkward for me to go into your house without you. Hey. I want to pretend to be upset with her, but I can't. Cricket is a total cranky pants if she's hangry, and she can't cook to save her life. So with her parents gone, my Sunday family dinners are everything to her. Come on. She holds out her hand, and I take it, climbing out of my car. All right, but please play along when I lie about school. I know it goes against your moral code, I say, putting air quotes around it, but I swear I'll tell Tobias in my own time. Fine. Can we eat now? She folds her arms. Yes, Jiminy. Sheesh. I start walking toward the house and she falls into step beside me. You can stop calling me that now. I give her a sideways look. Jiminy, I've been calling you that forever. You don't like it now? She shrugs. It's just, we've grown up. I might want to go by Christine now. And if I do, Jiminy won't make sense. My mouth falls open. No way. You're not a Christine. She glares at me. What do you mean I'm not a Christine? That's my name. I know, but I can't think of exactly why, but Cricket fits, and Christine is far too girly for her. You'll always be Jiminy Cricket to me. I open the front door and we enter my house. Tobias's house, really. It's weird now that I'm away at college and Tobias has a wife. It's home, but doesn't feel quite like home anymore. Kiki pulls me into a hug. Micah, how are you? Fine. Kiki hugs my best friend next. And you, Cricket? How is school going? Cricket gives me a look before smiling at Kiki. It's great. I love college. What are you studying again? I'm a marketing major. Kiki grins. You could do all kinds of things with that degree. That's what my dad says. Kiki doesn't catch the implied eye roll that goes along with that statement. Cricket wanted to be an English major, but her father talked her into marketing instead. If Cricket had her way, she would get an English degree and become a novelist. Her father argues that there's no money in writing fiction and she's wasting her degree. Personally, I think Cricket should take some of her own advice and do what she wants with her life. But if I were to throw her own words back at her, she'd clobber me, so I stay silent. Come to the table. Kiki motions. Tobias is grilling some pork chops right now. Ooh, pork chops. Cricket looks at me and wiggles her eyebrows. She loves pork chops, ham, bacon, and pretty much anything else you can make from a pig. We enter the dining room. Noah and Savannah are already there, sitting next to Skylar and Kira at the table. Levi and Claire are sitting opposite them. I nod at them collectively, trying not to stare at Kira so my crush on her isn't obvious. I asked her to dance at the wedding, but I haven't gotten up the courage to ask her out yet. Cricket pulls out a chair next to Claire and sits. How are the newly engaged couple? Levi's grin widens. Engaged, yes. Dead inside? Also yes. Claire elbows him. What does that even mean? It means we spent 2 hours today debating frosting colors. There are more shades of white than I ever wanted to know existed. He winks at Savannah. Fair warning. Planning a wedding turns your brain to buttercream. Savannah blushes. Good thing I'm not planning one. Levi leans back in his chair and props an arm behind Claire's. Yet. Claire groans and buries her face in her hands while Savannah's face grows even redder. Tobias walks in carrying a platter stacked with perfectly grilled pork chops, and the scent makes my stomach growl on cue. Okay, everyone grab a plate, Tobias says, setting the tray down like a king presenting his feast. And if anyone touches mine, I'll cry. Real mature, Tobias, I say, but I'm already reaching for a plate. As we pass dishes around and pile on the food, the room settles into easy chatter. Kiki's laughing at something Levi says. Claire is slicing her meat, and Cricket is telling Savannah about a marketing class that made her want to light her textbook on fire. I glance at Noah and Savannah. They're sitting close enough that their knees keep bumping under the table. He leans in to whisper something, and she laughs, then brushes a hand down his arm like it's the most natural thing in the world. They've always had that slow burn, quiet electricity, but tonight it feels different. Warmer, settled. Levi was right. It's only a matter of time before he proposes. I can see it in the way he looks at her like she's the whole galaxy wrapped in one smile. I take a bite of pork, chew, and try not to think too hard about it. Things are changing so fast. Everyone is finding love. I'm kind of afraid all my brothers will get married and I'll be single forever. I haven't had a date in a long time. Not because I haven't asked anyone out. I've been turned down by 3 girls recently. I glance at Kira. Would she turn me down too? My phone buzzes in my pocket. I fish it out and glance at the screen. It's a text from an unknown number. I stare at the message. My appetite vanishes. Cricket nudges me. You okay? I don't answer right away. My fingers tighten around the phone and my throat goes dry. How did they find me?